team. Welcome to our virtual 2021 Fall Conference. I'm so proud of you. You bought the ticket. You know, this conference is about no excuses. Let nothing get in your way. And you took the first step by getting that ticket and watching me right now. Can you believe that it's our 20th anniversary year? It's amazing to see what we've accomplished in the past 20 years, but I'm focused on and can't wait for what's still to come, the next 20 years. We've been working so hard behind the scenes to bring you 2 full days of unforgettable experiences at this fall conference. And now, we're excited for you to enjoy them. Now, some of the things we have in store for you include special guest speaker, Jay Shetty, new promotions, a brand new product line, breakout sessions, panels with our top leaders, watch party workshops, and of course, my favorite, recognition. We also have some big announcements planned for both days. So stay plugged in from the start to the finish. We guarantee you'll be fired up to connect with your team. Now, above all, you're going to be set up to win the rest of the year. So get excited. There are no excuses or roadblocks to keep you from reaching the top of your game. Plus, you don't have to wait for Fall Conference to start having fun. Use the items in this Get Social set to get your party started early. So use the hashtag IWConference2021 to show off your items, and I will see you on the 24th at our big event. It's gonna be whole nother level.
Okay, let me start with a reminder that we are one team, one mission. And a part of that mission is protecting the golden egg of It Works, all right? It Works is one of the largest direct sales company that allows their distributors to work their businesses from social media, which in turn is the world at our fingertips. So we have a never-ending potential of a customer base or being able to offer the opportunity to so many from all over. But because of the visibility of social media, we are also under the scrutiny of regulators and the FTC that have been following the network marketing world so much closely, especially after the pandemic, all right? Before I even go into some of the things that we need to be working on as a team, I need you guys to know that we have the best corporate and compliance teams and the compliance superhero Usher that works day in and day out to give us the most aggressive, approved claims that we can possibly use in this industry. Their livelihood is our livelihood. They want us to succeed. They want us to be able to enroll as many customers and teammates as possible, and they give us the tools in order to do that with integrity and honesty, okay? So let me start by saying that the policies and the procedures has all of this listed out, and I highly recommend reading through at least once or twice a year just to brush up on the integrity that your business should be fueled with. And I would start with income claims. You know, like I'm not completely always understanding of the logic surrounding income claims, but I do know that there has been bad companies in the past that have unfortunately been pyramid schemes where they say, you know, promising all this financial gain with little work, and that's just not how it works, guys. Like, I can tell you, right, one of my secrets right here is that I have worked so hard to get to where I am, and I have never had to backbite or cut corners or do anything under the table. And that your integrity will show up in your paycheck. I promise you that, all right? So making sure that you are always using the IDS and representing the IDS with pride. The IDS, our averages are incredible. They're incredible. But you also do have to remember that on our averages, there's a high and low. Those lows are based off of every single distributor that has ever enrolled and then not done anything. So you're looking at people that have enrolled and done nothing, and then people that have enrolled and changed their entire life. So that's why we have the averages. But even with that said, our averages are absolutely incredible. So income claims are so important to make sure that you are always including the IDS in all of your posts about the opportunity. Anything that It Works income is providing to your life, making sure to include the IDS, and just honestly just wearing the IDS proudly, because those averages are incredible and life-changing at every single rank, no matter where the average sits, all right? Number two is product claims, all right? We have such a diverse product line that is substantially growing every single year. But people are different, all right? So there are some people that will be more consistent. There are some people that have a different type of starting point. And so when it comes to product claims, our before and afters are a type of claim. It is so important to make sure that you're using the resources that corporate has already provided us, including the before and after template. And we want to make sure that you are understanding the things that we have to show. We have to make sure that these before and afters are not blurry, that they are in the same lighting or the same clothes, that there isn't a messy, sink area shown, because that's not pretty. And nudity, it's like, I understand you look great in whatever you're wearing, but we want these to be available to the public, which is also the regulators that are watching us. So we want to make sure that your before and afters are crisp, clean, and professional, and not over-promising and under-delivering. Everybody's going to get different results. And so if you don't ever get upset if compliance is ever like, we can't approve that, you might have insane results, but we don't want these products to be seen to people as, oh my God, they're magic. Please, they're not magic. They don't cure diseases, and they're not supposed to be a quick fix. They are a lifestyle change or tool to add into people's lives to make their lives even better, all right? So making sure that you are utilizing all the tools that corporate provides for us, including the IDS, including the before and after, and also when talking about the products, guys, they have spent so many hours putting together these beautiful and just perfect product information sheets, and that should be what you're always referencing to make when you're talking to customers on what that product can do for them, all right? Bottom line is that it is okay to be straight line with the rules. It will get you further than anything else. It's not complicated, it's not messy, and you don't have to do anything besides be honest by just making sure that you are paying attention to the claims that we are putting out there, because ItWorks has provided us with absolutely everything to make sure that we succeed. And the compliance team, corporate, and compliance superhero Usher have set us up for nothing but success. So I hope that you guys just take a look at your policies and procedures, know all the tools that benefit your business, and that we just rock this year out staying absolutely compliant. Bye, guys.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to this panel. We're super excited about it. I think everybody's probably here showing up at conference because you want to be successful or you want to have more success now than what you've had in the past. And so obviously you're looking for some great tips. I'm really excited about this panel because we're going to actually talk about something that may be a little bit different, but it's probably the core of what needs to change for you to have more success. And that's going to be mastering your mindset. Someone once said, if you get the mind right, the money will follow. You don't have a money problem, you have a mindset problem. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And I'm super excited to have some other amazing guys on here with me today. We've got Joel Dunn and Milton Burt, and both of them are just really incredible, successful individuals. So really quick, Joel, if you could introduce yourself and just share like a quick little bit about you so everybody can get to know you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, guys. I'm Black Diamond Double Ambassador Joel Dunn. Maybe. Might be me. Guys, I've been here over 12 years now, so I'm almost a dinosaur in this. And I know many of you have heard my story before, but for those of you that haven't, here's a little bit of it. But those of you that have, here's a new twist to it. 12 years ago when we had the last economic downturn, we ended up losing our franchises. We lost our rental properties. We were standing in food lines so that we still had enough money left over to pay our bills so that we weren't losing our house. And that's where we were when God came in and dropped ItWorks into our lap. And we knew that it was an opportunity that we could take and run with. So that's where we were. Fast forward to where we are now, and it's drastically changed our life. Now, for those of you that have heard that story before, the little nuance of a difference is the mindset part because everyone's like, well, how did you get through that? That was probably a really dark time in your life. And guys, it was something that was really hard. But the thing is Stephanie and I knew we were made for more. We already had this thought process, this mindset that God wasn't leaving us here. He had an opportunity for us. We just had to keep going forward, and it would eventually show itself up. So we had a mindset of, this isn't where we are. This isn't a failure. This is a point in time. We've got bigger and better things to do that God's going to drop in our lap. So that's the different part of the story, where we were thinking was, we've got a way out of this now that we've got this business in our lap.
That's awesome. No, I love that. And then Milton Burt Jr., please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you.
No problem. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I'll tell you a little bit about who I am. My name is Milton Burt Jr. I actually reside in Linwood, Illinois. I am a triple diamond in this wonderful company. I've been in the business for a little bit over 3 months, and I'm super excited. I remember when I actually first looked at the opportunity, it had to be about, I would say 3 years ago, Presidential Diamond, Mr. Wilkins and Miss Wilkins, they shared the opportunity with me back then. And I'm gonna be honest with you, my perception was not right at that time. I didn't really even listen to what they had to say. I automatically thought I knew everything. I was at a peak in my network marketing career, and I just really was just going with what I knew. And of course, as we always know in business, things, they change. And a little bit over 90 days ago, I actually hit Mr. Wilkins up, and I said, hey, show me that opportunity again. I'm really open to really taking a look at it. And when I looked at this opportunity, I could have kicked myself for not taking advantage of it 3 years ago. And the rest is pretty much history. Got started, went triple diamond in 90 days, and I'm super excited about this opportunity. I just really feel as if I'm at home. I always knew that, if I ever got with the right opportunity, the right leadership that's, available here, that there would be no limits. So I'm excited, and it's hard for me to even sleep at night, but that just tells you a little bit about me. Again, I am a professional network marketing. I've been in the industry for a little bit over 6 years now. And I'm just excited about this opportunity. I mean, it's hard to sleep, just to be honest with you. So that's just a little bit about me.
I love that. Awesome. And I'm just honored to be on this panel with both of you guys. The experience you guys bring to the table is just incredible. So I'm excited to hear what you guys have to share today. A little bit about me. My name is Ben Boyle, and I'm an ambassador Diamond with It Works. My wife Danielle and I joined this company about coming up on 6 years ago now. And my story is a little bit different from a lot of stories you might hear, and it's a long story. But to give you guys just a quick insight on my journey with this, I was an Army veteran. After 4.5 years of the Army, got out of the Army, and had some setbacks in life that I wasn't expecting, and it forced me to take a look at how to have long-term financial freedom and success in my life. And that journey and that study brought me to It Works. And It Works was the venue that I chose out of that research that I did as the way to change my life for the better. And, interestingly enough, I signed up, and I wasn't the one to really take this business to the next level. My wife was the one that stepped in, and she took over, and she really got us to the top of this company. And I share that because some of you may be like me, and maybe you joined this business, but you're kind of hesitant of like where to go from here. Like you don't see how you can be successful with this. And that was where I was at the beginning of this. But my journey over the last 6 years has been a process of continually like getting outside my comfort zone and realizing I can do more, I can be better, I can grow my mindset. And so, it went from being supportive in the background to then learning, hey, I can sign loyal customers and distributors. And then, oh yeah, I can actually help bring people into this business opportunity as well and sign distributors. And now at this point, after 6 years, I'm focusing on, hey, like this is an opportunity not just for women, not just for maybe people that we look at the top of this company and see a lot of. There's an opportunity for men too. And I'm building a team of men that I can show, hey, we can be successful at this. And it doesn't matter what you look like or what your background is. This is an opportunity for everybody. So That's a little bit about my story. And that kind of leads me into one thing that I wanted to talk about with you guys, and that's personal responsibility. Because I think that a part of my process of learning that I can be successful in this business has been understanding that my circumstances and my background and my education level do not dictate my success. Where you're coming from does not dictate where you're going, and you have to take personal ownership and empower yourself by realizing that you are responsible 100% for your success or failure in this business. And if you have a mindset going into this of, I can choose the level of my success based on what I do and the choices that I make, then that empowers you that nothing can hold you back from this. And so I share that to start off with, because if you can't take personal responsibility for your success, then there's always going to be something that you're going to point to that's holding you back. But the moment that you realize I am in control of my future, then that's when the doors start to open for you and you can literally start to make progress. But Joel, I want to ask you a question really quick. Can you share just a little bit about belief and faith and how that plays into our mindsets and how that affects our business?
Oh yeah, guys. Belief is one of the huge keys of being successful in not just this business, in life in general. Like I said before, you have to have that I'm made for more mindset, that thought process. And guys, nothing that we talk about today is going to matter if you don't grasp this. And the reason why I say that is because, the three of us, we have that built into us already, and you may not have that. And when you get started, we have belief in you. So borrow our belief in you. We'll help you with the mindset. Borrow the belief that we have in you until you develop the belief in yourself. But we are already of the mindset that we were made for more, that we've got the ability to be successful. Like you said, we know it's in our hands to do it. But the three of us, guys, if we could just come through and shake your screen right now and let you know that you are the reason why we're here. If there was a way for us to light that spark in you, something one of us says, one quote, one statement, one part of this, if it could just light that fire inside of you, that you would have that belief, not only in yourself, but in the company, in your teammates, and it would overflow. A lot of it has to do with the fact of how you were raised and how you think. So one of the things that I want you to hear me right now is, you weren't born nameless. God called you by name. You were designed for his greatness. And, Philippians 4:13, it's a huge verse that we like to use in this company a lot, is I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So being of the mindset that you have a name, you have a place, God created a plan for you. Guys, there's only one of you ever created in all of history. And God connected you with somebody in this business so that you could go out and make a difference, not only in your life, but in the lives of the families that you impact. Once you grab hold of that, man, it unlocks your mind to see things in a different way. And Ephesians 3:20 says, to him who is able to do more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. Again, I'm going to say that word again, all the things that you do, this business, your life, your family, your friends, but also the work that's already within you. Guys, God has already put this within you. He's already got it right there. And we just pray that the three of us have the ability to find that switch and turn it on for you. Find that light that fire, and then you can go out and take this information and radically change the way you think. And when you change the way you think, it changes the way that you act. And when you change the way that you act, you change your entire life, guys. That's why we're so excited about this. And I can't wait to hear what the other guys have set for you.
Yeah, no, that's so true. Thanks for sharing that, Joel. And I'm just going to share a really quick quote just to kind of tie that together and bring it back around to why you should listen to the tips that we're going to share on this panel with you guys. This is a quote from a lady named Sarah Blakely. And if you guys don't know that name, she's one of the very few self-made billionaire women. And so like, this is not coming from us in this company. This is coming from a billionaire who created that success for herself. She says this: want to know what separates the good from the great and the best from the rest? It's mindset. A lot of people have talent. A lot of people are smart, but I'd put my money on the one with the right mindset every single time. And here's what's most interesting about mindset. It's the most important determining factor for both the happiness and success in your life. And it's not taught in school. Let me repeat, it's not taught in school. That means it's up to you. So what are you doing to work on your mindset? I encourage you to work on it daily. This is coming from Sarah Blakely, self-made billionaire. So we're going to share some more insights and some more tips, but just think about that. This can change your entire life more than your talents, more than what you've been born with, anything. So Milton, I want to hear from you, brother. Talk to me just about, when you were coming into this this business opportunity, just the perspective that you had coming into it, because I know you had the right perspective on this opportunity. So talk to me a little bit about that.
No problem. My perception when coming into this opportunity, especially when I, really looked at it, was that, this was an opportunity for me to really create a path for others to follow. I didn't want to go somewhere where the path was already paved. I wanted to pave the path so others could follow. Some people may look at this opportunity and say, hey, I don't see anyone at the top that looks like me, or, I only see a lot of women. I don't see a lot of men, but that's your opportunity to be that man that opens the door for other men and other people who look like you. So my perception was huge as far as, the opportunity that's available in this company. And it's funny because a lot of people, they were mind boggled when they found out that I decided to partner with It Works. And they said, I just don't get it. Why would you, after doing what you've done in the industry, why out of all the companies would you go to It Works? And I was, glad to share with them, big opportunity. Not to mention, the leadership and Cammie and, Mark and just, all of you. I mean, it just was a perfect fit, but it was also an opportunity for me to not only bring others in this opportunity who look like me, but also override the market. I'm real big on opening up markets, overriding, communities, different things like that, because, the people that gets on board first are the ones that really, reap when it's time to reap. So I've always been that person. When I see others going one way, I observe what the masses are doing and I do the opposite. And then before you know it, the masses are following you. And that was my perception when coming into It Works. Grand opportunity, awesome leadership, everything, all the pieces to the puzzle, they're here. So that was my perception when coming in here.
I love that. And if you listen to what Milton just said, it's incredible that he had that mindset coming into this business, because so many people could have taken, and so many people do take the opposite approach, where they look at, hey, I don't see anybody that looks like me, so that means I can't be successful. Or I don't feel like I'm equipped, or I don't feel like I've got what it takes. But Milton saw what he lacked within this opportunity, and he saw that as not something that was a limitation, but something that actually made his opportunity that much bigger and better. And that's a mindset, because he's looking at the same exact company that everybody else was, but he saw opportunity. So I think for each of us on a daily basis, take a look at the things that you might think are obstacles and try to turn it around. How can this be an opportunity for me instead of an obstacle? How can this be something that's not a limitation, but actually something that I can leverage? And so I love that you've done that, Milton, and you're just really rocking it out with that. Talk to me a little bit too, Milton, just about, embracing the process with this, because I know that sometimes in this business, especially, we can start to, go negative about, oh man, it's taken me so much longer than I thought, or maybe you had a goal that you set and you missed that goal, but we have to be able to work through that. So talk to me a little bit about that and how you overcome that.
embracing the process is so important in anything you do. And I have to tell you, in my opinion, it's one of the most important things that you have to accept. You know, one thing I was taught at a very early age, I come from a very loving family, successful family, a family full of entrepreneurs. But I remember a conversation I had with my Uncle Mike. And this was back when I was in high school. You know, when you're in high school, you're not always doing what you're supposed to, be doing. You're, not really taking life as serious as you should. And I'll never forget a conversation that my Uncle Mike had with me. He said, "Hey nephew, you can either play around now and have to pay later, or you can pay the price now and have fun later." And that really just stuck with me because at the end of the day, there's a price that has to be paid no matter what opportunity you decide to join. There is a price. And what usually happens is as we get older, people get married, you have children, that price starts to be a little higher than it may have been 3-4 years ago. So I'm the type of person that says, you know what? I have to pay this price. I have to embrace the pain. Let's just get it out the way. Let's just get it out the way because it is no way around it. So that's one thing I can honestly say that I've been able to master is just being comfortable with being uncomfortable and embracing the process, And if we have time, God put it on my heart. I really want to read a poem that I'm actually the author of. And this was when I actually had hit the top 1% in a previous company, and they asked me to speak in front of 20,000 people, and it was crazy. Ben, before before we're doing what we're doing right now, God said, read it. And someone's like, no, I don't know if I want to read it, but if it's okay with you, I would like to read it because I believe it will touch someone. And of course, I'm gonna change up the words, but if that's okay, I would like to read that. It is pretty much hits on the process. So I would like to read that if that's all right with you.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. And this was 4 years ago. So last week, my Uncle Mike sent me a TD Jakes sermon, which led me to one of the most powerful messages I had ever heard, entitled, "Start Deleting Your Distractions." Many of us are not successful today because we have too many distractions. Either we're distracted by television, social media, relationship issues, and believe it or not, many of us get distracted by other individuals' successes. In order for you to become successful and it works, you must learn to focus by deleting your distractions. As we look at and admire our top income earners, we aspire to be just like them and try to emulate them in order to also become successful. However, when it doesn't happen as quickly for us as it did for them, we become discouraged. And the reason this happens is because we fell in love with success versus the process. But what we must realize is that even the starting 5 and the top income earners and it works didn't get to where they are overnight. It was a process. All right. And I challenge everyone here today to focus on the process, because if you fall in love with the process, success is on the way. All right. Now, what is the process? The process is the practice. It's the rehearsal. That boring time in which no one is patting you on your back or encouraging you. No one is cheering for you. No one even knows your name. But the promotion is like the Super Bowl. It's that big event in which everyone is clapping for you. Everyone is cheering for you. But how many players do you think actually play in the Super Bowl without showing up for practice? Well, just as you can't play in the Super Bowl without practicing, you also can't be successful and it works if you don't make the practice. I even had to go through a process before I got to where I am today. I remember my first event. No one knew who I was. I sat right up there in that corner by myself. However, I appreciate where I was in my It Works career, and that at the time I wasn't going to get the accolades that others got, such as the Joel and Stephanie Dunn's were getting, because I hadn't yet gone through the process. However, that didn't mean it wasn't meant for me to achieve the same awards. It just meant I had to go through the process before I could be promoted. In life, whatever you're practicing for, that's what's going to give itself back to you. If you're practicing for it works will give itself back to you. I remember when I used to bring my tablet everywhere I went and practice the It Works presentation, and I would talk to myself, and my family and friends would look at me like I was crazy. But as I look back on those days, I realized that I was simply practicing for my promotion. I didn't know that one day I would be traveling the world with the owners and on Zooms and lives with Ben and Joel and giving presentations. I just simply embraced the process, and the promotion came by default. This is why you never compromise the rehearsal for the recital, because the reality is, if there's no rehearsal time, there will be no recital. Everything you are going to ever be in It Works, you already are in another form. As TD Jakes said, you are the acorn of an oak tree. An oak tree starts as a small nut. It has the same ingredients, it is just in a different form. And even though it doesn't look like a tree, if you water it, you give it enough sun and allow for it to go through the process, sooner or later, it will become that oak tree. Because being an acorn is only a temporary situation. That acorn represents many of our It Works careers today. For we all begin as acorns, but water that acorn, give it enough sunlight, and take care of it like it is already that oak tree you know it will become. Because where you are today is only a temporary situation, and before you can dream about tomorrow, you must appreciate where you are and who you are today. So don't fall in love with the fact that I'm here with Ben and Joel, but fall in love with just 90 days ago, I was back there. And if you don't remember anything else I've said, remember to practice and embrace the process, because if you do just that, success is on the way. And that was the speech that I gave about 4 or 5 years ago. So
that will preach.
That was powerful. I think that some mindsets just shifted right now as you were sharing that, because that was just powerful. So thank you, Milton, for sharing that. I think another thing, just practically speaking, because I think so many people are like, okay, well, what can I do practically to shift my mindset, to start moving myself in a better direction with this on a daily basis? So Joel, if you could just share a couple things, first, maybe share a little bit about how our environment plays into this and how we can make some choices with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, this is my infomercial right here. This is, your 3 steps to daily renewing your mindset. And, step number 1 is starting off your morning thanking God, giving gratitude. When you start your day that way, it completely shifts your thought process from what you thought was going to happen to what you're grateful for. And it allows you to get both feet on the ground, scare Satan, and get you running. Number 2 is intentionally programming your mind. You need to read good books, listen to great audios, listen to great things on mindset with 3 amazing guys. You're already checking that one off today. And then listening to amazing sermons. Like you said, TD Jakes, man, if you're not following TD Jakes, you need to go click that follow button, because power comes through those voices. And guarding the door of your mind fiercely. Now, this comes into where you may have to evaluate your circle. Guys, if you're doing these things, you have to do a circle check, because we know that the average of the people that you hang out with, that's you. So if you're not where you want to be today, you might want to look at the people that you're around, because I'm guessing you're in the same place, the same position, eating the same things, saying the same things that they are. You have to intentionally seek out people on that next level, that whole nother level, in order to get different thinking. You are where you are today with your current best thinking. Think about that. You're as far as you've gotten because of the best thinking that you have. So how do you change your mindset? Well, let's not talk about, like you said, environment or your circumstances, because it doesn't matter where your environment or your circumstances are, because of the fact that with your mindset and with books and with podcasts, you can open an entire door. You don't have to have a millionaire next door. You don't have to have rich dad, poor dad. You don't have to have the rich dad to give you that information. You can seek it out. You can program that for yourself. And the one thing that I did want to leave you guys with is, I always want to throw a book out there. And so a perfect book that encapsulates everything on mindset is, oddly enough, called Mindset. But the little title on it is How We Can Learn to Fulfill Our Potential. And that's by Carol Dweck, PhD. And guys, this is amazing. So if you don't know where to start when it comes to fixing your mindset, this book is the book that you need to pick up. It will change your life. So that's, my 3-step plan to how to renew your mindset.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really great. And I think that just to kind of tag on to what Joel's saying there, one thing that I just want to communicate to you guys is the importance of consistency with this, because it's even going back to like what Milton was talking about. Embrace the process, not just with the business, but also with changing your mindset, because we may not be able to just like flip a switch and have a millionaire mindset overnight. But what you can do is you can take daily small steps and do the things consistently that will continue to improve that mindset over time. And you have to be willing to put in that work, because you can make a great choice today, but if you start making those bad choices again tomorrow, you're going to end up right back to where you were yesterday. So if you want to be continually moving forward in your mindset and moving forward to then changing your reality through that, then you have to be willing to do daily, consistent work in a positive direction with all of this. So I hope you guys have been taking notes on what we've been sharing today, because this has been just incredible material. But take those notes and then start putting them into practice. We've got this worksheet that we put out for you guys to be able to do that, to be able to retain this information and then start to put it into practice on a daily basis. And so really quick, at the end of that worksheet, take a look at that daily mindset exercise that we put in there, because that's something that every single one of you can take and start doing. It takes literally 5 minutes or less every single day for you to be able to just take 1, 2, 3. Like Joel said, start with gratitude, because that's going to open your mind and put you into a position to be able to change your perspective and start looking for the positive and seeing more opportunity. And then number 2, take 10 seconds every single day, preferably the beginning of the day, visualize where you want to go, and just like think about, hey, where am I headed? What's my ultimate goal here? And like imagine what that feels like so that you can start moving in that direction. And then number 3 is probably one of the most important pieces of this, and that's like how you take action from that space. And so number 3 is, today I will blank. And that blank is for you to fill in every single day something different. Maybe it's the same sometimes, but you have to intentionally fill in the blank. What am I going to do today in the direction of my goal that's going to get me one step closer? And that way you can change the big, massive goal that you have into something actionable that you can move the needle forward today. And if you can make that list and then commit to accomplishing it before the day's over, then that's going to start moving you in massive leaps and bounds over time if you do this consistently. So guys, did you have any other last minute thoughts that you guys wanted to share before we hop off on here?
I just want to say it was an honor, doing this with you too. I am excited about the future, and I just thank both of you for just even what you all have done for me as far as the nuggets you poured into me, especially with me being, pretty new. And I just want to thank you all and let you all know how much of an honor it was to do this with you two gentlemen.
Oh man, we appreciate you being on here. And guys, hopefully something that we said today lit that spark. Don't let that spark die out. Flame it. And the way you flame it is by making sure that you're connecting with somebody and growing along with them.
Yep. So good. Well, thank you guys so much for just being on this panel and sharing, and thank all of you for tuning in and just being willing to take this information in. I really hope that it's been value to you, and so I just thanks for tuning in and listening. Hope you guys have a great rest of your time, and literally just soak in the rest of this conference, you guys, because there's going to be so much more material. But I'm just excited to see all of you take it and take your success to the next level. So have a great rest of your day, guys.
See you guys.
that you're here and can't wait for all the information you are going to get over the next 2 days. My name is Ashley Renau, and I'm an Ambassador Diamond, and I've been with It Works for going on 8 years. That's crazy to even say. But prior to this business, I was a full-time night shift nurse, robbing Peter to pay Paul, truly for time. I was a brand new mom, and what I found is that I was spending more time in the hospital on FaceTime trying to tell my babies goodnight, which rolled into missing T-ball games. And I just truly wanted to be the mom in the bleachers. Because of It Works, I am now always the mom in the bleachers, and I am so thankful for that. But I am so excited to introduce you to these two rock stars, Nay and Emily. They just took the East Coast by storm. I remember when they started their businesses, and they took it to the top in just 3 short years. So today they get to share some of their wisdom on money mindset, and we can't wait to just let you guys have all the knowledge and information that we've stored up over the last couple of years. So I want you to drop a 1 in the comments if you feel like you could use some coaching on money mindset. So, Nay, I want you to give us a little background on before It Works. What did it look like for you, and what does life look like now because of It Works?
Yeah, hi guys. My name's Nayara, like Ashley said. I am 26 years old, and when I joined this business, I was 19 years old, which is so crazy to think that like I was so young, and now here I am 6.5 years later in this business that I absolutely love. So before It Works, I was a broke college student, and I always say broke because like I would walk around like almost like flaunting that like it was normal. So I was a broke college student living with my parents, and I was working 2 part-time jobs to get by. And life was just tough. I was always like struggling to get by. I never had extra money to do the things I wanted to do, and barely had money for the things that I needed to pay for. So I joined this business through my best friend, Cassie, for more opportunities. And that's all that my vision was at the time, for more opportunities. So life now is completely different. I'm so blessed to have this business. And 6 years ago, if I still had the opportunity that I had then now, I would still join it again and do it all over again, because this business has completely changed my life.
I love that. And, you know, I don't know if you can relate to what Nay's saying, but I joined this business when I was 30. So I already had the piled up student loans and all of that under my belt. But to have this opportunity at 19 years old, how incredible is that? But if you can relate to that, tell us in the comments. Are you in college? Like, this is incredible to think that this opportunity is available. Okay, Emily, what about you?
Hi guys, my name is Emily, and I'm so excited to be here. This is so awesome. So a little backstory, I joined this business almost 6 years ago, and my story is kind of similar to Nay's as well. I was 21, I was a college student, I was going to school full time, I was working 3 part-time jobs, always trying to pick up extra hours, find a way to make extra money. I was just doing all that I can do. I was very independent at a young age, so I was just trying to figure out life. You know, when I saw a post about this opportunity, I jumped on it immediately, and that's something I will forever look back on and have no regrets with. I was nervous, I was struggling, I was trying to figure out and work with my mental health, and just again learning how to grow up and pay my bills on my own. But truly, you know, because of this business, not only have I grown into just this confidence kind of person that I never imagined ever to be, but I've met my best friends. I've learned how to grow my mindset in so many areas, not just with finances and money, but also, like I said, that confidence too, but just feeling more free and open and being able to have more opportunities to, you know, step into a life of, you know, a little more freedom and less so much weight on my shoulders.
I love that. And I think so many people can relate to that. And, you know, I think that we go back, and something that you said, Nay, that I think we can probably all relate to is that you almost carry that title of being like broke as like it's a badge of honor, and because it gives you some sort of confidence that it's normal. And that's something that I feel like It Works has really shown all of us is that it doesn't have to be normal. It doesn't have to be your normal. And so I want to go back to maybe like our childhood or, prior to the business. Do you feel like you had certain beliefs about money that held you back to, keep you from moving forward into this business? Do you feel like there were certain things from your childhood maybe? Nay, if you want to go.
Yeah. So for me, I grew up with two different types of personality parents. So it's like my mom was the huge spender and my dad was like frugal, and he always was like thinking twice about where his money was going. So I definitely get half and half. So, so for me with the spending, that's something I have to be careful with and watch, because sometimes we can just spend all of our money and not be careful with it. And then the other half of me is like, thinks twice about my purchases. And sometimes I'm just like super careful about certain things. And then it's like, I also grew up with, money doesn't grow on trees and things like that. So sort of these beliefs have held me back from certain things of like maybe investing my money, doing smart things with my money because of my dad's side of being scared of losing it. Mm-hmm. So with It Works, it's changed my mindset completely about this. Like, I wish I grew up knowing the things that I know now through It Works that I learned 6.5 years ago as a 19-year-old. And I wish I just learned these things like growing up in school through my parents. But I'm so thankful that through It Works, I've been able to learn these things, grow my mindset in bigger ways than I ever imagined.
I love that. And I think so many people can relate to that. What about you, Emily?
So for me, it was a lot of a scarcity mindset, and I got it, from both of my parents, and of course, all out of love from them. But over time, I realized that it was affecting me in a negative way. And I saw that when I did join this business and I started surrounding myself with people who, are dreaming bigger and educating you on those specific things. But for me, I heard a lot of like, save, 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 save. And as, simple as that sounds, it was so persistent that it created that scarcity mindset that almost like there wasn't enough out there. Right. And then on another hand, I remember, certain terminology like, oh, that's such a nice car. They probably work 24/7 and never see their family. And in my mind, over time that started to imprint that if I wanted to make more money, I was never going to see my family and I'd be working 24/7. So, along those two terms, like it really did produce that scarcity mindset. But because of this business, it really truly shows how impactful and how powerful your environment is.
Absolutely. I think when you're around like-minded people that are showing you the way and that you truly don't have to work 24/7 to create the life that you want, to create for your family. I think that it's just, it is truly who you surround yourself. And they say the 5 people you surround yourself with the most, that's who you're going to become. And so when you're around that broken mindset, that's definitely where it's easy to fall into. Okay, so now fast forward, we're in It Works, we're having success. What do you feel like you were able to do today to overcome those that mindset of that it's okay to be broke, or that you're gonna have to work all these hours? What did you do to create success by overcoming that?
Yeah, so for me, I joined this business knowing that I was broke, and I was just that girl that went to school because I went to school, not because I loved something or was passionate about something. And for the first time, like in my life, like my mom could attest to this. She's like, I've never seen you become passionate about something before It Works. And like this business helped me overcome so many things of like finding my passion, finding things that I know that I'm good at, versus before I was lost. I was watching all these people in school love what they wanted to do, knowing that the career path that they wanted. And I was like, what's wrong with me? Like, why am I not passionate about that one thing like everyone else was? So this business helped me find passion in what I wanted to do, and then quickly found success. And that gave me the confidence to know that if I work hard, I'm consistent, and I have faith that I know that I can make everything that I want possible if I work hard, whether I'm in this business or anywhere else. So I know that if I'm working hard and I'm consistent in doing all the things that I need to do every single day, I'm going to find that success. So that personally, I'm very a result driven person. So that personally helped me overcome the limiting beliefs that I had through money and through me finding success in something or being passionate about something, because I found that all through this business. And I'm like, oh, wow, like this is what it feels like to love what you do every single day and see success in what you're doing.
I love that. And I do. I think it's passion. It's finding your passion and finding that purpose in what you're doing and how not only it's going to help you, but you're going to help others along the way. And I can relate to that so much too. From being a night shift labor and delivery nurse, I actually had my neighbor tell me one day, she's like, what you did as a nurse, you were so limited in labor and delivery to only helping pregnant or expecting moms. But in this business, the world is at your hands. You can help anybody and everybody and still use that caring and compassion that I used as a nurse. And so it's just flipping the script and how to turn that passion for helping people into something else. And you watch your entire life change too. Emily, what about you?
So for me, it was a lot of mindset and psychology growth. I've always been a very driven person. I've always been an extremely hardworking person. So I have that aspect. But on the other hand, I knew early on that something wasn't right and I needed to figure that out. And sometimes we have to take matters into our own hands. And that's what I did, So, rewind, the last time I talked about the environment and community. It's really just that. So I started surrounding myself with like-minded people, people who are more positive, people who are encouraging you, right? Who are helping you and showing you that, to dream bigger. But then I also, like I said, took matters into my own hands and I just started reading more books. And I know that may sound boring to some of you guys, but you can listen to podcasts. You can go on YouTube and watch videos. There's so many resources out there where you can simply just Google something that maybe you're trying to overcome, like a money mindset, limiting belief, for example. And that may sound so simple, but it really is just that. It's just about taking that next step and becoming a student. I just remember sitting in my car and everywhere I would drive to school or to work, I was listening to something, in my car that was educational, that was growing my mind, because we are all different people. We all struggle with different things, different mindsets, different limiting beliefs. So you truly have to figure that out for yourself. And that's something that I did as well that really helped me out. Was I had to kind of look back and put myself in my shoes when I was younger and figure out where these things stemmed from. I feel like that's the most important thing and the first thing that we all really need to do. But over time with growth and not only with just my mental health, but also with my faith too. That's something I can, will never take for granted, and so grateful as well for this company. It takes time. And just like Nayara said, with consistency and having faith, give yourself grace.
I love that. It is so true. And I love that our company is a faith-based company that teaches. I love that you guys are going to learn later about stewarding your money, because it truly does make a difference. And I feel like we are blessed to be a blessing. And whenever you're blessing other people, whether that's with your finances, your time, your energy, that's all going to come back to you. Okay, so do you feel like, Nay, there was something, did you do dream boards? How did you grow to have those goals, I guess, to chase after, to work on your money mindset? Because I think a lot of times we just initially in the business limit ourselves from the get-go. That would never be possible. I would love to have what she has or be able to do what they're doing, but I would never be able to do that. But I think it's those baby steps. So did you do a dream board, or what got you kind of moving?
Yeah. So when I first joined, I say we, because we had a Connecticut group here before Cassie moved to Florida. And it was so nice because we would get together for Work Wednesday, all of us. And it was so nice to just be around people that understood it and got it. Because when I joined, I was still living at home. You know, my parents, they weren't not supportive, but they thought I was a little crazy, just like everyone else, you know, because I walked around talking about it works 24/7. I was just really excited to be doing this. So getting together for Work Wednesday just helped so much us just fuel each other's fire. And yeah, we started doing dream boards, and I can't say that I still had doubts. You know, I did the dream boards, I still did all the things, but doubt was still in the back of my head. Like, you know, I'm putting all these things out there, I'm doing all my dream board stuff, but can I still get there? And like I said before, I'm just a result driven person. So for me, what helps me like feel more confident about myself and about what I can do is seeing the results. And I know that seeing the results, I have to put in the work. So that's what I did. I put in the work, I did the dream boards, and slowly I started checking those things off my dream board. And I'm like, wow, like, you know, I can do this. And the power of the dream boards are absolutely insane. There was one year that I just was like, you know, I made excuses. I let my life get in the way, and I didn't make a dream board in the beginning of the year. And then it was like mid-year, I was like, okay, I'm just going to make my dream board because I'm late, 6 months late into it. And I'm not even kidding. 6 months later, I was able to check so many things off my dream board because I put it out there and I had a vision on where I wanted to go and what I wanted to accomplish. And it happened. So dream boards are so important. And I never heard about any of this before it works. So here again, I'm so thankful that this company just brought into my life vision that I didn't have before. Before I was just living life and getting by and not having goals that I wanted to attain, where now I know every single day it's okay to dream. It's okay to re-dream. And it's important to keep doing those things to keep excited where you're at and excited about where you're going.
I love that. What about you, Emily?
So for me, my favorite saying is where your focus goes, energy flows. Like I truly believe energy is such a powerful thing, and we can talk about mindset all day and faith 100%. Those things are very important, but energy is just that, right? So where is your focus? That's always what I would ask myself. I still ask myself that every single day. You know, if I'm focused on, you know, what's not happening or what I'm losing or what I'm going to lose, I'm probably not going to feel that good. I'm probably not going to be excited about working this business, right? I'm probably not going to be excited to do many things. And that's not why we're here, right? So we're here to help change people's lives. Like we're here to help grow, you know, each and every, like our individual selves. And that truly is the biggest blessing. So for me, a lot of affirmations, you know, and again, it may sound silly because I thought a lot of these things that I heard at first were silly, but truly it's so important to just open up that different aspect that maybe something you haven't done before, or journaling, right? And like I said, thinking back to maybe your childhood on where things are necessarily stemming from, right? Because that's how growth happens. I also started celebrating other people's wins more. And that's something that I just need to be like vulnerable about right now. Because of my limiting beliefs, you know, prior to this business, it was almost hard for me to celebrate other people's wins because I thought I would be lacking because of their win, right? And obviously, I soon realized that's not the case. And it's a lot more fun when everyone else wins, right? So there's so many things that, you know, you can do, but truly it's just maybe taking a step back and realizing where this is stemming from, affirmations, self-development, getting on a good book or a podcast, and journaling. And truly, like I said, just giving yourself grace because there's many things that you can do, but you just have to make the decision. You know, how bad do you want it?
Yeah, I love that. And what stood out to me that you just said is celebrating other people's wins. Because I think as a company, we are so loud about the wins that people have. Get excited for people, and you are going to start to see that you can do the exact same thing. You're no different than the three of us or anybody else in this company. You can have all the success that you want, but get in and get loud. Okay, so to close us out, what we really want you guys to get involved with us and really use this time with your teams to try to figure out like what can you do today. I think sometimes we can feel like we're left behind or we're already too far behind or we already missed the boat. What can you do today? And I will say from my standpoint, the biggest thing I did that I feel like helped me have an immediate success was I was so scared of the amount of debt that we actually had that I didn't know how much debt we had. I didn't want to know. So that was my first thing I did. I got together every single student loan, car note, everything that we had minus our mortgage, and I got that number. And then I broke it down into pieces. And that is how I just started to debt snowball. And it made life change because it gave me this ability to have a plan that I could, just run with and execute. So I will say that that is probably the biggest thing that I could tell you to do right now is if you have debt, figure out how much and then start working on it. What about you, Nay?
Yeah, for me, I'm the same way. I have to have a plan as well. Like I need to know I would say I'm not organized, but I need to know like, okay, this is what I need to pay every single month. Like here are my bills. Like this is the debt I have. This is what I owe. And I need to be organized because it's almost like, yeah, like if you don't have it written down, you don't know, like you don't have a plan, you're unaware of those things and it just could get by super quickly. So for me, I'm the same way too. I have to sit down. When I joined this business, I didn't have debt, but I incurred debt through school, going to school, and I had those student loans, so for me, I had to have a plan. Okay, like how long is this going to take me to pay this off? What money do I have to put aside every single month to be able to stay on track and on course with the plan that I had to pay off that debt, So for me, that I'm the same way. I have to have a plan. And if I don't, my money just goes elsewhere, so I have to stay organized. I have to stay on track. And this all I learned through, listening to podcasts as well, videos on YouTube to just learn these things because we didn't learn them in school. And, unfortunately, I didn't grow up with my parents teaching me these certain things as well. And, this business has just helped me overall in so many ways. And I'm so thankful for the knowledge I have now because now my future family, my kids, I'm going to be able to teach them things that I wish I would have known so much earlier than I started to know at the age of 19.
I love that so much. And it's so true. I can't wait to see your future family and to see what all comes, to start off with this knowledge and have this opportunity in your hands before any of that even happens. What about you, Emily?
So I'm going to bring it back to the energy and your focus. And it's kind of, relative what you were talking about, Ashley. I want you guys to ask yourself, do you know what's coming in and out of your bank account? Like, would you be able to tell me that right now? And many, many, many people don't do this, but this also, we're having these, these trainings for a reason, right? Because most people don't do these things. And it is so important to sit down and look at what is truly coming in and out. Are you budgeting? When your focus is on your goals, when your focus is, and it's not going to feel good either, right? So Ashley, just like you said, really sitting down and figuring out maybe any debt that you have or just the bills that you have truly, and finding ways that you can also save too. There's so many resources out there, but truly I can't express it enough. It's where your focus and your energy is. If you're going to continue to avoid something that makes you feel uncomfortable, it's kind of like a Band-Aid, right? And it's eventually going to come off, but it's not going to heal unless you take care of it, So really just, I encourage you guys to just step out of your comfort zone a little bit and do something that maybe you're thinking about right now that scares you a little bit when it comes to finances or maybe just goals in general. Put that thing on your dream board you're nervous to put on, or, face something like maybe any debt that scares you and find a game plan.
I love that so much. And I think it all just truly, you guys have both said this, and I feel like, it's something that I feel too. It's vision. You've got to have a vision of where you're going. The Bible says people without a vision perish. To bring us to a close here, I hope you guys have learned so much. I do want to leave you with something that actually our elementary school counselor told one of my kids this year. And she said, everything you do in life, you're a statistic. Choose which side you want to be on. And I was like, that is like mind-blowing, because it is so true in everything, wherever, whatever aspect you want to look at your life, we're a statistic. Choose which side you want to be on. So I hope that you guys learned something. I hope that we've helped you grow your money mindset. And we hope that you guys have an amazing conference, and we can't wait to see you all in person, hopefully soon.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
We do it better. Yeah, I wanna get it and I wanna give it. Yeah, we do it better than the competition. We do it better. We do it. We do it better. We do it better.
Hi guys! Hi! I'm so excited. So welcome to the Smart Stewardship panel. My name is Lachelle and I'm an ambassador Diamond. I've been with It Works for 6 years now, and I'm so excited to give you guys some tips about being a smart steward with these three ladies. And so maybe some of you are unfamiliar with what smart stewardship is, and so I'll explain. And these ladies are going to give some amazing tips and systems to help you as well. But there are so many amazing ways to make money within our company. But being a smart steward is not just making the money, but it's also responsibly managing that money through budgeting, through delayed gratification, through prioritizing needs versus wants, as well as honoring God in the forefront and giving back, okay? So we've also made a worksheet for you guys as a resource that you can apply this to your business as well. And you can take away so many goods from this panel and put it into your business and the way that you can become a smart steward. So let's just get started right away with Tiara. Tiara is a presidential diamond who's been involved for 5 years now. She's actually a former social worker. She's a wife and mom of 2 and recently paid off of one of her student loans exclusively from working from her phone at home. And so why don't you actually tell us a little bit more about yourself, Tiara?
Thank you so much, Lachelle. I am super excited about this. You guys, I started this business, as she stated, as a social worker. I went to school. I felt that I did everything right, but I always found myself wanting multiple streams of income. And I recall getting my first salary paid job and sitting down and having a conversation with my mom, because I felt that I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do with my finances personally. And so she asked me, she said, Tiara, have you been paying your tithes? And I said, no, I can't afford to pay my tithes, Mom. And she told me at that point that if you cannot afford to include your tithes in your budget, then that means you are living outside of your means. And that was honestly a shot to my chest, because I'm like, Mom, what do you mean? I always have been very smart about my money. So that was a pivotal moment for me. And it basically confirmed again that I needed multiple streams of income, which led me to It Works. This business has allowed me to give more, and it has also allowed me to live more comfortably.
Yes. And so for anybody that's maybe not familiar with tithing, can you kind of explain to them what it is?
Sure. So how many of you have ever felt in your heart that you just wanted to give? You felt led to give? Put a number 1 in the chat if that's you. I know that has been me before. And what I've learned is that the tithe is what you owe, a seed is what you sow. If you're not familiar with tithing at all, I highly suggest looking into Malachi chapter 3, verse 8 through 10, so that you can learn more and study it for yourself. In my own studies and research, I learned that there is no place in the Bible that really says how much in percentage we're supposed to give to tithing. But I myself, and I believe the ladies here, we've all been taught to give 10%. So if one question that I get often is, what do I do if I don't belong to a church? Like, where am I supposed to give? I'm going to give 4 different things that you can do. So 1, I highly suggest praying for guidance, because if you're praying for guidance, God will help you figure out what to do in that area. 2, if you're visiting churches in your area, you can give as you feel led in your heart to give. 3, you can also give to like different ministries. Here at It Works, we have the Gives Back Foundation, so that's a good option. And 4, if you're watching ministries online, you can always give to different ministries online too.
Yes, yes. Okay, so how has tithing and your business helped to have you operate in faith?
Okay, so I realized in hindsight, because hindsight is so amazing, right? I realized that I was operating in lack instead of in faith. This business finally allowed me to start adding to my savings. And if you've been able to add to your savings, put number 2 in the chat, let me know. This business allowed me to start adding to my savings, and I felt as though I was afraid to touch that savings, because I'm like, what if I can't put it back? I also was afraid to pay my tithes because I felt that the month was going to end and I was going to run out of money. That is exactly what the enemy wants us to think, you guys, like literally. And so we have to learn to operate in faith. And the way that you're going to strengthen your faith is to meditate on the truth. It is right there in his word. He says it so many places, but in Malachi, he says, prove me and see, won't I open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that you won't have room enough to receive from you honoring him. He also says that God will bless the work of your hands. So if you are working your business continuously, of course, he's going to honor his word. He's not man. He can't lie. Okay. And then lastly, it says that promotions do not come from anyone. It doesn't come from the left or the right. It comes from God himself. And so if he's blessed you with that promotion before, what makes us think that he won't put the money back? He's God. So
yes, amen to that. Okay, so I know that you have an amazing story. So how does this all relate all together? Like tithing, saving, bills, paying off debt, how does it all come around in full circle?
Okay, I want everyone to put your hand out like this. Y'all can do it with me. Put your hand out like this. One thing that my mom has always taught me is if your hand is closed, you're not going to be able to receive, and you're also not going to give. Okay, so I hope that visual helps you. As a double diamond in my business, I found myself in a place where I wasn't realizing, like, why am I not promoting? Why is my team not promoting? And there was a time where I felt that God was telling me to give half. And you guys, thinking back now, it's like, who else would it have been besides God telling me to do this? But I felt that God was telling me to give half of my savings, and I did not feel comfortable doing that. I was so afraid. And I now think back, like, what if I would have done that month? What if I would have done it? I gave comfortably that year, and that whole entire year I lived comfortably. I didn't want for anything, but imagine how much further ahead I could have been if I would have honored his word and just listened to him. And in that, I had a conversation with my mom. I'm like, Mom, I feel that God's telling me to give half of my savings. And she said, I don't know, but if you think of God, you better do it. And I still didn't listen, you guys. So if you ever feel led in your heart to give, please just give it. Understand that God cannot bless us with more if we're not doing with what he's already gave us the right thing. So make sure that you're honoring him and giving back, especially if you feel led in your heart to give. He will bless you even more. Everything works full circle. So if you're paying your tithes, those bills will be taken care of, that debt will be taken care of, you and your family will be taken care of, and those future investments that you want to make, they're going to be taken care of too.
Woof. Oh, you gave me goosies. You just have so much wisdom. God is clearly your CEO. Thank you for all of that. Thank you. You know, coming from so much lack of myself when I was growing up, when I joined this business, I was one of those people, guys. I didn't know what tithing was. I am so grateful that It Works has not only brought the Lord so much closer to my heart, but has taught me the acts within the Bible that reflect our integrity of making money in this business, and the fact that we are Christian based and we have the Pentecost and such an amazing culture of faith within our company. Like, just thank you so much for just telling us I need to go get more. And you just made me really feel it, okay? So let's go into Courtney. Courtney, yay, hi. So she's our presidential diamond. She has been involved for 7 years. She's a former elementary school teacher. She started this business as a single mom with only 2 kids, and now she has 4 kids, 2 girls, 2 boys, between the ages of 2 and 12, guys. So she is a busy, busy mom. So why don't you tell everybody a little bit more about yourself?
Yes, I started as a single mom. I was teaching. I had been thrust back into the teaching world. I had been home with my kids until that point. So really, I was living in a scarcity mindset. I was always fearful that I was going to run out of money living on a teaching salary, that I couldn't afford things, total mom guilt for working during the day, not having enough time with my kids. And really, I just wanted to give my kids the best life. And I really didn't know how to do that working on one income. I always thought that a teaching salary was going to be a supplemental income to another income. And here I found myself in my life being the sole provider. And I knew someone wasn't coming to rescue me. So I really had to save myself. And that's when this business, after prayer, came to me, got placed upon my lap. And I couldn't say no. I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew that I wanted to put my kids in extracurriculars, give them the life that they wanted. And so I started this business for gymnastics and karate, to put my girls in that, to just have those little extras in life that we all loved growing up.
Yes. So you have obviously had a money mindset shift. And so how has your money mindset kind of grown from being in this business specifically?
Yeah, so I think as a single mom, like I said, I was just always fearful. Is the money going to stay? Is it going to one day disappear? I always didn't get raises being a teacher. That wasn't always guaranteed. And I grew up with very limiting beliefs around money and around money mindset of, can we afford it? Is there enough after bills? And I really had to make that shift in my mind, in my heart, that yes, God wants to expand our territories. We have to have faith in Him. We have to have a place where we can be transformed in our mindset, and then He can step in and show us the way. And I realized we can't afford not to invest in ourselves, and we can't afford not to rewrite the stories of our life, to shift our mindset and to shift our life.
And I cannot wait for you to talk about this, okay? So investing in yourself, all right? So what does that look like to invest in yourself? And what kind of principles do you kind of follow to make sure that you're doing that monthly?
Yes, so I loved how Tiara started out with tithing, because I have been a tither for the past 2 decades and it has transformed my life. But I really didn't start following this principle until being in the business and really reading and learning and being a student. We have to learn, we have to read, and we have to take that information and make it a transformation. I love that, reading something and then transforming because of what we're learning, because we have to act upon it. So I like to pay myself 10%, and that can be used for many things. First and foremost, probably your auto shipment, buying product, being able to post about it, being able to have God expand your business by you showing Him that you're trusting in your business, that you are, dedicated to the product and to what you're doing. It can be on books, it can be on audibles, joining a mastermind program. For me, this year, I had a huge shift in hiring a coach, using my 10%, as my ranks have, gone up in the business, to use that for coaching, to change some limiting mindsets that I had around money, around leadership. And I will tell you, it has made a world of difference to be able to pivot more easily, to be able to shift what I'm doing. Another easy one is clothing. I never really thought of this, but picking out clothing, taking part of your paycheck and spending $100 on an outfit. It's going to make you feel good. You're going to want to work more, get up, put that on. I'm wearing some awesome jeans right now that just make me feel good, So not having that mom guilt and spending some money on yourself. It could be a pedicure once a month, a gym membership. So when you feel good, you're going to act as if you're, the way that you're feeling.
I love that. And I love that you mentioned, like, there are so many, you can think of self and you can think of hairs, you can think of nails, all that stuff. But I love that you mentioned products, because our products do make us our best selves. I have a personal weight loss journey with our products, and that, when you take care of yourself, then you do have to buy new clothes because the old clothes don't fit anymore. And that feels so good. Okay, so I love your discipline. So why don't you tell us a little bit about discipline? Like, I know that you don't live beyond your means, and even with promoting in this business, that takes discipline to not go from, zero to bougie. So how do you find that discipline?
I really set a goal for myself when I entered this business to always live as if I'm on my teaching salary. And that has really helped me to have that delayed gratification and things that I really want at the time, because I see other people getting, to know and ask myself, do I want this or do I need this? Drop a 1 if you've ever impulse bought something just based on a want. I have, and then I have that buyer's remorse, oh shoot, I could have used that for something for my kids, or I could have used that on, investments or whatever. So I always just ask myself, is this something that I'm wanting, or is this something that I really need? Is it an investment or is it an expense? And an investment is something that's going to give back to us, right? That might be a book that we're buying. That might be that coaching. Sometimes it is that new phone that you can take better pictures with, that you can, not have a cracked screen, whatever it might be. But a lot of times we can wait on those things too. I have an awesome story about me wanting an Apple Watch. I wanted it. I wanted to be able to track my steps. I wanted to be able to know when messages and emails were coming in if I didn't have my phone on me. And I had, a set goal that I was going to get it that month. And then last minute, I decided not to do it. I was like, you know what? No, we have a vacation coming up. This money is going to be used for that. I'm just going to wait. And you know what happened, guys? That month, I won a raffle. I won a team raffle. And I was not only able to get my watch, but I had a little bit of extra money for the trip. And I just know that that was God saying, you can wait for this. That long-term vision of knowing that he's expanding our territory, just not maybe that second that I wanted that watch, made all the difference. And he blessed me. And it just strengthened my testimony that he really is in every facet of our life. So putting off those impulses to buy, what is this doing? Is this going to be an investment? The greatest investment is in ourselves, right? So trying not to keep up with the Joneses. I had a real clear talk with God one day about that thought. We're always trying to keep up with the Joneses. They always say that, trying to buy the next best shiny thing, the new cars, the best house. And really what God spoke to my heart was that we do want to keep up with the Joneses, but not in those material things. We want to look into their mindset and their values. How did they get what they're getting? Don't look at the cars. Don't look at the house. Look at, what are they reading? What is their money mindset? What's their personal mindset? Have those mentors, have those people that are where you want to be, and delve into what they're doing to get there. And that changed a lot for me, of like, oh, we can't have it all, but we have to learn the things that are necessary along the journey. And sometimes we just want because we feel like that's going to fulfill a need, but really the need is, our growth through that process. And a lot of times that takes the delayed gratification for God to step in, for us to realize we need him in our life, for us to realize maybe he has us going on a different course. Maybe there's something to learn. So yes, I just love practicing paying yourself 10%. I know that's sometimes hard as a mom. I didn't do that when I first joined the business, but once I started doing that, it really changed everything for me.
Yes, you just gave me goosies too. Okay. All right. So this is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you so much for breaking down the difference between needs and wants. And you'll actually see on this worksheet that we made for you guys, this is something to take away too. We've put some formulas on there for you guys to be able to figure out your 10%. And we've also given you some tables where you're able to, with the self 10%, of writing what you want, but then judging, do you want it or do you need it? I'm not sure where I heard this, but I heard it recently. Things are just things. They don't make you who you are. And really, really thinking about that when you do want something. You wanted that Apple Watch. You wanted it, but it wasn't something that you necessarily needed right away. You stayed faithful to God, and he said, I am good all the time. That was such an amazing story. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so let's move on to what?
Oh, I wanted to
yes.
Just money follows responsibility, and the more responsible we are with our money, the more money that's going to come our way. And I know that that is true. I know that that's a true principle.
100%. Thank you for putting that in, actually. All right, Tamika. Tamika is a triple diamond. She's been involved for 6.5 years, and she's a former high school math teacher and soccer coach. Now she's a mom of 2. She's a fitness coach and a bow hunter, guys. Like, how cool are you? So cool. She completely owns her own time. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about yourself, sister?
Hey, you guys, I'm Tamika from Wyoming, and like Lachelle said, 6 years ago, I was teaching high school math and coaching soccer. I had my dream job. It's what I wanted to do since I was in 10th grade, but I found myself after a few years just really dreading going to work. I had anxiety. I was exhausted all the time. I wasn't a mom and wife that I wanted to be. And so after 6 years of teaching, I told my husband, I said, this is going to be my last year. I'm going to just be a stay-at-home mom. We're going to have to live paycheck to paycheck because I don't know what else we're going to do. And if we want anything extra, maybe I can babysit some kids, I can make something, or you could just work an overtime shift. And that would have to cover the extras that we needed or the things that we wanted to do. And that's when my high school friend popped into my inbox again and asked me if I'd be interested in making extra income. And I had told her no for months and months before. I was not interested. And finally, my time is right. And I just thought to myself, what do I have to lose? And to be honest, I wanted to try the Thermophyte X. That's the whole reason why I joined, is I wanted to be able to try that, to use that. But I knew I was going to have money coming in. So I needed to be able to make at least enough to cover that. And what I found is in this business, as I was coachable, as I was consistent, as I stayed connected, my paycheck was able to grow, and I was able to cover some extra things like our phone bill, some utilities, eventually my car payment. And growing up, we never had a lot of money, but one of the principles that I learned early on was that if I wanted something, I needed to make sure that I worked for it. And so to be able to use that principle in my business has really served me well.
Love it. Okay, so when did you start to just develop a really strong money mindset, especially from being a teacher? You were very happy there. So the decision of actually leaving must have been a bold decision, like truly from your heart and soul. So coming into this and, ranking up and everything else and being introduced to a new income that was continuing to grow, what have you done to develop a strong money mindset?
Yeah, so growing up, we really didn't have a lot of extra money. My parents were always in and out of work, and we never weren't taken care of, but we just never had the extra. And so when I joined this business and I had the extra, I wanted to hold on to it. Like, I did not want to spend it. I just wanted to put it in savings. So that way I didn't have to worry about not having it anymore. And this actually helped to develop a really bad relationship with money. What I've learned over the last few years is that money is meant to be free. It's meant to come and go. It's meant to go up and down. And when we have that close grip on money, like Tiara was talking about, it doesn't allow us to receive, and it also doesn't allow us to give. And so just letting money itself be that free entity to come and go into your life, and just have that realization that it is abundant. And so that's number one, is just letting money go, just giving it that freedom. The second thing is what I was telling myself about money. I had these self-limiting beliefs, these lies that I was saying over and over to myself without even realizing it. And I want to invite you guys to do this activity with me right now, because it's really just going to open the doors and unlock something in your money mindset. Okay. And so what are some of the negative things you tell yourself about money? I want you guys to put that in the chat. Okay. We all have them. We've grown up with them, or it's just stuff that we've just acquired over the years through media or through experiences that we've had. But a couple of things that I used to always say to myself is, I'm not fancy. I don't need nice things. Rich people are snobby and high maintenance. I'm a money hoarder. I have everything that I need. I don't need anything else. And that money's not important. And when we speak that way about money, guess what the universe does? It doesn't give it to us. And so I was able to identify those as lies and replace them with truths. And even now, when I find myself having negative thoughts, I stop myself and I make sure that I say out loud my truths. And so I can be as fancy as I want. I deserve nice things. Rich people are giving and kind. I'm smart with my money. I can have all of my needs and wants met. And that money is an important factor in my life. And so there are 2 books that I want to share with you guys real quick. The first book is Get Rich, Lucky Bee by Denise Duffield Thomas. And in this book, one of the things that really stood out to me is that I realized that money didn't always have to be physical currency. Sometimes money was people buying me a drink or buying my movie ticket or offering to purchase something from me. And in the past, I would always say no, or I'd feel guilty, or I'd want to buy them something in return. And I wasn't even being accepting of the money that was coming into my space. And so just learning to say thank you when somebody wants to purchase something from you. The second book that's been really, really mind changing for me is the book by T. Harv Eker, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. And in this book, he provides different affirmations that you can repeat about money. And this is something that me and my husband have actually instilled in our kids. I've got a 7 and 5-year-old. And every time we go to the store or we go out in public, they're always like, hey, Mom, can I get out of the cart and look for money? I'm like, sure, go for it. My kids are on their hands and knees. They're looking at your cash registers. They're looking in the nooks and crannies of the store. And I kid you not, every time they find money and we celebrate together. Like, I'm not that embarrassed parent. Like, we celebrate and we say out loud, oh my gosh, money's attracted to you. Everywhere we go, money finds you. And I'm so proud of my kids right now because they are saving for a trampoline. And so they come home, they're like, I'm going to put this in the family fund jar, and they're saving and working, and they're learning that principle that if we want something, we can work hard for it, we can save for it, and the money will come to us.
I love that. I actually read that book last year, and it's so good. It really does shift your mindset of just like the power of what you think, guys. That was an amazing, like, thinking about, you just had everybody put in the chat, you know, like some negative money mindset, right? And there's been so many times in my business where I haven't felt worthy of the next promotion. And it was truly like me, like having that, like, I don't know if I deserve that. I don't know if I deserve more. I've already been given so much. And I have had to shift my mindset so many times to be like, no, God would not bring me this far just to bring me this far. He always wants to give more. You are so worthy. And it's the words that you tell yourself, is how you speak to yourself, that has such a big power. Thank you for just talking about that. Gave me goosies again. Goosies all day. Okay, so we know that you're so organized. I got so excited knowing how green you are, okay? And so the worksheet that we made, guys, a lot of this is coming from her brain. She has amazing systems and how she stewards her money. So can you kind of go over some of your systems of how you steward and just give some really great tips?
Yes. So you guys know it would not be a training with me if I didn't give you some kind of system to help get you guys organized and set up for success. And so just like the other ladies have mentioned, as soon as I get income, the first 10% goes to tithing. Then the second 10% is going towards myself. It's investing my auto shipment, my e-suite, traveling expenses, books, things that are going to help me grow, because when I grow, my income can grow. So those first 10% things, you guys have it on your worksheet. Yes. Go ahead and make sure that you're filling that out and you're investing that, because it's going to be a game changer for you. And then the next part is your homework. If you guys have never done this before, you need to do this today. Okay, you need to figure out what your monthly expenses are. This is so, so important. When I knew I was going to quit my teaching job and I was going to be home full time and we were only going to live on one income, we needed to know how much was going out. So that way we knew how much we needed to make coming in. And so I want you guys to make sure that you use this worksheet and you fill out, you know, how much is your house payment, your gas or electric bill, your phone, your car payment, groceries, student loans, credit card payments, gas for your car. Like, figure out what all of those monthly expenses are and get your number. Okay. And when you do that, you're going to be able to call that amount into your space plus more. You'll be able to then start putting some into savings. You'll be able to put some into investments that are going to, you know, help you maximize your income. And then you'll be able to even give back more or have some in an emergency fund. And when I did this, it really, really helped me make a game plan. And now we're able to just pay for things in straight cash. Because like Courtney said, you know, we still, no matter what we make, we still live on that constant budget. And so we know what needs to go out. We know what's going to come in, and then we can go ahead and invest and save in other places. And, you know, when you do this, it allows you to live a stress-free life, knowing that you're being a good steward of your money. And so just one quick story, kind of like Courtney said, is a few years ago, I wanted to buy an iPad Pro. And I knew how much it cost. I wanted to get the keyboard along with it. And so I was saving my quick cash. I was saving my fast start bonuses. And I did not purchase it until I had the cash to pay for it in full. And when I was ready to pay for it, it was actually on a Black Friday deal. And so I was able to not only get the iPad and get the keyboard, I also got the pencil, and I had money left over. And so I just know that when we have that faith and we work hard, that God will always bless us in his time.
100%. Thank you so much. So, guys, and you're going to see on this worksheet, she has a space for you to break down all of your bills. This worksheet, we hope that is going to be so valuable to you. You know, stewardship is not just even managing money. It's honoring it and respecting it too. Okay, so we come from all different backgrounds, but you can clearly see in the foreground that we all deliberately honor being a smart steward in our business. And we hope that you guys have taken a bunch of goodies back that you can apply to your business, to your debt, to your savings, to your bills, to yourself, to your tithing. We hope that you leave this panel knowing exactly where your money is going to go from this day forward, and that you too become a smart steward. Bye, guys.
Ever feel like you can't get your workouts in? Are you spending too much time in the kitchen preparing healthy meals? Did you know that more than half of Americans struggle to lose weight? You're not alone. Start your journey today. You can lose 31 pounds in 90 days, shrink your waistline, and burn fat. With our results-driven products, Slimming Gummies, Skinny Brew, and ThermoFight X to the X, you can see long-lasting weight loss results. How, you ask? It's as easy as reaching for Slimming Gummies instead of a sugary snack. With Morasil, they'll help you shrink your waist, slim hips, and lower your BMI. It's as easy as switching your morning coffee to Skinny Brew, a fat-burning coffee that also curbs cravings. It's as easy as taking ThermoFight X to the X twice a day with any meal you can get. With a clinically proven weight loss ingredient, you'll lose an average of 31 pounds in 90 days. It's easier than ever to say goodbye to 2020 and hello results in 2021.
Everything and excited we get to be here. I'm excited that I get to be with you ladies, and oh my goodness, this is going to be great. If you have ever had a limiting belief that has blocked your business, which is almost everyone, drop a 1 in the comments. We are going to talk about how to overcome and how to smither out those limiting beliefs so that we can become the best selves that we want to be and actually excel in our business. And so I'm going to start it off. My name is Rachel Wiggum. I have been with It Works for 8 years, which is crazy. I'm an ambassador diamond, and let me tell you, this business has changed my entire life. I started this business as a single mom with a master's degree with a child in private school. If you have a kid in private school, drop me in the comments. My God, to be a mom paying for everything, it was a lot. It was just overwhelming. So when this business found me at a party, I said yes, because why not? Who doesn't need extra income? And so I jumped in, and guys, my entire life is different. Every aspect of my life, spiritually, physically, financially, it's all different. And here I am 8 years later as a mom with a full-time family, and we are expecting our 4th child, because that's what happens when you are at home full time with your spouse. And so it just is what it is. And I am just so excited that I get to be here. And I get to share so much with you, with these amazing ladies. And so go ahead and take it over and just take a moment and introduce yourself, Miss Christy.
Hey, I'm Christy Vines. I'm a triple diamond. I started my business in February of 2019. So a little over 2.5 years. Sometimes I don't even know what month it is, right? But when I started my business, my husband and I were separated, and we have 4 kids. And I was just in this place where I was stuck. Like, have y'all felt stuck? I was stuck emotionally, spiritually, financially. Spiritually, I was just stuck, but I was always looking for somebody else to save me. And what I found with this business, it was the perfect opportunity. And by saying yes, I found freedom in so many ways. My husband and I did get back together. And so this business has grown with us. But by saying yes, I've been able to help so many other people. And I'm so excited, not about what's happened, but about what's still coming.
It's so amazing. Like, what we're going to get to hear more about your story, but I am just so excited about that. So, Jessica, tell us about you. You are Jesus. Your story is the bomb. Share it with us.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to be here. So my name is Jessica Hidalgo, and I joined this business. I'm Ambassador Diamond. I joined this business in 2016. I had joined 2 times previous to that, but I had quit for one thing or another. It just didn't work out because I didn't work it. So this business has completely changed my life. When it found me when I was lost, scared, depressed. I had came to the United States when I was only 9 years old. At 14, I really didn't have a good relationship with my mom, so I ran away at 14. By 16, I got pregnant and I struggled to finish high school. I wasn't able to go to college. I didn't have that same opportunity. So I just felt like there was nothing going forward for me. So I felt very lost. When I found this business, I just felt so blessed. I didn't know what it had to offer then, but I'm so thankful that I said yes to this opportunity because it has changed my life completely in so many ways, not just financially, but also emotionally and spiritually. And I have grown, my circle with people who love and cherish me. And it just feels like such a big blessing to be able to give this opportunity to other people as well.
I love that. That is so good. Hey, if you were a single mom parent, or I would even say teenage parent, like drop a 1 in the comments because I was. So I get it. That's so amazing. And Jade Hooper, tell us about you.
Hey guys, my name is Jade Hooper. I'm an Ambassador Diamond, and I've been with It Works for 8 years. So for the last 8 years, I've been building my business completely on social media, like before it was even like really a thing. We started with just 1 child and now we have 3 kids. And before I started my business, I mean, we were like really broke, and I was broke my whole entire life, but we were hanging up sheets in our living room to keep the heat in. I was making homemade laundry soap and washing my clothes in the bathtub. I was doing all the silly things to save money, but never anything to make it. And when I found this business, I was at my lowest low, but after just a year and a half, we went Ambassador Diamond, top 10, and we just changed everything. We're just so excited to share with you today.
Oh my gosh, I get to be on the panel with these amazing women. Like, just even now, just hearing those stories, you just know that there's so much overcoming that has happened, not just in this business, but actually in life. And so we're about to pull up a chart here. Look at our chart. We're going to talk about pretty much overcoming limiting beliefs. Limiting beliefs are fears. It's exactly what it is. They're fears. And so I want you to look at this list of fears and tell me which one or ones are really jumping out to you. And I'm going to ask you ladies the same thing. What would you say is your biggest fear, your biggest limiting belief that you've had to overcome in this business? What would you guys say?
I think for me, mine is fear of rejection. Like, if people really knew who I was, like, they wouldn't accept me.
That's good.
I've had a lot. I've felt not worthy. I felt, not capable. I felt like I wasn't good at communicating. I felt like I wasn't a good leader. And because of the past and what I've seen from the family, right, I was also scared that I was going to push away any other women in my life that surrounded me. So all of that were my limiting beliefs.
So good.
I would say I definitely, a lot the same as Jessica, just this fear of not being good enough. And then when actually accomplishing the things that I never thought I'd be able to accomplish, not being worthy of having those things.
That's so good. And I think it's just the honesty of being able to look those things in the face, because I think it takes a lot to say that. Like, so many times you have these fears, but you won't face them. And I'm going to tell you guys, I've heard it a million times, but God can't bless who you pretend to be. And so in this moment, like, be okay with being vulnerable and saying, okay, you know what? I struggle with that. Like, that is a struggle of mine. And so we're going to jump into how to overcome them. Because once you address them and you say, okay, that's here. So it's like, okay, but I don't want it anymore. I want to move past that. And so, Jessica, tell us about how you overcame. I know you talked about not feeling like you're a great leader, not feeling like you're good enough. Can you tell us how you are constantly overcoming? So not just started to overcome, but it's a constant thing. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so it's a constant battle because you're never really done overcoming those limiting beliefs. They always find a way to creep back in. But one of the things that I start to do, like to work on them, is first you have to know which those limiting beliefs are so that you know what you're working with. Because if you don't know what they are, you don't know what you can fix, you know? So once I found what they were, I sat down, I read them down. And I also wrote down like the equivalent opposite positive for that. So I wrote them down as I am affirmations. And it's pretty crazy because I have a book for like manifesting and I am affirmations. And at the beginning of the year, I did this journey, right? To where like I wrote the 5 limiting beliefs that I thought I had and how I wanted to change them. And some of them were, you know, like I am not good at communicating. I am not a good leader. Like I am very insecure of myself. And I'm scared people won't take me serious because I'm young and dumb. So like I wrote down the opposite positive of it. And I wrote down like I am an excellent communicator. I'm an exceptional leader. I am the best version of myself and super confident of my capabilities. And people take me serious because I show up every day and they can see that I'm compromised or that I'm committed. So I wrote that down at the beginning of the year. That way I knew what I was working with and what I actually wanted to become. So when I wrote it down, there were like just, you know, random I am affirmations at the moment for me. But now I can say that they are truly true, that I have become that person that I wrote down.
That is so amazing. Like if you do affirmations, say me. And if you don't today, you need to say me because today you need to start affirmations. And I think that's so good because life and death is in the power of your tongue. And so what are you speaking over yourself? But Jessica, tell us about these showers. Come on, tell us about the showers.
So I have started doing a couple things to help me with my mind and my confidence. So one of the things that I started doing, I think many women, we really love hot showers. I love my showers like steaming hot to where like it almost feels like my skin is coming off hot. Drop a 1 if that's you too. But one thing that I started doing is that the last minute and a half, 2 minutes of the shower, sometimes up to 3, depending on how I'm feeling, I switch it up to as cold as the water can get. It is not easy. Honestly, my mind always tries to talk me out of it. But I just 5, 4, 3, 2 on it and do it anyways because I refuse to let my mind have that much power over me still. Like I am stronger than that. So I started doing that and it has worked for me so good because I start off the day like already having that first win against my mind. So like when anything comes over throughout the day, I already know that I am more powerful than my mind. And another thing that I started doing, it might just seem a little silly, and it felt weird when I did it for the first time. I'm not even gonna lie, it still does. It's like when I walk past the mirror, like I high five myself and I say like, you know, when I do something good, I also like tell myself I'm proud of myself for doing that, and it has really helped me.
That is so good. It's like being your best friend, right? Like being your own best friend. But who's gonna try the showers tomorrow? Me, I think about it. I think that's so cool though. Like I think that is amazing. And it is so mental. And so I'm gonna have to tomorrow, everybody let Jessica know how your shower was and how you just took control of your mind. That is so amazing. Thank you for sharing that. So we're gonna go over to Miss Jade. So I know you are the ultimate, it's perspective. It's changing the perspective. It's the reality of your truths. And so can you talk to us about how you've done the work, like some massive work? How about this? Drop a 1 in the comments if you follow Jade's YouTube. Yes, like change my entire business. Clearly I'm a Jade groupie. I have, because clearly I've been following her like my entire business. So get on the Jade train. But how did you shift your perspective? Because even in the midst of you sharing, you still were battling all these things. So talk to us about how you shifted your perspective.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that people have to understand, and Jessica even kind of said it, was that the fears don't go away. If we sit here and we wait for fear to go away, it will never go. And then all of a sudden we're sitting here we're just waiting, and then time goes by, and then we're feeling guilty because now we're trying to make up for lost time, and you can't. So the biggest thing for me was just having this moment with myself where I just kind of calmed everything, and I realized, okay, where is everything at? Why am I constantly feeling disappointed in everything? Because so many of our limiting beliefs, like, we have our day, we have our life, we have this journey that we're on, and the glass is half full. I didn't even mean to have that, but the glass is always going to be full to the middle. And it is completely your perspective on whether it is half full or it is half empty. And we're raised to think that our glass is always half empty. I mean, we truly are. We're always waiting for the next shoe to drop. So I had to realize that my expectation of how all this was going to go and how all this was going to look, what success was going to look like, because success is not a place. It's just a state of being. It's how you feel. Every single one of us can feel successful. It's not money, because as soon as you hit a rank and as soon as you hit that money goal, you're going to be like, well, why have I not made the next thing? I'm diamond now, but now I'm not double. You know what I mean? Like, we take that happiness and that feeling away from ourselves. And so, you know, for me, it was that not feeling good enough was just such a huge thing for me. And so looking at my reality and looking at what's happening and just trying to look at this from just completely different lenses, same situation, different lens. And so, okay, so here's my life. What's happening? Because when I started my business, I was 22 and I had 1 kid. Now I have 3. I want to be an amazing mom. I want to be an amazing wife. I want to be an amazing, just sound human being. So what do I need to do to make this happen? I was doing a workout yesterday, actually, and she said, the workouts don't get easier. You just get stronger.
Yes.
Chills, right? Like, what? And I was like, yes, that's exactly what we need. So what we have to understand is that if we just show up as our best self every single day, it's this constant evolution of time, and you stay consistent with that, who you are 30 days from now is going to be a heck of a lot better than you are today, but you have to start that. So I had to sit and look at, like, what's going on? What do I not feel good about? Get rid of all the stuff that actually doesn't matter, and look at, okay, what's really the problem here? Time management. What do I not want to do? What am I not dealing with? How can I free up space for the next week or the next month today? That's when I started meal prepping, because it took away stress. It took away fights. It made things run. I mean, just the simplest thing. I was healthier, you know, with our products. I lost 60 pounds. It was penciling in my husband, penciling in myself, penciling in my business, pre-creating content, like taking myself from just like, oh, I'm just doing the side hustle, to like, I'm going to be a stinking professional at what we do. I got big goals, more than anybody else that I've ever met. And so how can I show up for those things?
It's so good. So can you talk about your expectation versus reality? So
I think that I had to understand that how I expected this to go, how I expected to promote, that it wasn't going to be the same. I think every single one of us have to take kind of a second and look back at something in our life that was like amazing. But if I asked you how it all came together, you'd have been like, I don't even know. It just kind of like, it just did. How you got that one job, how you met your spouse, how you ended up getting pregnant, or you ended up being able to afford school. They're just miracles. No matter what it is that you believe in, they're just these things that came together. And so if every single day you just rise to the occasion of your life and your journey, and you just look at it in the best possible way that you can, and you just show up for that every single day, I think that I think the most important thing is that it's possible to be on a healing journey and to not be perfect, but still have success all at the exact same time. That's possible.
That is so good. And it's true. It's true. Okay. Like, everybody, you have 3 ambassadors here, but you triple diamond. Like, it is true. Like, it's very true. Like, you can be a hot mess and be an ambassador diamond. You can do it. I'm telling you, it's real life. I love being a hot mess. Like, I just love, I love it. So anyways, I want to go back to Jessica. That was so good. Jessica, tell us real quick about being in the midst of overcoming, but not allowing overcoming to stop you from being successful. Tell us about that, because that's what happens. Everyone's like, I gotta get my life together. And so now no power hours, no nothing, no events. Like, I'm getting my under construction. No, I'm under construction and signing a loyal customer. And tell us about that.
Yeah, so I have been on both extreme ends to where like it's just work, 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 and then it's just like, okay, it's time for me to get to know myself. So when I promoted to ambassador in 2019, I went from pretty much getting back my triple after conference and then presidential, and that very same year on June ambassador. So all of the sudden, I was like double diamond, getting paid as double diamond, and then I was ambassador. Our team exploded, which I'm very grateful for. But you know what they say, with great power comes great responsibility. And I was just not ready for that big moment or that big responsibility because, again, I didn't feel like I could lead a team of women that were older than me and that had more experience than me and that could talk better than me. So I was comparing myself to my own leaders, even though we had done this together. So I just didn't feel like I had anything to offer to them. I didn't feel good enough for my own team. I felt like they deserve a better leader. So I, at the same time, discovered that I didn't know who I was outside of the business, and I discovered that I didn't know how to communicate with my own family because I wasn't present when I was going through that run. So I decided to take a step back and just focus 100% on healing, on getting to know myself so that I could be a better mom, a better wife, a better leader. But what ended up happening is that, you know, my team, they felt neglected, like they felt like I had left them behind, and I don't blame them because that's exactly what happened. But I needed to take that moment for myself because I was feeling crazy with all these thoughts. So when I came back, I had a restructure, rebuild my team. I had to rebuild relationships, and I came back to that feeling of not feeling like good enough. I came back to feeling like I was in a hamster wheel, in that vicious cycle of like, I fix one thing, another one falls down, fix that, another one falls down. So what I ended up, like, my conclusion is I can't just stop everything else to fix one thing, because in life you will always have like one more problem, one more obstacle, like one more limiting belief, something that needs your attention, and you just can't stop everything to fix it, because if not, whenever you come back to all those other things, you're gonna feel like you're behind, and you don't want that feeling because it gives you that same feeling of not being able to, you know, not feeling good enough. So now I just I just rock my day with whatever the day brings me. I obviously plan my day, but I give myself some time to work my business like it is like a business. Like if I had to physically go to a job, how many hours would I put in? And that's like, I mentalize myself. I'm like, between this time and this time, I focus on the business and then on my family. But yeah, so.
That's so good. Thank you. So do both. You can do both. All right, Miss Christy. Okay, guys, just gonna give you a rundown. Y'all, Christy has, first of all, you can't even tell. She's lost over 100 pounds, has won every winner's circle. Like when I tell you, like overcome addiction, I don't even know if she said that, overcome addiction, so many different accolades in her life. But what she decided, and what was so crazy, all the things that were going through her head while she was doing it, what should really have stopped her. But she turned her limiting beliefs into her why. Can you tell us, like, how did you do that? How did it become fuel in the tank?
All right, so become a vehicle for that calling. And so what I had to do is I had to look in reality at, yes, I have this crazy story. Sometimes I felt like it was too real and too raw. The way that I defined success was looking at other people and thinking I had to look like that. Y'all, I ain't ever gonna look like that. I am me. You are you. And you have to own that and walk in that calling. And so when I did that, in reality, I saw God had given me a story. He broke those chains. He gave me a story to tell. And so all these reasons why not, all the reasons I could come up with why not, turned into a why, a greater why. And then almost a question of, well, why not me? And then a bold statement of why not me? See, why not me? I want y'all to say that. Drop that in the chat. Say, why not me? And see, when I say that, I'm able to move forward with all these dreams and see that my identity is a gift, and I get to act out of the fullness of that identity and go out. And so the even greater thing that happens with this business is that why not me can turn into a why not you too. And so these limiting beliefs that have held me transform into limitless opportunity. And the way that I chose to do that is just show up every day. I saw a premiere and I was like, I want to be there. I don't know how, but why not me? And so I started setting goals. Like, goals are very specific indicators of how I can move forward. They're measures, right? And so the goals for Winner Circle was, okay, I'm going to continue to work my business, but it was very focused. And goals are important, but goals are not the end all be all of success. Because what can happen is you can get so caught up. For me, I got so caught up in chasing the goals that I like forgot that success is just about showing up every day and playing my part, showing up for my customers and serving them with their health goals, being excited about the amazing products. I've lost weight. I want them to lose weight too. Showing up for my team and teaching them how to work simple tasks every day. You know, to me, that is what success is. And that I'm excited about the future. Yes, I'm a triple diamond. I'm so excited about that. But success is also not defined by rank. And it has just been such an amazing journey to see that my story and your story, it's yours. Own it. Own it. And your mind's just going to be blown. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh my gosh, that is so good. And so here's the thing. You have a worksheet right in front of you. I'm going to talk real quick about your circle, but use that worksheet. You're going to use it throughout this entire conference, not just today. Go through. When you hear other panels, write down stuff that is jumping out to you when it comes to things that you know you need to overcome. Like, use it. Go through. Replace those beliefs with something, with what you're going to replace them with. Like, take the time to do that. But real quick, before we hop off here, I have to tell you that hashtag your circle matters. Like, it matters. It matters. Isolation is not okay. You cannot isolate yourself in this business and believe that you're going to be able to overcome. God never put you in a position to where you're supposed to overcome by yourself anyway. Like, you need people. And then also, who are you listening to? Inside the business, outside of the business? Your friends and family may not understand, and that's okay, because that's why we are here. That is why you have this community. That is why you're at this event. We get it, okay? We understand. And so we are here to help you with that. Your upline, your sideline, whoever, corporate, like, that is a circle that you now get to create. You will find mentors. Like, I found Jade way back in the day. You'll find people who are able to pour into your life, and you may not even know them, but they are literally mentoring you day in and day out. And so your circle does matter. And I'm going to tell you, stay connected to your circle. If you go to church, go to church. If you don't, that's fine, whatever. If you do online church, just stay connected to it, because you're going to need it to overcome, to consistently build your belief to where it is that you desire. Like Christy said, you desire to go because you create your own definition for success. So real quick, before we hop off here, Jade, tell us, we have a task for you tonight. So Jade, tell us what this task is, and we're going to jump up out of here, and you are going to smother. You're going to just like these beliefs that are just holding you back.
So what I want you guys to do, and you can do it on paper, and if you're with like a group of people, this is like so perfect to totally you'll probably bawl your eyes out. I'm just like, disclaimer, so grab some tissues. What I want you guys to do is, now, if you're not an ambassador diamond yet, you will do ambassador. If you're already an ambassador, you can do double ambassador, black diamond, whatever it is to you. But I want you guys to basically write your ambassador diamond speech. I want you to imagine that it is whatever day in the future, and you did it. You went ambassador diamond. Your E-suite turned over. You gave it everything that you've got. You pushed as hard as you could. You worked so hard, and you're so proud of yourself. What does it feel like? Who is this affecting? What are you doing? You know, how is this changing your life? And I want you to write this out. I want you to stand in front of your friends, or maybe go stand in front of yourself in the mirror, even record this and reflect back on this. It'll change everything. But that's what I want you to do tonight. Grab a hairbrush and just talk to yourself and whatever you're gonna do. And I want you to write your Ambassador Diamond speech or Black Diamond speech.
Yay! Well, guys, this is so amazing. Thank you, Jade. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Christy. Thank you so much for sharing your hearts and just being overwhelmingly honest so that we can we're overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony. So thank you for your testimony. And we're so excited for what's coming at conference. And we hope you enjoyed our panel.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenny Thamir. I'm a presidential diamond and I have been in this business for over 7 years now. When I started, I was an overworked, busy new mom in a high pressure corporate job that was just looking for something for me. I honestly was just looking to join a community, and I saw that this was a community of strong women, and so I wanted to jump right in. But what I got from this was so much more. I've now been able to come home to my kids. I've been able to add a third son to our family. I've been able to contribute to paying off so much debt. I've been the mom that's there for school drop-off and school pickup, and been able to send our kids to private school and do the things that I always wanted to do that I never was able to do in a corporate job. This business has just changed our lives so much, and it's been such a blessing to us, and I am just so grateful for all the things that have happened and all the things that are coming for our team. And so I want to share with you some tips. So one of the tips I've been doing, I know a lot of you are doing host to post. So I view my host to post, everyone who posts for me, everyone who comments, every person that I'm adding to my network, they're leads. So they are leads. I'm not viewing them as just customers. I'm viewing them as leads. And so I'm asking every single person if they are interested in this business opportunity or if they've ever wanted to make some extra income. So I have been able to sign a lot of distributors just from asking people who are posting for me and people who've commented, who are interested in the products. I'm asking them if they also want to make some extra income while they're using the products. Another thing that I've been doing is with my TikTok. I've been making TikTok videos talking about our products. And so I'll talk about the slimming gummies in my video and have people comment, and I've been able to sign a lot of customers from that. So if you are doing TikTok, or maybe you haven't even started yet, or you're doing Reels, make sure you're also talking about the products, and you're going to be able to sign some customers from that.
Hallo ihr Lieben, ich grüße euch und ich freue mich wahnsinnig, für euch dieses Video aufnehmen zu dürfen. Ich bin gerade im Urlaub und ja, wer bin ich? Ich bin die Isabel Rönnecke. Ich bin noch Triple Diamond Leader in Deutschland, aber wenn sich in wenigen Tagen die E-Suite aktualisiert, bin ich definitiv Presidential Diamond aus Deutschland und ich freue mich wahnsinnig, euch zu sagen, wie ich diesen Weg gegangen bin. Seit 2017 gehe ich diesen Weg. Und das Allerwichtigste, werde das Produkt vom Produkt. Verlieb dich in die Produkte, schreibe deine eigene Wohlfühlgeschichte. Wir sind nicht einfach nur Verkäufer, wir verkaufen nicht einfach nur für Produkte. Wir verkaufen Lösungen, wir verkaufen ein Wohlfühlgefühl. Wir verkaufen Emotionen. Ich habe mich in die Produkte verliebt. Dank It Works habe ich mich in mich verliebt, in mein Leben. Und jeden Tag möchte ich sichtbar sein. Jeden Tag ist es meine Mission, sichtbar zu werden. Meine Mission, anderen zu zeigen, wie ich den Weg gegangen bin, was ich getan habe, damit ich dieses Leben lebe, was ich jetzt lebe. Ich bin die Lösung für jeden Einzelnen auf dieser Welt. Und mein Ziel ist es, diesen Lösungsweg jeden Tag aus unterschiedlichen Perspektiven zu zeigen. Du kannst Tabs machen, du kannst TikTok machen, du kannst WhatsApp-Partys machen, du kannst jeden Tag live gehen, du kannst Videos machen, du kannst Partys machen, WhatsApp-Partys. Egal wie, werde sichtbar und zeige Menschen, dass du da bist, um ihnen zu helfen, dahin zu kommen, wo sie hin möchten. Du kannst Menschen helfen, sich wieder wohlzufühlen. Du kannst Menschen dabei helfen, sich ein Business aufzubauen. Zeig den Menschen, dass du deren Lösung bist. Und das ist das, was ich jeden Tag mache. Jeden Tag stehe ich auf und freue mich, Menschen zu helfen. Und das ist meine Mission. Also ihr Lieben, ich grüße euch ganz lieb von Deutschland und bis bald, eure Isabel.
Hey y'all, I'm Alden Swindle. I have been in the business for 2.5 years. I'm a triple diamond leader with the business. I started fresh out of college. I didn't have a job yet. I'm a teacher. I graduated in January, so it was just a crazy time of the year. And I'll be honest, I didn't take off in my business for about a year. I wasn't serious about it. I didn't catch the vision quickly. But once I did, it was during COVID and our school had been closed. And so that's what really boosted my business, was just being at home and just working and just reaching out to people during that crazy time of year where they were all at home too. And what boosted my business so much was host to post. And I know everybody says that, but I have consistently signed 30 to 60 customers every single month for a solid year now. And I just feel like that is crazy to say, but it was kind of just a decision that I made. It's just a mindset that I have taken on. It's like, I'm going to sign my customers. And since the loyal customer bonus started in May, I have not missed a single week of earning that. I do it through host to post. I do it through following up. A big thing for me is I have people come to me because they know that I'm still posting. I have a lot of people who say, oh, I saw that you were posting about those and the girl that I used to talk to, she's not doing it anymore, so I just wanted to come to you. And so I just feel like that's the biggest thing, is you just have to be confident in yourself and know that our products are amazing, and that you're gonna see results from them, and that people are going to love what you have to offer to them. And people are not just buying these products, they're buying you. They want to know who you are, why you love this company, what it's done for you. So that is the biggest thing that I can tell you, is just to jump in, and it's going to change your life.
Hey y'all, my name is Stacy Hansen. I'm a triple diamond from Prosper, Texas, and I am so grateful for this business and for the opportunity to share with y'all. I joined last year in February of 2020. I had watched my enroller for far too long, and I finally decided that if she can do it, I can do it. So there I went. I started blazing a trail, and I've absolutely loved every minute of it. I am currently a triple diamond, and I'm so grateful for this business because it has allowed us to pay off a lot of debts that we had. It's given us more flexibility. I'm able to be a yes mom. We're able to give more, save more, and just do more as a family and enjoy life more. It's given us the freedom that we always dreamed of. It's caused me to grow in ways I never even knew I needed to grow. Today, I wanted to share with you about being consistent in your business and how that will help you sign loyal customers. Every day, you have to get up and work your business. Being consistent is the #1 thing to me to be successful in this business. Consistency breeds more consistency. That means we are doing our 6 list every day. We are posting, we are showing our business doors are open, and then we are doing our host to post. We are getting into as many networks as possible, and we are doing this every day. I know a lot of people take a Sabbath. I do as well, and that's completely normal. But making sure that you're working your business every single day, because what you put into it is what you will get out of it. Consistency is the key that will unlock your success in this business.
Hi, I am Sam Bowers, and I am a Presidential Diamond out of Pennsylvania, and I am so excited to share my tips with you guys right here, right now. I have been in this business for 6.5 years, and it is something that has completely transformed my life. Being very introverted, very shy, and from a small town, I did not think that this was something that I was going to be able to be successful with. I dropped out of college twice. I got pregnant with my son when I was only dating my husband for 2 months, and we just kept building debt and piling up loans and all of these things that we were unable to pay for, and I knew that we needed a way out. Doing something like social media marketing was something that I always thought I wasn't going to be very good at, so I kept telling people no thank you when they kept popping up in my inbox. But the best part about my enroller is she followed up with me for an entire year, making sure that she would check back in from time to time. And when it was that time for me, my right time to join this business, she was right there and ready to accept me with loving arms. So I know how important it is to make sure that you're following up with people on a consistent basis. I feel like oftentimes we get frustrated in thinking that the first time we talk to somebody is that time that they are going to sign, and we often forget how long it took for us to sign up ourselves. For me, like I said, an entire year of that one person checking in on me. So I make sure that I'm very diligent about writing down the names of people that I talk to every single day. That way I'm able to go back through my planner and check off their names to make sure that I've checked back in with them again. I want to be that person that comes into their mind when they're thinking about making more money or reaching their goals, whatever it may be, because I'm that person who makes sure that I stay overly present when it comes to being in their inbox. Obviously not too present, but just enough, because you never know what one follow-up is gonna be that one that seals the deal for somebody and changes their entire life. So make sure that you're consistent, make sure that you keep your list running, and make sure that you're checking back in with people, because you want to be that person who is there when they're finally ready to make that change.
Hey, It Works family. I am so grateful to be sharing this keynote with you. I loved my Q&A with Mark, and I learned something really important. The questions that Mark asked, the parts of Think Like a Monk that he resonated with and shared with me, showed me the incredible culture at It Works. It's incredible that you're going deep and talking about ego, that you're thinking about confidence, that you're thinking about how to live a truly meaningful life and make an impact. These are not often the questions I get asked or the things I end up talking about, but it shows me how incredible the mindset at It Works truly is. Thanks for welcoming me to the family, and I'm so excited to share today's presentation about branding you, talking about social media, content, and ultimately sharing your story authentically. I want to start off by sharing a story with you about an experience I had when I was about 7 or 8 years old. Now, I was asked to sing and perform a traditional Indian poem at my school. My mother had dressed me in Indian clothing. My mother had trained me in this hymn and this song, even though I had a terrible voice. And she was so excited and enthusiastic about it. And I didn't want to let her down. So at 7 or 8 years old, I walked out into the school assembly in front of all my teachers and the entire school. The crowd immediately started laughing just by seeing what I was wearing. Then I opened my mouth and I started to try to sing this hymn. They laughed even more. Tears started to roll down my eyes. I looked down at the paper because I forgot the words, because I was so nervous, and I couldn't read the words anymore because my tears had smudged the ink. Now, not only was I wearing something they'd never seen, singing something they'd never seen, I now didn't even have the words, and the crowd was just laughing profusely. To top it all off, my teacher walked onto stage, she put her arm around me and walked me off, and everyone laughed some more. That was my first experience of public speaking. Now today I travel the world. I've spoken to audiences of 10 to 30,000 people at once. I speak at some of the most incredible organizations and companies in the world. But if you had told me that at that time that this would happen, I would never have believed it. I would never have thought it was possible. Just around 5 years ago, I used to organize events in the city of London called Conscious Living. I would invite anyone that I was working with, anyone online on Eventbrite for people to attend these events. And I would do them every single Friday. They were free, I made no money. They were just because I really wanted to share what I'd learned throughout my time living as a monk. I'd learned so much about mindfulness, about mastery, about time management and energy management, about how to be focused and driven, about how to be truly present and effective and productive. And I wanted to share those insights. And every Friday, I'd be lucky if 5 to 10 people managed to turn up to an event to hear what I had to say. Today, I'm so fortunate that I have an incredible online community. Not only do we have an amazing community on social media. We have my podcast. We have readers of my book, Think Like a Monk. And I know so many of you have read that. Again, if someone told me 5 years ago that this would happen, I wouldn't have believed them. Why am I sharing this with you? I'm sharing this with you because authentically telling your story lies somewhere in between the pains you've experienced and the passion that you have. If you truly want to brand yourself, if you authentically want to express and communicate through social media, you want to find the center between your pain and your passion. What causes you pain in the world? What pains have you experienced in the world? What are the pains that you want to solve and help people with? And then what are you passionate about? What are you passionate about learning and sharing? What are you passionate about giving to others? If you want to find your authentic story, here's a practical piece of advice. I want you to think about one of the most painful moments in your life and what you learned from it. I shared a younger example with you earlier today. And I also want you to focus on what is it, or what is that time that you felt the most passionate, the most excited, the most enthusiastic. That will help you truly align your story. And those stories, when you share them, when you tell them, those are the stories that will help people connect with you and resonate with you. Stories about your pain and stories about your passion. Now, I want to speak about content because I really believe that a story needs to transition and transform into content that people can connect with. That is the key thing about content. It needs to resonate. I've created a 3-step formula to help anyone turn their story into profound, practical, and powerful content, and I'm going to share it with you today. The first step is understanding your genre of content. Now, I read a study that looked at thousands of viral pieces of content, and they realized there were only 5 types of content that went viral. I'll share what they are: adventure, comedy, emotion, inspiration, and surprise. Now, here's the key thing. Content that went viral again and again and again was content that made you feel one of these emotions. They made you feel a sense of adventure. They made you feel like laughing. They resonated with you emotionally. They inspired you, or they made you feel a sense of surprise. When you're creating a piece of content, ask yourself, how is someone going to feel after watching this video? How is someone going to experience it? That's what you want to place emphasis on. Notice how education, information were not there. Because an educational video may not make you feel something. An informational video may not be an experience. So whenever you're creating a piece of content, watch it and ask yourself, how do I feel and how will this make people feel? So choose one of those genres for your content. Mine that I've picked for a long time has been inspiration. The next step is to decide your role in the content. You could be a writer, a director, an actor, a speaker. Your role should be based on your skill set and your strengths. If you're incredible behind the scenes, you don't need to be in front of camera. If you're phenomenal at being the face, you don't need to be the editor. You may in the beginning do all of it, but as time goes on, you want to focus more and more on your strengths. I knew someone once who, whenever he was in a video, the views would drop and the engagement would drop. And whenever he was behind the scenes producing and directing, it would get millions of views. He was so attached to being on camera that he wasn't able to build an effective communication and connection with his audience. Know that your superpower matters. Steven Spielberg's not trying to be an actor, and you don't see some of your favorite actors going off to be directors or producers or writers. Sticking to your strength when it comes to your role is going to make sure that your content really connects with people. And the third and final step is choosing a format. if you really want to increase your influence on social media, it's very important that you have a format that resonates with people. Formats include interviews, vlogs, an adventure piece where you're about to jet ski, or maybe you're skydiving, right? What is the format of the video that people are watching? Is the camera following you around as you live your life? A format gives a repeatable and expected experience for an audience and something that they know they'll feel the same way from. So, I want you to pick what's your genre, what's your role, and what's your format. And I promise you, if you keep experimenting with that framework, you'll discover new ideas much quicker than if you keep trying to force yourself into being creative. And the third thing I want to share with you is some key practical tips and tricks around some platforms that I know you all use and platforms that I use as well. Let's start with Instagram. Now, Instagram is a tough platform to grow on as it's become more saturated. But here's the thing, good content always stands out. One of the things you have to think about when you're making content on Instagram is you want to use all aspects of their platform. They have IGTV, they have grid posts that are just pictures, they have their reels, and they have Instagram Live. Individuals and personal brands such as yourself that are using all aspects of the platform are likely to get more engagement and more views. Don't be afraid to experiment with how many pieces of content you put out with IGTV, Reels, and grid posts and see what performs the best. It's so important that you measure and look at the data of what's being shared, what's being connected with. On TikTok, I've truly noticed that the more is better. Posting 3 to 4 times a day may seem like a lot, but on a platform like TikTok, it allows you to scale much quicker. Also, tapping into trends that you're seeing flourishing is a great way of incorporating your message in a really subtle and clever way. And then I also want to share with you a quick tip around Facebook. On Facebook, it's all about watch time, and watch time changes. Sometimes it's between the 3 to 4 minute mark. Sometimes it's been at the 10-minute mark. Make sure that you're following channels that are really performing well on any platform and watch the length of their videos. Watch what they do in the first 3 seconds and take those as tools and insights that you can use as well. Overall, the way to grow your audience on social media is by sharing yourself authentically. And what that means is sharing your stories, sharing your experiences, sharing your journeys, all with a way that improves your audience's life. Ultimately, people follow people that improve their life in some way. Do you make people laugh more? Do you make people learn more? Do you make people live more? Do you make people love more? What is it that you're doing that is going to improve their life? It may be food, it may be health, but how are you adding your unique flavor to that experience? And by the way, a lot of us can get quite negative. We see everyone else's views going up. We see everyone else's followers going up and we think, why not me? Why is that not happening to me? And instead of looking at someone and comparing that way around, compare the other way around. Watch them closely and focus and think, what are they doing? Let me reverse engineer that. How did they do that? And here's a key technique. Don't watch what they're doing now. Watch what they did when they were at your stage of the journey. If they're on their year 5 and you're on your year 1, you can't watch what they're doing in year 5. In year 1, I made 1 video a week. Today, we post multiple pieces of content every single day. Don't measure your year 1 in your social media journey with someone else's year 5 or year 10. It will break your confidence and excitement. And instead of reflecting someone's success as your failure, look at their success as your research, right? Usually we see other people winning in their success as our failure, our rejection. But instead of that, look at it as your research, as your learning, as your way of growing. Remember, ultimately, more than anything, it's about developing a relationship with your audience. Whether you have 10 followers, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, reply to people's comments, get to know their names, respond to DMs, answer questions on your platform. The depth of your community is more important than the scale of your community. The depth of your community allows for a conversation. It allows for you to learn from your audience. It allows for you to serve them better. You can have scale without depth, and you can have depth without scale. and both actually feed each other. The more you grow in scale and depth, the more you're able to offer to your community and the more they're able to offer you back. I really hope that these insights support you in your journey of building your personal brand, of growing your online community. And remember this one piece of advice. You're only one piece of content away from impacting the world. You have no idea what that next video, that next post, that next picture is going to do, so don't stop. It's a law of probability. The more you try, the more likely you are to succeed. If you want to get better at anything, not doing it doesn't make you better. Just thinking about it doesn't make you better. Take action, and start winning. Thank you again, It Works family. Thank you, Mark and Cami, for having me. I'm so grateful we got to spend this time together. I look forward to doing lots more with you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for watching.
Hey everybody, it's so nice for you guys to take time to join me. We just want to have a chat really. And we just want to talk about taking a step at a time, a day at a time. These days are certainly very uncertain. And you've heard Mark mention in the past couple months about campers versus climbers. And we are climbers. If you're part of this company, we're climbing to new heights. We're reaching for things that we've never reached for before. But when you take a look at what we're in the middle of, there's never been a time in our history quite like this. Yes, there's been social unrest and political unrest, but we've never had the media sources and the social media that has literally polarized the capabilities for people to communicate, good, bad, or ugly. Everybody's got an opinion and they don't mind sharing it. And it's just such a different age we're living in. You don't know if the information you're getting is true or not. And I know I have never, and most people listening to me have never lived through a pandemic because the last one was in 1918. So it's definitely a unique time in our history. While we've faced some of these things before, we're just never faced this before in quite this way. And so sometimes it's hard for us when we don't know what the future holds. How much longer is the pandemic going to go on? How much longer are they going to open and close things? From state to state, it's different. From country to country, it's different. So honestly, just to take a step at a time, one day at a time, seems like a good goal for people. And when I'm looking at things in my life that I'm like, okay, how do I navigate this? I go to God's word and try to find an example of someone who is, they're on their A game. They're really rocking it out as far as what they're doing. They're living in the purpose that they have been called to live. And then something comes and tries to take them out. And I read Paul, and he definitely had a challenging time in his life. He was being persecuted for stuff that he was just a believer and sharing the hope with the world. And he was definitely meeting incredibly hard challenges at every turn. And now from prison, I love what he wrote because his perspective here just shows there's something about this guy that knows something that we need to know. He says, as a prisoner of the Lord, I urge you to live the life worthy of the calling you've received. That's in Ephesians 4:1. And then he went on because he was talking to fellow believers that they're afraid. They don't want to be thrown into prison. They don't know what the future holds. They're literally living in a fear-based environment. And if you think about today, a lot of people are living out of fear instead of out of hope. And so he gave some more advice. He knew that the enemy was definitely going to come for people. And so he wanted to give them something. And he went on to say and give clues to be completely humble and gentle. Be patient. Bear with one another in love. Make every single effort that you can to keep the unity in the spirit through the bond of peace. There's some real differences in the way that we're living our lives today and what we're hearing as to how to live. It's saying to be humble and gentle. That means you don't have to share your opinion at every turn. You don't have to be the loudest about what you think. We need to be more patient with one another. We definitely could do a lot better in bearing with each other their burdens, to try to have empathy for people. And then as far as it's up to us to try to make that peace, stay in that unity, because that just makes a good working environment. None of us just get to the top. We all begin at the same place. And depending on your age, if you're listening to me, you're still living, so your story is still being written. In a world where it's growing more and more acceptable to begin something, but it's okay to not finish, there's even a lot of times an expectation that you probably won't finish. It's a sad growing problem today. And I think about, why do people just quit? It's because things get hard, they get bored, a timeline doesn't go as they thought it would, success doesn't happen as quickly, they get offended. How easily is it in these days and times to get offended? You just see it constantly. People are just daily pulling out of what they were expected to do or what they said they would do. They just change their mind, they quit. And they go on to the next thing until, of course, that next thing disappoints them, and then they quit that too. Quitting is certainly habit forming and can become a pattern. And because it's so acceptable in our time of life that we're living in, it's just going to become a continual problem unless we literally make a dedicated effort to not quit. And maybe the worst thing about being a quitter is that your children, your team, the other people that you associate with, they're going to watch you give up and see that you're not really committed to, whatever you said you were going to do, and that it's okay to not be committed. It's not okay. Your word should be your bond, and what you say you're going to do, you should do. And the other biggest problem and hazard of being a quitter is that you quit before you get to the end. And so you have no idea what that great blessing is that's waiting for you or for your team. And so as you decide to quit, you could influence others to quit too, and they could miss the very thing that God has in store for them. Those who have a love for climbing, they do a lot of training, and the training is hard and vigorous. They also know in order to train and be safe, they rarely train or climb alone. The scriptures spoke directly to this idea, and I thought, boy, how this applies to the time of our life, our current reality in this world. It says, 2 are better than 1 because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls, the other one can help them up, but pity anybody who falls and no one's there to help them up. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. It's interesting that God knew that we were going to need each other. In this world right now, isolation is promoted. They want you to stay away from everybody. And yet that isn't good. One way or another, we need to have somebody in our lives that helps us, because he wouldn't have said if either of them falls down if that wasn't inevitable. Always somebody stumbles and falls, and it's so good to have someone encourage you to get back up or literally help you physically get back up when you need to. And so, you think about, what does school teach us in these current days? They don't teach entrepreneurship. They don't teach you to be a dreamer. And if you've been led into this opportunity, for many of us, the It Works opportunity is the first time we've ever tried our hand at a venture like this. We start hanging out with climbers, and it's kind of fun because you start realizing it's okay to believe that you were made for more, that it's okay to believe you were meant to live a life of impact, to have a great legacy to pass on. And so your journey begins. And for every single climber, there are successes and some learning curves and obstacles. There are people who have tried to climb the highest, hardest mountains. They don't make it, but they don't consider it a failure, because the next time the mountain has not changed. It's just your experience to get up that mountain has. And that's the same with life. But every one of us, we have this inner voice in our head that is constantly talking to us. And it's happened our entire life. And you can almost wait for it to happen in your own life. When family and friends are perhaps not supportive, that can start planting a seed in your mind. And you might start thinking to yourself, boy, you've never been there. Nobody in our family's ever been there. The uncharted waters. I don't know how to do this. I can't do this. I'm not worthy. As recent as the last winter circles, as people share testimonies, they would talk about they don't feel worthy to receive the blessings that they're receiving. And yet the very thing that makes us worthy is the one who chose us and gave us the purpose that we're living. We have an ability to feel selfish almost for placing that opportunity in front of friends and family. But you see in the Bible, when people had ministries, God sometimes said to them, I need you to leave your family behind and come and follow me. He has a great purpose. It may not be forever. It may be for a season, but if he's telling you to run with it, you have to have the courage to do that. You'll also have people in your life, and honestly, Mark and I have asked ourselves this question, when is enough enough? Why are you pushing so hard? Should I be doing this? Then there's always that bend in the road where you've got to literally be careful who you're hanging out with, because the people who have decided, you know what, I've gone far enough and I'm going to camp now, and they're definitely going to offer you a place to pitch your tent and stay a while, they're not the ones that you want to pull you up when you fall down. We see it day in and day out. The while becomes the destination. Hey, come camp for a while. And they never get up. They never stop camping. They just stay put. And don't get me wrong, there's absolutely times when the Lord tells us, you know what, you need to pause, to refresh yourself, to breathe, to enjoy the fruits of your labor, to be grateful. And it will definitely be a time that the Lord can use you to encourage the people you're camping with. Your life is like salt among the people. Scriptures say that, and that's awesome. The danger lies in getting too deeply entrenched into their mindset that enough is enough. It says in Proverbs 11:25, just the opposite of what happens when you decide to be somebody who pours your life out. It says, those who live to bless others will have blessings heaped upon them. And the one who pours out their life to pour out blessings will be saturated with favor. Saturated is incredible. It soaks up everything. He wants to do such incredible things. So as you're pouring out and you're really walking in the calling that you've received, it won't drain you. It won't deplete you. It will fill you up. And you know, it also went on in Matthew 5:13 to say, but if you like salt become bland, how can your saltiness be restored? Flavorless salt is good for nothing. Those people that have lost their flavor, I mean, you think about when you add salt to anything, you do it to enhance the flavors, to enhance what you're about to eat. If you put some salt on a steak, for example, and then you took a bite and there was no flavor to it, well, what's the point? You would throw the salt out. I don't know anybody who hasn't got exhausted at some point in their life, and especially if they're truly pouring out, but that's why it's important to take that time to refresh and refill and just exhale and take a break. But the choice to not quit has to be deliberate. Each one of us has to know what God's plan is for us. Because if we're not sure if we're walking in the calling that we're supposed to be walking in, we're going to really question and battle if it's really worth the climb. When people said, I'm not worthy, I don't feel worthy, I think of this verse because this is a verse God gave me when I kept feeling like I'm just a mom and a wife, and I really want to just stay that way. And yet I knew I was being called to more. And this is the verse that really spoke to me. We are like common jars of clay that carry this glorious treasure within, so that the extraordinary overflow of the power, his power, will be seen as God's, not ours. Though we experience every kind of pressure, we're not crushed. At times, we don't even know what to do, but quitting is not an option. 2 Corinthians 4:7-8. Now think about that. He knew we were going to feel this way, but if we are willing to be like jars of clay, molded and made into his perfect, thing that fits exactly where we need to go. And also, it's not for our glory. It's to show we know it's not from us. It's a perfect opportunity for us to show this is God's power working in me. And then he knows we're going to feel pressured, but he says, don't worry, I won't let it crush you. And it's interesting because he even knew to say, you're going to feel at times like quitting, but quitting is not an option. If that weren't so, he wouldn't have put it in his word. We have to be careful and mindful to not unfold our tents at the uncomfortable places. Some warning signs that I've seen of people that are about to chuck it, and for the wrong reasons, is they start becoming entitled and an arrogance sets in. Or they become complacent. They rest in what they did yesterday and they still want to be rewarded for that. And yet, yesterday's rewards are great, but you have to keep pressing on. People become unteachable I see pride really start shining through, and they aren't teachable anymore. They stop being passionate about what they've been called to, and they forget the why. Good is the enemy of the best. So many times we're like, my life's not bad. But God doesn't call us to not bad. He calls us and tells us he wants to give us exceedingly abundantly more. That is the best. He would not give you just okay. He wants to have the best. And if you have children, you want to give the very best you can to your kids. You don't want them to, you know what, I could have gotten you this really nice coat, but I gave you one. This is a good coat. It'll keep you warm most of the time. That is not what we would want for our children. And certainly our Heavenly Father doesn't want that for us. We have an amazing story being written by the one who is the author of our story. But it's not our final chapter. And that's what we have to constantly keep in mind, that whatever season we're in, it's a season and the next chapter will come. What our future is all about is dictated by our words. There is a verse in God's word. I heard it literally a few weeks ago and I was like, whoa. It says, my tongue is the pen of a ready writer in Psalms 45:1. Another translation reads it like this: like a river bursting at its banks, I'm overflowing with words, spilling out into this sacred story. Wow. That everything I say is part of how my story is being written. The power of our words is incredible. One of the best disciplines to continue to believe and follow the plot that God has for our story is to remember, what has he spoken to us in the past? I often have to remind myself, what have I heard? I have to contemplate what opportunity I'm entering into. And I will just pray to him, Lord, what did you say to me? Remind me of what you spoke. And is it still what you want for me? We definitely have times when it's hard to accept a situation, or we're stepping out of our comfort zone so far that we are hoping maybe that he's saying, no, that's not, you don't have to do that. But if we're bold enough to ask him and then go where he's leading, he'll give us every single thing we need to handle what he's giving us to do. He's so sovereign, and we have to remember that. This isn't my will that I want. I really do want his will. My life has been lived long enough now that every time I want my will over his, I made the wrong choice. He has got the most capable, mighty hands to do for me and in and through me what I never thought possible. But we do need a real good support system, those closest to us to support our dreams, to help us to believe way beyond what we can see. So daily, I'm constantly in God's word, because I have to know, what does he say? Not what does the world say, not do what I say, because I will say that I can do much less than what he tells me I can do. I have to daily claim his word, and I have to say them out loud. And now, even more than ever, I'm saying these scriptures out loud because my pen is my tongue. So what I'm saying matters. We have to guard our heart too. What influences are we letting press into us and get us to think things that are the right thinking or the wrong thinking? Our lives and the way that we live it are a great display of what lives within our heart. And if our hearts are right and we're guarding them and protecting them and keeping them close to the truth of God's word, that's great. And we do that by what we listen to, by praying, by praising, by being grateful. But if we're not careful, every single day, all along the way, Satan's going to try to hijack our mind. There's a true story in the Bible about when Moses sent 12 spies into the promised land. God had promised them, this is where you're going. This is what I'm going to give you. So 12 spies get sent in to look and see what the Amorites, how big are they? Where are they at? Basically scope it out. And do you know, 11 of the 12, all they could see was obstacles. Fear gripped their heart and they were like, we cannot overcome the Amorites. But Caleb said, wait a minute, my God is bigger. And God promised us that that's our land and we can take it. It's a land flowing of milk and honey and it's green and lush. And he spoke of all that he saw that was so good. But the other 11 convinced the rest that they couldn't do it. And do you know that literally scripture records not one except Caleb saw the promised land. God said to him that he and his children is who he was going to give the land to, but not anybody else, because Caleb believed with all of his heart and soul that what God said would come true. And then it goes on in Romans to say, hey, we are convinced that every detail of our lives is continually woven together to fit into God's perfect plan of bringing good into our lives. For we are his who've been called to fulfill his design purpose. And honestly, if God is determined to stand with us, tell me who could ever stand against us? But do we really believe that? Are we like the 11 or are we like the 1? Do we believe and remember everything God has done for us? I mean, if you think about everything that God had brought them through, to splitting the Red Sea, to providing meals for them every day in the desert when there was no source of food but by the hand of God, and on and on and on, he provided miracle after miracle. They forgot all that, and all they could see was the fear. And in our society today, the fears that are out there of the pandemic, of political unrest, of social injustice, that can get us so afraid of what if, that we can get paralyzed. We cannot let ourselves live that way. We have to claim and remember the promises of God and his faithfulness. That power of God is not just something that is out there. It lives, if you're a Christian, it lives within you and you have access to it, and it's mobile. It's with you every single day. The entire book of Psalm 139 is my go-to. If I'm having a bad day, or if I feel myself just being out of sorts, anytime, Psalm 139 in this book will get you thinking correctly, because it just talks about all the promises, and it will help you to get off of the campground and get back climbing into the life that you were called to. You know, it's a powerful weapon that he gives us, and it's faith. Faith to literally begin taking that next step. We don't know what the future holds. I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds it, and you do too. And you need to remember that that's all that matters, is who holds it, and that he'll get you through. We need to keep moving. If nobody else in your group, like Caleb, will go, put yourself with some new climbers. Find other people to support you and move. I know some of you have talked about your downlines kind of disappeared, and so you connected to a sideline, and that became somebody who you could climb with. Wise move so that you could keep going forward. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, and I was going to bring it with me, but the number one thing that we never let run out of battery is our cell phones or our electrical devices. We keep a power plug in our kitchens, in our cars, by our bed. I mean, they're everywhere. We take them to our offices. We never let the power of our cell phone run out. Well, what if we were so diligent to also make sure that we plugged our power source of our heart and our mind and our soul into the very power source, which is God, every day? If we were more mindful of that than we were of our cell phone. I mean, for goodness sakes, if somebody leaves their cell phone at home, 99.9%, if not 100%, flip around and go back and get that, because they can't imagine going through their day, even if they're going for a half hour without that cell phone. And yet, if we forget to begin our day with the Lord, what do we do? Well, we could very easily make it such a priority that we get in our car and we could check our playlist so the right music is playing. We could check the podcast list so we could put a podcast on and listen to his word filling us up. The reading materials that we're reading, we need to be careful what we're reading and who we're listening to. Remember, your tongue is your pen. What goes in comes out. You think about kids, and when they're around a group of kids that are not a good influence, wow, what you start hearing from your kids' mouths are like, oh my goodness, or the music they're listening to. You have to be so careful what your kids are listening to. Well, it's the same for us. We're not immune to that. What goes in will come out. And it's so easy to cast that off. But at the same time, we have to remember, we're going to go back to this we get to not allow others to control our power. We get to pray with an open heart. And if some changes are needed for you to move to that next level that God has for you, well, make the changes. We can change relationships, routines, priorities. The power, like your cell phone, is not the problem. It's whether you plugged it in. So the power is not the problem on God's end either. Are you plugging into the source? If you're not feeling his power, if you're not feeling that hope, you need to maybe readjust some things. We thank God for giving us the victory as conquerors through our Lord Jesus Christ, the Anointed One. Now, beloved ones, stand firm. Now is not the time to get wobbly on what you're going to do. Be stable and enduring. Live your lives with an unshakable confidence. We know we prosper and excel in every season, by serving the Lord, because we're assured that our union with the Lord makes our labor productive with fruit that endures. You know, we get to make choices every single day. Some decisions are harder than others, but together with God guiding our path, we get to climb to heights and have views and perspectives that we haven't yet even dreamt of and that only he can give. Remember, like the story of the 12 spies also, your decision doesn't just affect you, it will affect your children and your future generations and those people that you've brought along the way. In a culture that tends to glorify endings and finish lines, it's common in our microwave society to want to rush into that finish line. We want to strive so hard, and we don't want to give thought or appreciation for what can be the most essential part, which is, how did I get where I am? I want you to think about Paul in his life. How did he stay so focused and clear-minded, full of hope and gratitude, regardless of where we were? He was in prison, but you never heard a negative word from him. He stayed so close to his Father. The journey we take from this part of our life to the next will determine how we grow and the impact we have. While it's so natural to want to camp or drop anchor in a place that suits us for a while, at some point our bodies are made and yearn to move. So I just want to encourage you, with the group that you're with, by yourself, take some much needed time, ask God to give you a fresh vision, to speak a word into your soul, to give you the courage to go wherever he's marked out for you. Even though he doesn't know, you don't know necessarily the plans he has for you, you know that they're good. Let's close in a prayer. And again, I just thank you for giving me time to speak into your life. Father God, I thank you so much for how you love us personally, and that we walk daily in the knowledge of knowing that you have a depth and an insight for us that we can't even begin to think. I pray that you will help us to be climbers, and that we will go where we haven't dreamt of going, hand in hand with you. Help us to not deny the power source that is right there for us, and help us to be salt in a world that needs it. We love you and we praise you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hi guys, I'm Cheyenne Knox and I'm Morgan Martin, and we are so excited to be talking to you today about branding and starting that to create your influence. I joined the business 5.5 years ago when I was a broke 18-year-old high school student with no idea what I wanted to do with my future. And I was casually scrolling through Instagram, came across this business, and immediately knew that I needed to be a part of whatever this girl was a part of. And, you know, after getting started, I was super afraid of failing just because I was so young. I had never done anything like this before. I actually didn't even really know what network marketing was. And I jumped in without knowing what a single product even was that I was going to be promoting. I just needed this to work. And over the last 5 years, it's impacted me in so many ways, and obviously hugely in financial. It's changed my life in every single aspect. It's created this incredible community of women that I get to empower and lead every single day. I've met the most incredible friends that I would have never known if it wasn't for this business. And it's just added so much value to my life that I truly don't know what I would do without this business.
Yes, and I joined this business about 7 years ago, and similar to Shay, I was a college student. I was broke. I was living less than paycheck to paycheck, putting gas and groceries on credit cards. Saw this girl on Instagram, and I was scrolling through. I saw her stuff. I was super skeptical. I didn't think I had enough time to do anything like this. I was a full-time college student. I had 2 jobs I was working, but I knew that something had to change, and I couldn't see myself being in the same position a year from then. So I just joined the business, and I said yes. And because of this business, like Shay said, it's changed everything for us financially, but it's also given us the most incredible freedom to be able to do this stuff, to travel, to go different places and experience new things. And it's brought the most incredible friendships in the community. And I just absolutely love everything this business has to offer. I'm the healthiest that I've ever been in my life. And I'm just thankful for this business and what it's done for us.
Yes. And so we have built our businesses completely on social media. And something that we have utilized is building our own brands. We are best friends and we work this business together. We're not on the same team, and we've been able to build incredible businesses based on who we are. And so we hope that through this panel, you're able to learn and utilize these tools to create your own brand. And so what is a brand? This brand is just basically your identity. It's what people think of when they think of you. When I think of Morgan, I'm going to think of this, 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 and this. And when I think of me, I'm going to think of this, 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 and this. And it's things when people are out and about, they're like, oh my gosh, Cheyenne would love that. Oh my gosh, this is, this makes me think of Cheyenne. And so these are things that when people think of you, this is what they're going to think of and help you build that brand for your business. And really, ultimately, what this is going to do is create relatability for you, so that people are going to make that connection with you, because at the end of the day, people are going to buy you before they buy into the business opportunity or the products. It's that question of why are people going to buy from you over her or me or someone else in the business. It's that, established brand for you. And just that importance of understanding that when you get that out there and you share who you are and you share your heart, these people are going to follow along with your journey. They're going to see about your kids and your family and your husband and the things that you love. And that's how I've created almost this like culture within my Instagram of people that they're my friends. They're people that I've never met in my entire life, across the country, across the world, on my social media platform, simply because they know who I am based on what I've put out there on my social media. And so we're super excited to share this with you. And I know Morgan is super incredible at this as well, because she works super hard on attraction marketing. And so why don't you tell them a little bit about that?
So I love what you said about them buying into you before they buy into the products. And that's so true. But you have to remember that when someone that's not in this business yet sees your page, they can't relate to anything business related yet, because that's not who they are. It's not a part of them yet. They're going to relate to what? They're going to relate to your family, your friends, who you are, what you eat, what you love, where you shop, TJ Maxx, you know what I'm saying? They relate to that stuff. That draws them in to want to see what you're talking about. And that includes the business, that includes the products. So when they are relatable, or you're relatable to them and they relate to you, they're going to reach out to you about the products. And so we use this for enrollments. And so when people ask me where I get so many of my enrollments, of course, I'm using Host to Post. If you're watching this online, go ahead and just drop a 1 in the chat if you love Host to Post. I get customers all the time from Host to Post. Shay does too. But how cool would it be if while you're doing Host to Post, you're getting a couple of DMs every day of them asking you about the coffee and them reaching out to you as well. And that's what we get because we just show our brand. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like and how to do that. But I wanted to show you really quick a couple of our different slides to kind of show you what this looks like on a day-to-day basis. And I want you to be intentional about this, but you're going to think about things that you love, things that you do on a day-to-day basis, what your family looks like, all the stuff that you eat, those things like that. So we're showing you different slides from our Instagram story, boomerangs that we show, different funny moments that we have that happen to us, unfortunate events that happen to us, okay? Y'all know all about that in our life, but these are some examples of the stuff that we post on a day-to-day basis, and we are very consistent on our Instagram stories. And one thing I want you to remember is as you're building a brand, it does take time. People are going to have to catch on to the similarities that you have every single day, and they'll be like, oh, she always loves Mexican food, she always is eating Chick-fil-A, she always posts about her dog, and it takes a while for them to catch on to that. But if you stay consistent, I can promise you that you're going to have a brand, and you're going to have people who are attracted to that brand. And that's where you start bringing in people who are more like you, and you start bringing in a team of people who have the similar interests as you. And I think of Sherry Lynn, we hung out with her team a couple of weeks ago, and whenever you think about her team is very similar to her because she has a brand. She knows who she is, and she posts like that on social media. And I am not Sherry Lynn, and I am not Cheyenne Knox, but I have my own brand, and my people are like me. And so that's what we want to talk about. So let's talk about, like, if you don't feel like you have a brand, a lot of us feel like that. I know you might be like, well, I don't have a fun life. My life is just kind of boring. I don't have a family, or my family's not exciting. Let's talk a little bit about that, because we had those feelings too when we started doing this, and we just got creative. So
yeah, so like I said, when I started, I was 18. I had no kids, no husband, no dog. I hadn't really established what I even wanted to do in life. And so when I started sharing on social media, media, back when I started, we used to post like 5 or 6 times on Facebook. And I'm like, I can barely post once. I don't have anything to talk about. And so I just started getting really creative, and I started to understand that it doesn't have to be significant, massive things that you're posting about. It's the little things, because you have to understand that there are moms that are staying home with their babies every day and feel the same as you, because a lot of times mothers seem to lose that identity of things that they love because they're just at home all day. So you have to understand that if you're a stay-at-home mom, or if you're a mom, you're posting about your kids, and that seems like it's not as significant and crazy, but it's relatable. That's what we want you to understand about this. We live this life now, and we travel, and we do all these things, but this is not what my life looked like 5 years ago at all. And so what I started doing was, if I went out to Taco Bell, I was going to post a picture of my Taco Bell, because y'all know how much I love that. And I would literally just post my order on there, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, I love this. This is what I get too. And I started connecting with people over a fast food restaurant, you guys. And then I started going to Hobby Lobby and Home Depot, and I started understanding that I really like to decorate. And so I started sharing, I would go in the store, take pictures of like canvases and stuff that I liked. I wouldn't buy them because I couldn't afford them yet, but I just was sharing things that I love to do. And then that's when I found kind of my little bit of addiction to TJ Maxx, and I kept going to TJ Maxx over and over. And so I would post that on my stories, and I would post that on my Facebook and say, look at what I got, or should I get this or this? To where I was building those relationships and really growing my brand in those things. So I want you to think about those things, and we're going to have so many resources for you throughout this panel for you to really establish that brand. But I just want you to sit and think about the things that make you who you are. And it can be something insignificant like TJ Maxx or Taco Bell, or maybe your favorite restaurant. And it's your kids, your husband, and letting people in on those aspects of your life that you so deeply care about. When I think of Morgan, I think about Nala and how much she loves her dog. And it's really all about her dog on Instagram. She does have a husband too. But it's about her husband. And now she has a baby on the way. Like that's her life, and she lets people in on that. And I now, I have a salad that I share from Chick-fil-A, and so many people will go to Chick-fil-A and tag me in their story over a salad, you guys. So it doesn't have to be some crazy significant thing. And I know where it feels like when you feel like you don't have that brand, but that brand is going to grow. I really challenge you to get out there and stretch yourself and figure out those things that you absolutely love, and just start sharing them. And you'll realize, like, I have a girl on my team who loves playing video games, and she started sharing that and found a lot of people that love to play video games too. Like, it's whoever you are. Don't try to be anybody else. Don't try to be me or Morgan. Don't try to brand yourself with something that's not you, because that's not going to feel authentic. We want you to be authentic and be 110% you. And I always tell my girls, I want you to post like you did before the business. Post all the things that you love, then take all the things about the business and integrate them in together. We don't want you to change anything about who you are. We don't want you to try to post like me or anyone else. Post like you, and do that every single day. And pretty soon you'll look back and say, wow, this is my brand. So much so that it's in my bio. And now everyone knows I'm obsessed with TJ Maxx. That's just how it goes. So we want to talk to you about this as well, because we spend a lot of time together. We spend a lot of time traveling, hanging out with friends. And we know, especially with it being summer and, the end of the year, like, things get crazy with holidays and birthday parties. And so we want to talk to you about what being intentional can do for your business and for your brand.
Yeah. And so what I love that she was talking about, did you notice that she didn't say, change your whole lifestyle, go spend a lot of money so that you can create a brand? She's talking about using the things that you do every single day already, but just being intentional to share them. Yes. So whenever I was thinking about this with my team, we actually came up with a list of questions, and we've added them to a worksheet that we're going to give you as a PDF so that you can download that. You'll see the resources there. But one of those questions is, if I were to come to your house and I jumped in your car, based on what you know about me, if I said you can take me to 2 restaurants, which 2 restaurants would you take me to? Probably a Mexican food restaurant and a Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
So, because I post about those. Are you eating food every day? Yes. Yep. You just have to start posting about it, because then people start to catch on to all of the things that you love. If Ashley Mayfield jumped in my car, where would I take her? Sushi. Okay, because she loves sushi. It's part of her brand. That's what she loves. So I know that she's posting about that consistently. I'm eating anyway, so now I'm just posting about it. That's what we mean when we're saying be intentional. You're going shopping anyways. You're getting stuff for your house. You're decorating and doing these things. You're buying kids clothes. Start posting about that stuff. Just be intentional. So one thing that I love to do, I'm a big planner. Okay, I love to plan, because I feel like, and Cammie says this all the time, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Yes.
Especially in the summer. I have a baby coming in November. I know things are going to get hectic. So I'm planning now for what that's going to look like and how I'm still going to work this business, because it's not an option for me. It's not negotiable. So what can I do to make sure that I am getting all the stuff done that I need to do, that I'm building my brand, that I'm sharing who I am? I came on this trip. I didn't know what that trip was going to look like. I had an idea of a couple of different things we were going to do, but I didn't know day to day a schedule of what we'd be doing. And especially now, I don't know what we're going to be doing. And so, but I have a plan. So before I came here, I put in my notes on my phone. There's no app. It's just the notes app on your phone. You have one no matter what phone you have. So I jot down the day of the week and I put Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever. Saturday is my Sabbath. So that's very minimal with my content, but other days of the week, I'm intentional. So if I know that one day I'm going to be going to the mall and, you know, I'm going to do a try on haul, and I post those on my Instagram story and they get so much interaction. I do a poll and I say, love it or leave it. And I don't care what their opinion is. I'm going to keep it if I like it or not if I don't. And you don't even have to buy the stuff. If you go to the mall, like she said, you might not have the money to buy the stuff. Go into the dressing room and try them on anyways, and then do a little poll. You know, it doesn't have to be anything that you're buying $300 worth of clothes to do this. This can be really simple and cheap, but it's something that you were going to do anyway. So if I know Monday I'm going to the mall, I'm going to write that down and I'm going to say a try on haul. I'm going to put food on there. Why? Because it's something that I love and I know I'm going to eat food that day. Do I know where I'm going to eat? No. Do I know what I'll be in the mood for? No. But I know that I'm going to eat, so then I can post about food. We did that yesterday. I knew I was going to go eat somewhere. We actually went to a super cute restaurant, so I ended up posting about that because I had it on my list of things to post about that day. And then I also will add in like an opportunity post. Tuesday, maybe I'll say I'm going to do a cleanse post, and then I'm also going to post about my dog, and then I'm going to post an interactive post about being pregnant, and I'm going to post something about that. Why? Because that's my brand, that's who I am, and it all meshes in together. So on that worksheet, you're going to do that too. You're going to plan out your week. You're going to plan out the days. You're going to use the tools that we've given you, those questions that we asked. We're going to give you the different pillars. Figure out who you are. I'm a wife. I'm a dog mom. I'm a boy mom to be, pregnant. I have had a miscarriage, and I also love the Lord. Those are 5 of my pillars, and there are more to that, but those are the big ones that I talk about a lot. And so I'm going to share things about those every week, something about each of those every week. I love food. I love, you know, Mexican food and Chick-fil-A and all those things. I'm going to post about that too. But then I'm also going to throw in a cleanse post, a gummy post, an opportunity post here and there in between those, so that they see who I am, but they also see what I have to offer, because people want what we need. They need what we have, but we also have to show them who we are, or we're not going to be able to connect with them for them to, number 1, feel comfortable to reach out to us, or 2, for them to be willing to open up and listen to us when we message them first. And so it all kind of goes in hand. If you feel like you're doing all the things, you're doing your 6 list, you're showing up every day, you're sending out the host to post messages, you're doing all of the things, but you're just not getting traction, I bet it's because you haven't built a brand. And I know that if you are consistent with that enough, you plan out your days, you plan out your weeks, you become really intentional about posting the things that you love and that you're already doing. And you can, one thing I wanted to say too before I forget is, there was times where I thought that I didn't have a brand, and there were things I didn't really know. I was like, well, I'm running out of things to talk about. Okay. And so I decided that if I'm going to eat anyways, I'm going to start cooking and I'm going to post recipes. So I did that. I stepped out of my comfort zone, tried something new. So maybe some of you need to try something new. If you're like, well, I don't go to the gym, but I'd love to, start going and make it part of your brand. Okay, so make that something that you're very intentional about. But if you can be intentional and consistent with building your brand, I promise that it's going to 10x the efforts that you're putting in. You're going to see tenfold back what you're putting into this, because it's just going to flow naturally. And not only will you be getting responses for messages you're sending, but you're also going to be getting new DMs from people that you haven't even messaged yet, from people that you haven't even talked to, and they're going to be following you and they're going to get excited about what you have. So let's talk about what kind of impact that can have on your business as you're doing it long term.
Yeah, and I think something that's super powerful about what she was talking about is just understanding, you guys, that this is going to become more natural for you. When I first started, it wasn't like instinctive for me to be like, oh, I'm eating, let me post this. It was something that I got better at. You know, now it's a part of my routine. Every morning when I wake up, I make my coffee video. Like, it's like the back of my hand, just what I think of. So the more that you start doing things and the more that it becomes like, okay, I need to post this. Okay, this would be something I could post. We still sometimes forget. And now, you know, we've been spending time together. When we're out, we're taking taking videos and pictures, and we're like, oh, this would be cute. And I just save them all so that I have content to post. And sometimes I don't get through all of it. I'll post it for the next couple of days so that people can see that I have some stuff, but I'm not actually that cool because I don't have a lot of stuff to do. So I'm going to make it look like I have more. And it's just a funny story. When I was at her house one time, I walked in and she had a stack of boxes by her front door. And I was like, what are all these boxes for? And she said, oh, well, I got It Works packages, my BoxyCharm, some other things that I ordered. And I can't post them all in one day because then that's too much content. So now I have some fillers to post throughout the week. So you don't have to post everything as it happens. You can save it and use it for those days that maybe you're just chilling on the couch and you don't have anything to post.
And then you go open up your BoxyCharm and you have something to post about.
Exactly. And so just finding little things like that you can, put into your stories and stuff later on. So I really do want to talk about the impact of what branding can do, because when I think back over the last 5.5 years, the relationships that I've built and some of the leaders I have on my team simply came because they related to me on something that I felt was insignificant, but it's a huge part of my life. And so for everyone that follows me, you know that I'm super close to my dad and I have a really great relationship with Shay. It's a Shay and Shay duo. And I, started posting more about him, and he hated it at first. He really did hate being posted about. I'm sure Derek probably didn't love it when you first started sharing him. And we all have those people that are like, don't post about me, or maybe it's your husband or a friend or whatever. He didn't ever want me to post about him until he realized more that people wanted to see that, and they wanted to see how close we were in our bond. And so I started sharing more about what we did and funny moments and him helping me with stuff around my house. And I have people on my team today that have joined me because they love the relationship with my dad, or they'll message me and say, man, my dad passed away, but this just reminds me so much of how close I used to be, or my relationship with my grandfather. And I started to realize truly like what that impact it was making, because people could see that. And even I think about Nala, like we lost our dog this year, and how close she is with Nala. There's probably a lot of people that connect with her because they're so close with their dogs too. And it seems so insignificant, but she's probably built really strong relationships with people on her social media over their dogs. And so that's a super powerful resource for y'all to just think about when you think that it's not a significant thing. It's leaving a lasting impact on the people that follow you. I talk a lot about my faith and a lot about my growth and my journey. And I talk a lot about relationships and advice and my faith and how to grow in my faith. And I've built such strong, lasting relationships that are so intentional with people because they know my heart, they know me, they know what I love, and that's why they stay. And when I think about, I ask, and this is a really great interaction post for you as well. If we both went and posted on our stories a little question box and said, what are the 5 things you think about when you think of me? This is a good tool for you to use, because maybe if there's not a consistent, answer, you need to really hone in on those things that are your brands. But you're going to start seeing a lot of things that people notice that you don't think are significant, but they're like, oh, you love this, or you always do this. Or, how many of y'all follow along with my patio talks? I sit on my front patio all the time, and it's literally just a chair. It's a location that I'm always sitting in, but people know that's Shay's patio, So just thinking about those moments is really just going to make that impact on your business and just make you, really just have this culture within your social media, because you have to think, I'm going to be this business. I'm going to be in this business till I'm a granny. I'm going to be slinging coffee and wraps when I'm 88 years old. Okay. And so I want these people to know me and know who I am, and just build this community of people that maybe they're not even going to be on my team, but maybe they will. Maybe these people are just going to be a part of my journey. And that's what I love so much about this is my vehicle to make an impact on the world. And I want to leave people better than the way that they came. And I can do that small part by being exactly who I am and building this brand to create an influence, because these people are either going to be on your team or they're going to join your team. And I want them to know who they're joining. I don't want it to be a catfish situation where I'm trying to do everything the way that Morgan does, and they join me and they're like, oh wait, you're nothing like I thought you were.
That's not who I signed up with.
No, they're like, wait, they should have been with Morgan because I'm copy and pasting her captions, posting her stories the exact same way, which it's very easy to get into those spaces because it's easier. And we want it to, obviously what Morgan does works, so we want to do what she does. But you want to make sure that the people, when they're joining you, they're like, this is the girl I joined. This is who I wanted to be my leader. And so that's something to think about when you're thinking about what impact do I want to make? What kind of leader do I want to be? And you'll start realizing that the more that you act like you and you're intentional and you're loving all these things, that you're going to look back at your team and say, wow, they're literally a bunch of me. Like, we are all the same because they have followed along with who you are and joined you, and that's how you've attracted those people. So Morgan's going to give you a call to action because we've given you so many things. We've got, you know, the examples of the videos. We're giving you this workshop to help you create your own brand, and with all the tools and resources, we want to make sure that you are equipped with confidence that when you finish this panel, you're like, okay, I need to start working on my brand. I have all the resources I need. And so what can they do to really hone in on that brand?
Well, I love what you said about you don't want to be somebody else that you're not. Okay, we're not sitting here saying we're perfect at this, we're awesome, do what we do and you'll be successful. You can do what we do, but please do it in your own way because like she said, you've got to be yourself because guess what? Shay's going to impact people that I never could and vice versa because of who we are as people. You're going to be able to impact people that neither of us would be able to impact because of the story that you have to share. So talk about that stuff. It doesn't have to be perfect. Please don't feel like a brand is something that's glamorous all the time. It includes the hard stuff. It includes the hard times that you go through. Going through a miscarriage was part of the hard part that I went through. And it is part of my brand. And it's not something that's like a glamorous little like, oh, this is who I am, yay, type of thing. It can be the hard stuff because people relate to that. They connect with that. Even my customers have come to me, and I have so many customers who struggle with miscarriage or infertility because of my story. That's how they found me. And so
And I want to add on that too, because I think a lot of times people are afraid to share those hard parts, and it is hard, and it is hard to be vulnerable. But in those moments of me sharing about my childhood and my past and where I came from, it was not glamorous, and it was not something I wanted to share. But because I decided to, I have built so many incredible relationships, and I've helped far more people than I would have been able to help by being silent.
Yeah, and I know it took her a long time to share that stuff because I knew that about her. And I was like, you've never talked about that on social media. So a few of us kind of encouraged her to share that because of how many people can relate to her. And I know she has a girl on her team that has the same story as her. They grew up the same way. And that's because they were able to connect on that level. And so don't feel like you have to have it all together. Don't feel like this is going to happen overnight. It takes time, but it's so fun. So have fun with it. Plan it out, be intentional, but don't overthink it. All the stuff that you love, your Instagram following, your Facebook following should know what you love. And I love the question that you asked, what are 5 things you think of whenever you think of me? If they can't tell you, you haven't been building a brand, but you can start today and you can decide that this is going to be something you're going to be intentionally focused on for the next 3 months and watch how it changes your business. Then it's just going to get better and better. Even I started building my brand last year and I look at my old stories and I didn't blow it up like I used to. I do my stories more consistently now, and I'm doing those things more and better than I did last year, but it started somewhere and it started there. And I'm really proud of myself for being consistent. I know Shay, it took her time to be consistent too, and we're still working on it. We're still figuring out who we are, but it helps your identity. It helps you figure out who you are. It helps your Instagram and Facebook followers see who you are, and it helps your team know exactly what they need to do to follow in your footsteps. And it is duplicatable. So what we did is we came up with a worksheet of how you're going to figure out what your brand is. Because I know some of you are like, okay, I believe you. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Now what? What do I do with my hands? On for your after 3. Okay, so on that worksheet, I've compiled a list of questions. We've asked you for your 5 pillars. So on those questions, answer those questions. Figure out what your 5 pillars are. Who are you? What are the 5 things people think of? And ask people on social media if you're having trouble. Then you're going to take those things, all the answers to all those questions, and you're going to put 1 thing on each day for the next week, maybe 2 things on each day for the next week. Then you're going to throw in cleanse post, gummy post, opportunity post, and just kind of like filter through them, like cycle through what you need to be posting about for the business and watch how it just flows together. And you're posting those things. You can plan out your posts ahead of time and what you're going to say about it. You can let it flow to you that day as long as you know you're going to post an encouraging quote that day. You can let it flow to you of what you want to post in that moment. But plan out your day, be intentional, be consistent, and take this worksheet. This is just an example. You're going to do this again next week too, and the next week. And yeah, I feel like I'm confident in building my brand. I've been consistent for a while, but I still like to plan out my day. Shay doesn't like to do that. If this is helpful for you, do it. If it's not helpful for you, let it flow, let it fly, wing it, do those things. But I know I like to be intentional because I know if I'm not, I'm too scatterbrained to remember in the moment. So that's why I have my stuff planned out for the day. So We're so excited for you. We cannot wait to see all of your stuff. We did a Zoom with our teams on this, and I looked through some of their stories yesterday, and it was like night and day.
Yeah.
Already, I'm noticing a difference. And so people are going to notice very quickly. So be excited about this, be passionate about it, be intentional, be consistent, and have fun with it. And we're so excited to see all of your brands.
We hope that you got all the tips that you need, and we cannot wait to watch your journey with this. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you for joining us.
My goodness, what an incredible conference this has been so far. We have been taking so many notes and applying all the tools that we have already learned into our business. So we are so excited and honored just to give you guys even more things that are going to boost your business and just take that customer care to a whole nother level. So before we do so, we're going to introduce ourselves. My name's Amanda Busher, and I'm an Ambassador Diamond from Arizona. I've been with our company for 7 years. And when I started this business, I dreamed of freedom of time and financial freedom. And our 2 sweet little boys, we just wanted more time with them. And so because of this business, we now get to wake up and design our days. We get to travel around the world, and we get to be present the way we love to be. And there's one of my favorite quotes. It says, 2 most important times in a person's life is 1, the day they were born, and 2, the day they found their purpose. And because of It Works, I can truly say that It Works, our company, has shown me what my purpose is, and that's to serve and to give more than I've ever been able to do, and use our company as that vehicle to do so. So I am so excited for you guys to get to know these 3 incredible women up here and hear their stories and hear exactly what this business has done for them. So Jennifer, go ahead and share a little bit about yourself.
Hey guys, first of all, it is such an honor to be here with you guys today. My name is Jennifer Weatherly. I'm a presidential diamond from Arizona, and I've been in this company for 4 years now. Prior to It Works, I was a stay-at-home mom. I have 2 boys. We were living off a single income, and we just found out our youngest son had special needs. That's when this business opportunity presented itself to me through a post on social media, and it was the answer to my prayers. However, I did join super skeptical. I had a lot of doubts and fears, but I had so much help every step of the way. And today our lives look so much different. Not only do I get to be the yes mom I always wanted to be, but I have truly found my purpose in life, and I regained my confidence back. Now my family gets to live a life that they deserve, and I get to show others how to do the same. It's truly been so incredible.
Jennifer, I know you would just inspire me every single day, and I know so many. I just love your story so much. Savannah, let's hear a little bit about you, friend.
Hey everyone, I am Savannah Pope. I'm a presidential diamond from Wisconsin, and I have been with It Works for 4 years now. And over the last few years, I have just been able to transform my life in ways I never even imagined being able to. I was able to go from being a broke college kid to struggling in every aspect of my life. I had no free time. I definitely didn't have any extra money. And I was just honestly really lost in my life, and I was just looking for some type of a direction. And that's when It Works found me. And ever since then, I've just been able to create and now live a life that I used to only dream of, full of freedom and adventure and just endless opportunities. And honestly, I'm just so honored and excited to be here with you all today.
I love that. And I know so many can relate to your story, Savannah, and you're just paving that way. It's so beautiful. All right, Evelyn, let's hear a little bit about yourself.
Hi, everyone. So I am Evelyn. I'm a presidential diamond out in Arizona, and I found this business 3 years ago because I was working literally 80 hours a week, and I just had a ridiculous amount of debt. I remember going to work at 8 a.m., getting off at midnight, and just being so tired. So one of those nights I saw someone, posting online about the opportunity. I jumped in and everything looks so different. I can work my business from the couch with my family. I don't have to miss out on everything anymore. So I'm just excited and so grateful to be here today.
You are so amazing, Evelyn. I have loved to get to know you over the last couple of months. So you guys, I think I can speak for all of us as I say that we are truly, truly excited for this panel and everything that we're going to bring to you guys today. We are going to talk to you guys about customer conversation, the value behind it, making it personal, and just having it flow in a way that is easy and just, so that it's a fail-proof where you're going to have people come in and just not only order from you and have more customers come into your business, but also the retention, having long customers stay with you and loving the products. And so we are actually going to give you guys an actual conversation, and you guys should all actually have a cheat sheet that we designed with our personal script. So you guys can take exactly what we say and you guys can plug that into your boards and you guys can utilize that for your business. So we're going to give you a conversation. We're going to role play. It's going to be really fun. And then what we're going to do is we're going to give you tips with each section of our conversation so that you can start applying that today. So Jennifer and I are going to start. We're going to take the first half of the conversation, and our basis of this is coming from a host to post. And the product that we're going to be talking about is the skinny coffee. Okay. So Jennifer just came from a host to post. She just accepted my friend request. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately message her. I want to get in that inbox and have that personal conversation with her in her messenger. Okay. Or through Instagram, whatever, however you can make that personal. I never want to have that conversation on a post that we just did or on that host to post. I want to make it so personal for that customer. So I'm going to message Jennifer and just simply say, hey, Jennifer, thank you so much for your interest of the skinny coffee. I am so excited to give you more information. And then I'm going to give her the dialogue of what the coffee does. I'm also going to throw in there the chocolate greens because the skinny coffee and chocolate greens just go so hand in hand together, and it's part of the pick 2, pick 3. So I'm going to give her that information, and our actual dialogue and our scripts are right in that cheat sheet. At the very end of that conversation, I'm going to say, hey, Jennifer, how much weight are you wanting to lose? And what are some of your goals that you have?
And typically a customer with these products, they're looking for more energy, more focus, but they're also looking for weight loss or weight management at a price that's affordable, that's not going to break their bank at the same time while using a healthy product.
Absolutely. And so now what I really want this next section to, look like is me reassuring Jennifer that these products are going to be so amazing for her, that they're going to bring value to her. So I'm going to say, absolutely, Jennifer, I truly believe that these 2 products are going to be so amazing for you. They're going to help you lose that weight that you're wanting to have, help you have that energy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you my discount pricing, and in return, just a simple testimonial. Is that something that you can do? How does that sound? And I'm going to ask her that question.
And usually people are so excited at this point. They're ready to get on board, but there comes that question that everybody wants to know. What is the price? How much is this going to cost me?
Absolutely. So that's going to be our next question. We're going to talk about the pricing, and we're going to give her the pick 2, pick 3 pricing. What I love to do is I love to give her the retail price of it, and then I love to show her what the discount pricing is, because that's a huge difference. And then I explain the 3 months. The $50 membership fee is waived. And I ask again, how does that sound, Jennifer? So Jennifer is going to say, yep, that sounds great. And so then what we're going to do is now Evelyn and Savannah are going to take the second half of the conversation all the way to the closing and getting that customer in that conversation. Go ahead, Evelyn.
Yeah, so a lot of times at this point in the conversation, it doesn't go as perfectly as we anticipated, right? And we can start to hear a lot of objections from our potential customers following the price. And so, Evelyn, as the potential customer, if I were to respond to you with something like, I can't afford it right now, that we so commonly hear, how would you suggest responding to something like that?
That is such a great question. So we get that all the time. The first thing that I do is I ask, okay, that's not a problem at all. When do you get paid, right? Because I'm actually going to go ahead and schedule a follow-up. They're going to say Friday. So I'm going to go ahead and list them for Friday, and I'll reach out to them on Friday. But the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to ask them to do a host to post right now, because they might not be able to buy today, but that doesn't mean that their friends can't buy today. So that would be my goal, is to get someone to buy today. So I'm just going to keep it going.
That's so good. So ideally, if the conversation went as we wanted it to and as we planned, and as the potential customer, I responded with something positive like, that sounds great, then what comes next?
So if it's anything positive, that sounds great, or oh wow, I can't wait to try it, anything like that, you are going to go ahead and assume the sale. So what that means is you're going to ask them to go ahead and get started. Great, I can actually place your order right now. Does that work for you? Or that's fantastic. I'm so excited to see your results. I can get you started. I just need X, Y, Z, and we'll place your order. Does that work for you? One of the biggest things is making sure that you end in a question. That way they know that they are buying right now.
Absolutely. So once I send you my information as the potential customer, then what comes next after that?
So I have all of your information. I'm about to place your order. Right now, I want to make sure that you get the absolute best results. So I'm going to go ahead and do an upsell or an upgrade, and I'm normally going to go ahead and upgrade for the fat fighters. If you look at your little cheat sheet, you'll see that it's only $29. Most people are going to say yes, and their results are going to be even better.
I love that so much. So just notice a few things, you guys. I want to point these out. So the conversation just flows. But what I love it after each section is that we ask a question so that the potential is always going to respond. And we don't say like a yes or no question, but really like, sometimes it's like, what goals do you have? How does that sound? And a lot of times they will come back with specific questions. And any time that something is out of that script that we just said, what I absolutely love to do is I love to use the voice system that we have. And so I'll just voice them certain things so that they can hear that there's an actual person on that other side, that you actually, are real and it's not just a scripted form. And so the dialogue that we gave you guys, it just works so great for us. And we are all, Jennifer and I are on the same team, but Evelyn and Savannah are on, different teams. But the thing is, what I loved about this as we came together, we do things so similar and we get amazing customers every single month consistently. But what I absolutely love is that we also keep them long term. And so we're going to give you guys tips of and kind of break down that conversation that we just had. And so one, you want it to be super simple and easy, straight to the point when you are talking to that potential customer. Number two, you want to ask questions after each section so that the conversation continues to go. And number three, you want to make it so personal for that potential customer so that they do feel that these products will bring value, that they do feel that they are heard, and that they feel confident in making that right decision to use these products to help them with their health and wellness. So now what we're going to do is we're going to give tips. So I'm going to have Savannah, you go ahead and, in the conversation, it's not just so, cookie cutter like we just kind of presented. Sometimes there are certain things that come about. So can you give us your best tips on when you're in that customer conversation, what are some things that we can take back to our own business?
Yeah, so when it comes to tips for conversating with a potential, my biggest motto that I preach and just can't stress enough is just to keep it simple. So often when we're in the conversation and we're talking to a potential, we just feel the need to overcomplicate it with bombarding them with unnecessary information or asking them millions of questions, and there's just no need for it. A confused mind says no. And so keeping it simple and just following the bare bones of this structured conversation that we just laid out for you guys, that is going to be absolutely key, and just keeping it simple and serving your customer the best way possible. And next, one of the main things that I really like to focus on when I'm talking to a potential is how can I keep the conversation flowing and how can I keep them responding to me and keep them engaged so we can get to the end of the conversation where it's time to actually close that sale and make that sale. And so how I accomplish that is throughout the conversation, I just end every single phrase with some type of a simple question. Something like, how does that sound? Is that something you'd be interested in? Or even, do you have any questions for me? Sprinkling simple questions throughout the conversation like that is going to make them feel the need to respond to you so you can keep the conversation flowing to get to that end point versus it coming to a halt and never getting to the point to be able to close that sale. And lastly, we know that our products are amazing, right? And they give amazing results. And we know that our potentials are only interested seeking those results. That's why they're interested in the first place. So during that conversation, I simply like to send a before and after picture so they can see what types of results they can expect from using that product. Especially if they're your own personal results, that is going to be a game changer because it's going to build instant trust between you and the potential. And it's also going to give them confidence in using that product before they can even get started with it. So overall, just keeping it simple, do not overcomplicate the conversation, follow the layout that we just played out for you guys. Make sure that you're asking questions throughout the conversation to keep them engaged and responding to you. And lastly, sending that before and after to get them excited and really seal that deal.
Gosh, I love that so much. And, I think that it's so important, like you said, those before and after pictures and just showing them how the products work. And the way you can also do this, you guys, is being consistent with your posting, being consistent, showing them that you're using the product, showing them the actual results. You can do this through your posts. You can do this through stories. And so, because here's the thing, when you're in a conversation with a customer, they're going to want to research. Sometimes they're going to go to your Facebook, they're going to go to your Instagram and say, see, are these products legit? They're going to, check out your stories. And if you're using the products, they're more, going to be inclined to say, you know what? Okay, these are real. Like, she is obviously very passionate about these, so I'm going to give them a try. So thank you so much. All right, Jen. So I know, and I think that we all know that you have just some of the most incredible systems. They're so simple. And one of your my favorite systems that you have is your follow-up system, because it helps you get so many customers and distributors every single month. So can you kind of show us your follow-up system and how that looks and why it's so important to follow up with our potentials?
Absolutely. I am so excited to share this with you because this has been an absolute game changer for not only my business, but my enrollment. So one thing that I like to do is be super organized so that way I have follow-ups every single day. I don't want to have a follow-up once a week, a couple of times a month. I legit want to follow up every single day. And so I just have this system that works for me. I just have a 3-ring binder, nothing crazy. And then inside, I do this every month. I just have a bunch of loosely lined paper. And then for each day, I have 2 sheets of paper, one for my potential host or posters and one for my potential customers. So I label it so I can tell the difference. But my first sheet, I just have host to post, and then my second sheet, potential loyal customers. And then I automatically label or list it 1 through whatever each day, because I want to have a goal of 10 host to post minimum. So in order to do that, I want to keep track by writing their names down. So anytime I'm talking to somebody, I'm asking them to share a post for me, I'm immediately writing their name down as soon as they tell me yes. And then what I like to do to take it a next step further is I'll go to their page to actually see if they put that post up for me. If they do, you'll see some of the names have stars next to them. Those are the people that actually follow through and put the post up for me. So I can physically see how many I have up each day. And then the next day, like I said, I like to follow up. So anybody who doesn't have a star next to their name, I'm going to their page just to double check. Maybe they put it up in the evening or something. But if they forgot to, I'm just simply going to message them to remind them, hey, would you mind putting that post up for me so I can get you into my cash giveaway? 90% of the time, they just simply forgot. Life got in the way. They got busy. We're all humans. And they'll just put it up for me the following day. So these people who forgot to do it for me today, more than likely they're going to do it for me tomorrow. And then I do the same thing for my potential customers. Anytime I'm talking to anybody about any of our products, once we get to that pricing point that we kind of talked about earlier, I'm going to write their name down so I can see who I talked to, but then I also put the product that they were interested in so I can clearly see, okay, I'm going to follow up with Jasmine. She was interested in gummies. I'm going to follow up with Dawn. She was interested in the coffee. So anytime somebody actually signs up on the spot, I just cross them off. I highlight them so I can see, okay, I got 2 customers today. That's awesome. But all these people were interested, but they just weren't ready to order yet. So just like I follow up with my host of posters, I'm going to be following up with my potential customers. I'm going to be messaging them the following day, just a simple short message, you know, hey, so-and-so, I'm getting ready to put some orders in. Would you like me to get yours in while I'm at it? They can tell me yes, and I'll get them signed up, or they'll tell me not right now. And then guess what? Now I just have a follow-up at a later date. So I'm following up immediately the next day, but then I'm also making sure to follow up every Friday. So I'm writing things down when it comes to potentials. But then one last thing is I also like to keep track of my actual enrollments. So just like I list my potentials on a sheet of paper, at the beginning of every single month, I am listing how many customers I want and how many distributors I want at the top. That way I can easily see how many people I signed each month, and I can reference them when we have promotions going on. So my tip to you guys, if you're not doing this, I highly recommend to start writing things down, because you're gonna notice how organized you are, number one, but number two, you're gonna realize how many people were falling through the cracks that you weren't following up with just simply by not writing their name down. So if you're not doing that, start doing it today, and you're going to see a shift in your business, but also a shift in your enrollments.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I love that. You are literally the system queen. So you guys, the fortune is always in the follow-up, and statistics show that it takes about 7 to 12 follow-ups for somebody to actually order or join your team. And so, you know, keeping it a simple system is so amazing, and it's going to be helpful for you. But then also your potentials, just know that, wow, you know what? Jennifer is really, I'm important to her. You know, she's really, I'm on her eye. And so that is so amazing for our potential customers to know. And so sometimes I know it can be difficult, because sometimes we think, oh, I don't want to bother them, or I don't want to, I don't want them to come off like too pushy. But here's the thing. You will never come off pushy when you are caring. And it is, it just shows them that you really do want to help them with their health and wellness. And so one of my tips for that is to put that mechanical hat on. It's just one of the tasks that we do, and it's going to help you grow so much, but it's also going to show your potential customers that you truly, truly care. So, all right, Evelyn, so I know that you are so amazing at getting customers, but you are also really, really good at keeping them as life customers, or even turning them into distributors. So kind of give us some of your tips on how you, after you get them into the system, how do you take care of them?
So great question. I believe that we don't want to just keep customers just for 3 months. We want to keep them for 6 months, a year, even longer, right? That's really when we're looking at the residual income. So I actually keep a list of my customers as well. And then I message them on the first of every month, and I say, hey, how are you doing with your products? Are you absolutely loving them, right? And then I make sure that if there's anything that they want to change, anything at all, I take care of them, right? I'm not just the girl that signed them up. I am Evelyn, their distributor, and they know that they have a relationship with me, and that I am going to support them through their goals. The other thing that I do is I make sure that they're very aware of when exactly their auto ship is going to come through, so that I can walk them through that process, and just making sure that they know how much I appreciate them being a customer of mine and what exactly that means. They are supporting me and my family. So I just make sure that they feel really, really appreciated.
I love that so much. And I think that that's so important. It's important to start that conversation with the customer and letting them know that these products can bring value to them, but also that you care for them. And then all the way up until that they're in that system, and letting them know that they're not just the numbers, that you truly do want to make sure that they have the best products for their goals, and that you're here to take care of them. Another thing that I absolutely love to do is I just write a handwritten card, and I put a little energy stick right in there to give them a sample. But that just takes that, customer service to that whole next level. And they love that so much. It's very rare to get a handwritten card nowadays. So giving that little personal touch is so amazing. So you guys, here's the thing. The customer conversation, it should be so simple and not over, thinking it. Have that mechanical hat on when you're doing your follow-ups and you are, doing out like your each section of the conversation. It should flow so beautifully. And one more thing, you guys, is when we're asking questions before we get that customer to sign up, another great question to ask them is, hey, I know you're wanting to try these products. Let's get you ordered on these. But just one more question. Are you also interested in making some extra money? And then you can take that customer all the way to becoming a distributor. So you guys, we have 2 calls to actions for you guys. So one, in the chat, drop your favorite aha moment from this segment. And we want to know what you are going to start applying to your business today. And the second thing is that cheat sheet has all of our word for word scripts in there. Go ahead and take those and put those into your boards. That way you are already prepared when you have that conversation, ready to go with that potential customer. It's already there. You can pass that on to your distributors. So we are so excited for you guys to take your business to that whole nother level. Jennifer and Evelyn and Savannah, thank you guys so much. You are so amazing and just gave incredible tips today. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
I am an ambassador here at It Works, and I've been with the company for just over 8 years. And right when I caught the vision early on in this business, I told everyone who would listen that I was going to go make $1 million. I didn't care if it took me 2 years or 10 years. That was what was going to happen. And I did it in less than 3 years, and that was mind-blowing to me. And then the last thing I ever thought would happen was I would find out that I was inducted into the 2 Millionaire Club. That we had done that in such a short amount of time. And all that's being said is I wanted $500 a month. I wanted to pay off a credit card a little bit faster. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be here. But I think what this kind of money has really taught me is that this business is my life. This business is my home. It can be the catalyst that can take you to so many more dreams and really pursue true wealth in all areas.
Tweed. I have been in this business for 7 years, which is absolutely insane, but I'm so excited about the 2 Millionaire Club. I think it's just absolutely been the biggest blessing. So I was a nurse working full-time, stressed, constantly living paycheck to paycheck, wondering how in the heck are we gonna, make ends meet, and found this opportunity. It's been the biggest blessing. I never in a million years imagined that I would be making $2 million with this. Like, I thought it was just going to be the saving grace, 500 extra, a couple little bit that was going to help us cover the cost of daycare, but it's just become amazing. And so when I think about all the blessings that have come with it, it's helped us financially expand our family, build our dream home and do these amazing things that we never thought possible, and, provide the best care for our youngest son. It means so much more. It means freedom. It means faith. It means grit. It means all the hard work has paid off.
Conway here, Ambassador Diamond. I joined this business for some simple hair and nail money. That's it. And it has rocked my world. Never would I have ever imagined as a stay-at-home mom that I could earn this kind of income. A millionaire? 2 millionaire? What? But I am so incredibly blessed. And what happened to turn that on for me was to create a bigger vision for myself. Joining for hair and nail money, I knew that I could do so much more. And when I caught that vision, I helped other women do that very, very same thing. And so this business has completely changed my life. And I know it absolutely can for you too. Once you lean in, do what you need to do, set those goals, and then go set some more goals to crush. You have it in you to be that next millionaire.
Guys, I can't believe my career 20 years later has turned into a multi-million-dollar business, living an unparalleled life. I just left the banking industry to be a full-time daddy, to make a few hundred extra dollars, cut my lifestyle, and I never dreamed in my wildest imagination this would turn into a monster career, helping Mr. Pentecost build a multi-billion-dollar company. I've been with him full-time going on 20 years. But it's been a wonderful life. You know why? I've been a full-time daddy to my 2 beautiful grown daughters now. I've been a full-time husband to this wonderful girl I met 43 years ago. I'm here because I know that you're going to show up. I know that you guys are coming, and we're working harder now than we ever have. You know why? This freedom thing is pretty amazing when you don't wake up by alarm clocks. For all these years that you own your time. I never dreamed in my wildest imagination I was going to replace an income, but it would turn into this monster career where we make millions of dollars. Guys, don't take this thing lightly. This is big business, and you deserve it.
I joined this business just to make enough cash to have diaper money and formula for our son. And I remember Cammie asking me, like, what is your goal? And I thought, gosh, if I could just be Diamond, if I could just get to where I was making $2,000 a month, I would be so excited, and that would help so much. So do you think I thought this would happen? Heck no. I had no idea. I wasn't dreaming big enough because our life was just at the bottom. When I say we were rock bottom, guys, we were rock bottom. And I just think of all the blessings that had come from this business, not just the finances, obviously, but just the fun and the travel and the freedom, you guys, the choices we get to make every single day, because money does not dictate and control us anymore. I just want you to keep dreaming bigger, keep going for it, just keep pressing forward, because I had no idea where we would end up, and you don't either. So thank you, God. Thank you, It Works. Thank you, our team. We feel so, so, so blessed.
Welcome. Oh my goodness, this panel, you guys get ready. Just wait. I know you've heard some incredible stories, incredible tips already, but this panel, there is some magic here in some of the wisdom that is about to be shared. And so let's don't waste any time. Jump right in. Sherry Lynn, introduce yourself and tell everybody where you're from, a little about you. I'm so excited.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sherry Lynn Alcala.
and I am from Texas. And 7 years ago, I stumbled upon this business. I was a stay-at-home mom. My daughters, they were 1 and 2 years old at the time. And my husband and I, John, we did what we were told to do. We went to college, we got our degrees, and then we started having our family. And we just found ourselves kind of on that hamster wheel of life. You could drop a 1 in the chat if you know what that's like, where it just felt like there was more month than money. We just were not getting ahead. And I just remember being in my car praying, God, show me a way to make extra income. There's got to be something I can do as a stay-at-home mom with these 2 babies. Not long after, I saw someone posting on Instagram about this business opportunity, and I had that 5 seconds of courage, and I messaged her, and our life has been totally changed. We can now live more, give more, and save more.
Hey, Christy.
Hey, Ashley. Okay, so hi guys. I am Christy Christensen. I am from Las Vegas. I am a double ambassador. So I started this business actually 8.5 years ago. We were paycheck to paycheck, but not only that, we were on food stamps and Medicaid. But I had just started my career as a hairdresser, but it wasn't paying what I thought it was going to pay right away. I had moved to a new state. So I honestly had everything against me. I had this plan, but it was not going the way I wanted it to. And so a girl offered me this opportunity in my first salon, and I jumped onto it just to make that extra $500 a month. And honestly, it has turned into so much more. We now have 4 children. We're back in Las Vegas, and it has been such a blessing because we get to decide where we want to live because I can do it all from my phone, and it's such a blessing. And I get to be the mom that I want to be at home with my 4 children, and it has been so incredible.
Oh, I love it. Hey, Alyssa, my friend, how are you?
Hi, friend. Hey guys, my name is Alyssa Bowman. I am an Ambassador Diamond. I just celebrated my 10-year anniversary with the company, you guys. So crazy. When I joined, I was a single 22-year-old recent college grad, working 2 jobs, just trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, to be honest. I was so nervous I was going to be joining or climbing up a corporate ladder, and just to find out after years or even decades that it wasn't really what I wanted to do with my life. And so I jumped into this business knowing very little, and I ran with it, you guys. And now 10 years in, I get to be the wife and the mom for our 2 little kids that I always imagined that I could be. And I don't have to miss a moment with my babies. We're prepared for financial emergencies that come our way, and we have the freedom to get up and be there for the people that we love when they need us the most.
Oh, I love it. Well, my name's Ashley, and just like Alyssa, I just celebrated 10 years in this business. You guys, this panel is taking me back in so many ways because I remember exactly where we were whenever I heard about this business. I remember the moment that I drew a line in the sand and stepped over it and said, I'm going to go for this. And I think back on those moments that sometimes seem so small and they turn out to be the biggest moments in your life. And truly saying yes to this business is one of the biggest moments of my life. Now things look so different. We went from working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and still barely making ends meet to being able to say yes when we want to say yes, being able to say no when we want to say no. Just the freedom that this company has brought has been absolutely incredible. So, and now 10 years later, to have the honor to host a panel with such incredible women that have built such incredible businesses. And on top of that, my gosh, their outer beauty is absolutely insane too. So to get to listen to these women and their wisdom, you guys, as we were putting this panel together, I remembered a quote from a college professor who said, a smart person will learn from their mistakes, but an intelligent person will be wise and learn from the mistakes of others. And so within this panel that is titled something along the lines of what I wish I would have known, I've gotten it wrong every time. I think it's something like that. What I wish I knew, but you get to go back with us from when we started, years and years. We've been in this business, all of us, 7+ years, and be able to say, here's what I did right, here's what I did wrong, here's what I wish you knew. So let's jump in, get your notepads out. Does anybody carry those around anymore? Get your pen, get your paper out. Let's go. Let's take some notes. So Sherry Lynn, I'll start with you. What would you go back and tell yourself day one when you first started this business? What would you go back and say?
So I would go back and tell myself that people are going to quit. Distributors, they will sign up and then they will ghost you. Some might even block you, which is just crazy.
Wow.
You'll have friends that join you and then they stop, they quit. They can still be your friends. You're going to invest and you're going to pour into people who will then walk away. And that can be painful. In my 7 years, I've had distributors quit, rubies, emeralds, diamonds, doubles, triples, and so on. But you can't control that, okay? And what I've seen time and time again, and I've even experienced it, especially at the beginning, is that people get frustrated with those who quit or stop working. And then they stop working. But that's the thing. That's a death sentence to your business. So you have to keep working. Nothing works unless you do. And so I think of gym memberships. The fact is, 80% of people who get a gym membership, they quit going after 3 months. So that's life. So you cannot take it personal when people quit. They're not quitting on you, they're quitting on themselves. And I always think of what Cindy Pentecost says. She said, a healthy body of water has water flowing in and it has water flowing out. And what I can control is just loving on people and yes, pouring into people, even if they may end up quitting or leaving. And my prayer is just that they leave better than they came, that while they're in my organization, that I point them to Jesus and hopefully that they leave better.
I love that. I love that. You guys, if you have ever had somebody sign up in your business and you were super excited about them, and then 9.5 seconds later, they entered the witness protection program, drop a 743 in the chat, okay? I'm gonna go 743. I'm sure the chat is ablazing. I remember going to a leader years ago when I first started and, lamenting the fact that someone quit and being so sad and just devastated about it. And they pointed me back to a quote from Jim Rohn, which was, don't sign up for that class. The class of trying to figure out why people quit, why some people stay, why they don't. The people, to Sherry Lynn's point, the people that own a gym, they're not sitting around going, what did we do wrong? Did we not have the right equipment? Were our ellipticals not elliptically enough? Like, they're going, you know what? This is what people do. People start and people stop for a million different reasons. It's not our job to figure it out. So love that, Sherry Lynn. What about you, Christy?
So I would say two things. Do not prejudge, because I did this in the beginning of my business. I know from the outside looking in, we really want to prejudge if somebody could use this business or if somebody couldn't, if somebody could use these products or if somebody couldn't. And it is not our job to prejudge people. And had I known that sooner and really took that in, I would have been able to ask anyone, anywhere, realizing that a lot of the people in my business now that are leaders, from the outside, I would have never thought that they would have ever said yes to me. But once I got over myself and I realized that, like, it's not my point to judge people and what they can or can't do or what they need or don't need, that is when my business started to explode. And the second thing is you guys, I know you've heard it 1,000 times before, start doing personal development now. Had I started doing personal development sooner, I know I would have gone further, faster, because there's just something about putting that belief in your heart and your soul that comes right back out into work, and it will grow your business tremendously.
That's so good. That's so good. What about you, Alyssa?
Okay, so if I could go back and tell myself on day one, something that I didn't learn for a few years after having a conversation with a top leader was that we all have to start talking about the business opportunity as if it were a no-brainer. You guys can drop a 734 in the chat. If you're so confident in our customer program, right? Like when we talk about ordering the products, we pretty much give them one option, because it's crazy to order the products in any other way besides just trying one product a month for 3 months, right? Well, we need to talk about the opportunity to make an extra income with that same confidence. It is silly for people to just spend money on the products when they could also be making an extra income. You kind of have to have a little bit of attitude and confidence behind what you guys are offering people. So start talking about the business in the same way that you talk about the loyal customer program, and start asking the question, do you just want to try the products and have great results? Or do you want to try the products, have great results, and make an extra income?
Yes, write that down, check mark it twice. That is my favorite question to ask. Do you want to try the products, or do you want to make money while you try the products? And it goes back to Christy's point of not prejudging, you guys. So important. I hope that you are highlighting that one. So Sherry Lynn, let's take this direction. what do you see new distributors doing, either on, on your team, other distributors, maybe none of your people do this, but what do you see, new distributors doing now that stops them from moving really quickly and seeing that, fast success?
Okay, I think so many times people are scared to offer this business to other people. For whatever reason that might be. Maybe you're insecure. Maybe you were kind of unsure when you joined, so now you're unsure about sharing the opportunity. Whatever it is, we hold back and we don't offer the business to everybody. And here's the thing, the number of new distributors I talk to, if you're new and you signed up with me, I'm not talking about you, I know I probably am, but the number of new distributors that say, oh, no, my friends and family would not be interested. No, I don't know anyone that would want to do this business with me. And we're prejudging them and we're deciding for them. And I think one of the best things I did when I first joined was I said, you know what? I'm going to ask everybody. I started with my best friends, then I went to my friends, then I went to my acquaintances, and then my Facebook friends, and so on. And I asked, and I decided that I was going to ask 10 people a day to join my team for my entire first year. And you know what? I joined Presidential Diamond in 1 year, and I truly believe it's because I asked everybody. And guess what? A lot of them said no. Some will, some won't. Who cares? Who's next? And I just kept asking. And some of the ones that said no ended up saying yes 6 months later, a year later, but I put it out there. And so I would challenge you to decide right now to start asking 10 people a day to join your team. Follow up with people you've talked to before. Do not decide for them and don't hold it back. You've got an opportunity that can change their life. And so it's up to you to ask. That next person you ask, they might be your next diamond or your next ambassador. And so you create opportunities in this business by asking people.
I love that. Sherry Lynn, one time I was at a training and a leader stood up and said that she had been asked to join the business for 5 years before she said yes. And she's an ambassador diamond. But I remember her saying that every 6 to 9 months, people's lives change. And man, did we see that last year. And so if every 6 to 9 months, people's lives are changing and things are moving, why not revisit? Why not just say, hey, I just want you to know, I still have it. I love sending people a screenshot of my potential list and even sending them a picture and going, I just want you to know, this is my list even from 2018 and you are still on it. I truly feel like you would be amazing at this. Continue to offer, you guys. People's lives are always changing. So Christy, what about you, hon?
Okay, so have you guys ever heard the quote, comparison is the thief of joy? I don't know if you guys knew this, but It Works didn't make that up, right? This is a real thing. It does not matter if you are a mom, if you are at the gym, or if you are in this business. Comparing yourself to somebody else or comparing your day 1 to somebody's day 100, you don't know their story. And comparing will drag you down, because I don't know how many times I've done this in my business or I've had other people do this in their business and they're great, right? They're loving it. They're in momentum. They're so excited. They're feeling good about their accomplishments. And all of a sudden they look left or they look right.
Right.
And all of a sudden they're like, you know what? Maybe I'm not doing so good. Maybe I do suck. Maybe I don't have people running. Maybe I can't sign. And all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, that confidence, that excitement, that joy that they were having in the business is gone in one instant. And so I urge you guys to just stay in your own lane. This is something I learned really early on. Stay in your own lane, because if I go to Ashley's page and I get inspired and excited, and I'm like, yes, like that is how I want to be. That is the life I want. That's someone that I'm going to follow. But if I go to somebody's page and I don't feel good and I compare myself, that's someone who I just want to not look at their page. Okay. I want to unfollow them. I just don't want to pay attention to that, because at the end of the day, I know that if you guys stay in your own lane and work your own business, you will not have that comparison and you will go further faster.
I love that. I love that. Such a big lesson to learn. I hope you guys learn it early, because we have all struggled with it for years, I know. What about you, Alyssa?
Okay, so the thing I see most often with my team is that they get so obsessed with perfection instead of action. And so they get caught up in the amount of likes and the comments and posting at the right time and posting the right thing and the right captions and knowing everything there is to know about the products. You guys, we all start as a beginner, and the only way for you to learn and to improve is to start doing. You can't improve on something that you're not already doing. You can't get better at something until you actually start putting it into place. So
Start focusing on doing something for your business every day. Start growing your network every single day. Start being consistent, show up, build good habits, and you will learn and you will get better. I look back at some of my first Facebook and social media posts, and you guys, they're terrible. It's stuff I would never post now.
They're a little embarrassing. I'm not
Yeah. But you know, it worked because I kept doing it. And I kept improving on what I had done previously. I found out what worked and what didn't work for me because I was actually taking action. And you guys, people want to follow a journey, so you have to give them a journey to follow. It doesn't matter where you start or what it looks like when you start. They're going to watch the progression.
I love that. That progress over perfection. Oh my gosh, such another great tip and lesson to learn. So let's shift gears. We've kind of talked about some things that maybe we did wrong or some things that we wish we could go back and change or that we see other people doing wrong. But what did you do, Sherry Lynn? I'm excited to hear this one. What did you do at the beginning that you can look back and go, you know what, lots of things didn't go right, but I did this one thing. I did this thing right. And I really want to share this with people.
Okay, so at the time, I didn't realize that this was something that probably kept me in the business. So it's something I did right. I didn't even know it at the time, but I remember signing up. And I just thought, this business is a no-brainer. You pay $99, you get over $99 worth of product. Like, you can't lose, right? Worst case, I spent that and I got some free stuff. And so when I signed up, I told myself, I'm going to give this business 1 year. And if I'm not making money in a year, I'll quit. And that right there, me deciding to give it a year, to give it 12 months, caused me to have long-term vision. And because I had long-term vision, I wasn't tempted to stop when someone said no. I wasn't gonna quit just because I didn't sign a customer or distributor that week. I didn't want to throw in the towel because I missed a promotion or maybe my paycheck went down or maybe I lost rank. I had that long-term, which isn't even that, 1 year is not even that long, but I had that 1 year vision. How many of you have had people join and 3 weeks later they stop, or a month later? Sometimes I call it the 3-week fizzle. They start and then they just stop. And I think it helped that I knew a traditional business, you're typically in the red the first year, right? You're not even making money. And Ashley, I know you know this, you were a traditional business owner. And so with this business, man, we have different things. Like I got my $500 bonuses and, fast start bonuses and just our compensation plan. So honestly, you can start making money immediately, but I would challenge you. If you're brand new on here, say, I'm going to give this a year. I'm going to give this 12 months. And you know what? Even if you're not new, draw a line in the sand and say today, write down today's date and say for the next 12 months, I'm going to truly go all in and have long-term vision these next 12 months. I'm going to plug in. I'm not just going to be an active distributor. I'm going to be a working distributor. I'm going to do what these leaders have said, yesterday and today. And I would challenge you to do that, because when you chase the vision, not the money will end up following you.
Come on with it. So I'm ready to sign up again. Do you want my $99? Do you have a promo code? I'm ready. Let's go. It's so good. It's so good. Christy, I know this tip is about to be fired. Not to confuse anybody, but it's about to be fired. Go ahead.
I mean, that was pretty fire though.
I was fired.
Two things, you guys. There's two things that will separate you from other people, and I truly believe that's why I'm here today. Number one, show up. Show up to everything you can. You never know when that moment and that light bulb is going to go off because you showed up. I remember going to my very first conference. It was so hard. I had to leave my baby. I had to invest in the flight. I had to do this. I had to do that. But you know what? Those people that were at where I wanted to be at, they said show up. So I said, okay, I'm going to show up. When people say Zooms, get on. Show up. It doesn't matter if it's a live, if it's a Zoom, if it's a corporate call, if it's a corporate training, if it's a conference, show up, because that's one thing that I did do from day one. Someone said be there and I said, okay, what time? And so the second thing is staying consistent, you guys. I know that I did not have the biggest network, right? I know that I didn't have a bunch of people around me that supported me. I know that I didn't have this or that. All of these things that we feel like are actually stacked against us, at the end of the day, they don't matter if you stay consistent. If you stay consistent, you will be successful in this business. Your network will grow. You will talk to enough people and sign people up, and you will go Ruby, Emerald, Diamond, all the way up to Ambassador Diamond. And so I urge you guys, just decide, just like what Sherry Lynn said, decide that for that year, you're going to actually stay consistent. Okay. Because it doesn't matter what you do. If you do 1,000 messages in a week, that does not compare to the person who is going to consistently message every single day for a year. That person, that's the person that wins. And so I urge you guys, just stay consistent and show up to everything, and you will find your way and you will find your success in this business.
That is so good. So good. What about you, Alyssa?
Okay, so something I definitely did right was that I tried everything, you guys, and I tried it more than once. So TikTok, Instagram, stories, vendor events, sip and samples, parties, Facebook parties, you guys, you name it. And I have done it multiple times because I've always told myself, if it's working for someone else, it can work for me too. I've just got to learn how to do it the right way. And so regardless of it being, and Ashley knows, like some of that stuff is so out of my comfort zone, makes me so nervous, but I did it anyways because the people that were where I wanted to be, those were things that they were doing to see success. And I've told my team often, like the bigger your goals get for the business, the smaller the list has to get of the things that you are not doing or willing to do to reach those goals. And so I would love if some people got vulnerable in the chat and just shared, what's that thing that you keep saying, I can't do that, or I wouldn't be good at that. Like, you don't have to be able to dance to be on TikTok or whatever. If that's something that you feel like you need to do, you can point your fingers, right? So you guys, it doesn't mean you have to have your hand in like 17 different things trying to build the business and do all the avenues, but it does mean that it's insanely important to evolve in this industry and to not expect the things that maybe worked for you last year to work for you this year. Constantly be learning, filling yourself up, learning from top leaders, and then getting out and trying the things and not just doing it once, but continuing to show up and to improve.
That is so good. And as we wrap up here, I did write down the one thing that I feel like made the biggest difference in my business at the beginning, the one thing that really led to success. And it started day 9 after I bought my kit and I sat on it and did nothing, but I watched a training and a light bulb moment went off. So I did what Christy said. I showed up. And this moment happened where I realized, wow, there is incredible potential in this company. This could be something that actually changes our life. And so I did what Sherry Lynn said. And I said, okay, I'm going to give this a year. You know, the catchphrase used to be, give us a year, we'll change your life. And I took that to heart. I believed it. And I remember sitting down on the couch. Audrey was like 3 months old at the time, and Grace was 2 years old. And now they're not that age. They're 10 years older. It's sad. And I remember just going through my messages and thinking, there is not one person that won't want this. This company is going to be incredible. You guys, I hadn't made $1 yet, but there was this confidence and this knowing that I'm about to go make $1 bajillion. Are you coming with me or not? We have all these scripts, there's my script if you want to put it in your boards. That's what I told everybody. I'm about to, please put the income disclosure statement up. I'm being silly, but like, I'm about to go make $1 million. Are you coming with me or not? I just knew. And here's the thing, as people said yes, they would say, well, what is it? I'm not real sure. How does it work? Not real sure. How do we make money? I don't know. We'll figure it out together. And I think that confidence from the very beginning, that excitement, that passion, that confidence, even though I really didn't know exactly what I was doing, I knew that I was with the right company at the right place at the right time in the right moments. And that's my encouragement to all of you. And I know that's what all of us on here want you to hear. You are in the right place at the right time with the right company, and you have a team full of people just cheering you on and saying, you've got this. So I hope this was helpful for you. If it was, put a 792 in the chat if it helped you at all, if you took a tip. Ladies, y'all know you're my favorite. I appreciate you, respect and love all of you so much. So thank you. And you guys enjoy the rest of conference. Let's do this. Bye.
Okay, we are so excited to get to be with you today. My name is Kelly Brown, and I'm an Ambassador Diamond with It Works, and I've been doing this now for 6.5 years. Before this business, my husband and I were in full-time ministry. We had just moved across country with a 2-year-old and 5-week-old baby, which I don't recommend. We didn't have any extra time, any extra money, but we did have a need. And here we are now, 6.5 years later, and this business has completely changed everything for my family. It's allowed us to be together full time and to be able to live and to give more than we used to make in a year. And it's just changed every aspect. And I couldn't be more thankful for what this has done for us. So I'm excited to be with some of the best leaders, top leaders in the company today. And we're covering something that gets asked on a regular basis, which is creating duplication with your new distributors as they're coming on board. And 3 things that we feel like are super vital and helpful in creating duplication and retention. Number 1 is building relationship. Remember that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so establishing relationship right off the bat, having a system or something in place that guides you to guide them, having a plan or an idea in place that creates steps for launching, and then you're able to pass that down to your teammates for launching their teammates as well. And then the other is setting small goals and working with your new distributors individually, getting in the trenches, working alongside them so they feel that camaraderie. And it helps increase the success rate, helps them stick around, right? And that's the goal of what we're wanting to cover today. In the process of leading your new distributors and your teammates in general, I always tell my team to think big, think small when communicating. So think big, go live, get in your message groups, get in your team chats, talk to the group setting, then think small. You have to have both. Get in there one-on-one, communicate on an individual level where people feel like it's you and them against the world. It's you and them focused on exactly what they need to be successful. Then you're not creating followers, you're becoming a leader of leaders. And that's the overall goal. Okay, so we're excited to get to be with you. I'm gonna start off with passing the mic to Miss Stephanie Dunn. She's our #1 income earner, beautiful red personality, just incredible top leader in this company. And Steph, do you want to go ahead and give your 30-second It Works story and then tell everybody about how you feel like building relationship is so vital in this process of launching new teammates?
Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so excited to be here with you guys. So I am Stephanie Dunn. I've been with the company for 12 years and Ambassador Diamond, Double Ambassador Diamond, Black Diamond, pretty much all the things. And I'm just like, I think about that and I think, oh, you hear those titles, but where did I start? And I started 12 years ago, standing in food lines, you guys, going through bankruptcy. Life was just tough. On the outside, it looked like I had it together, entrepreneur, did all the things, but we were failing. You know, our businesses were getting closed. And so we needed something else. And It Works came into our life. I thought, oh my gosh, no, God, you're funny. This isn't what I thought I would do for the rest of my life. But I thought, why not just go into this with an open mind? I wanted the product anyway. And let's just see where it goes. And I was excited because the product worked, right? We have amazing products. And then why not learn how to get paid to use the products? And that's really where I started. So fast forward, now I am, at the top of the company and I love it. I love that I get to help people. I'm just passionate about that. And I'm excited because it's duplication. And so something that's exciting. And like Kelly said, you guys, at the beginning of this, everybody wants to know what in the heck is duplication. And so you hear steps to success, but we're going to give you a little bit more. We're going to peel back the onion a little bit. So I'm excited to share a little bit about that and relationships. Everything we do in this business comes down to relationships. So I want to give you guys something that you can write down. So when we're developing relationships too, it's not just important, but I wrote this down too. It's mandatory if you want your business to succeed. So relationship should be a huge part of what we're focusing on. And here's 3 reasons why. So you guys can go ahead and write these 3 reasons down. Building a relationship grows your business. Number 2, developing relations creates retention. And then 3, helping others helps you. And so let's go back
to that a little bit. So how can we really start building a relationship with a new distributor? Well, we're texting them, we're messaging them. How are we communicating? How does that new distributor best communicate with you? And get right on the phone. Don't be afraid to just be there with them. You know, as I think back about being a new distributor, I think about all of the nerves, the excitement, all of the feels, right? And so that's how they are. So how are they feeling? What are they feeling? They may be nervous to even ask a question, but give them permission to be like, it's okay. There is no wrong question. The more that you ask, the more that you learn. And that makes us want to work with the people that are asking the questions. So really letting them know, hey, I remember those feelings too, but we're going to be doing this together. So again, Kelly said, in the trenches, are we doing this together? And then developing those relationships helps retention. So those times that we're all excited, you know, there's times that there's going to be tough moments in this business too. And so we can't forget about those of, hey, just checking in, you know, what does that day look like for you guys? So don't be afraid to really grow in this together, and then helping others helps you. That's what we're in this business for, is helping other people have success. And as I'm thinking about the relationship part of it, you guys, is we know that newbies need the most attention. So that's where we're going to give the most on walking them through. How do you get customers? How do you enroll distributors? You're going to learn all the how-tos and then duplicate this through those systems that we're going to share through here. But this is something, those newbies get our attention. And as your leaders grow and duplicate, you may not be talking to them nearly as much as you did at the beginning, and that's okay. But then another question I think that we got is, Steph, how do you communicate? Well, I do it through texting. That's one way. Facebook groups. Get in as many things as you can. Let that new distributor know that the more that they open up to you, the better success that they're going to have. So it goes both ways. But then there's those distributors that come in that maybe you didn't enroll as you're growing. And how do we reach out to our team? What should we do? And one of the things I think we need to do is give ourselves grace. We don't know what's going on with their life. They were so excited, they just joined, and maybe life happened. Maybe life happened to them for 6 months. But one of the things that you guys can do is go into your reports, click on Tree View, and you can see your downline. And that's your business too. Even if you didn't enroll them, that is still part of your business, and they may be waiting for that message from you. So don't be afraid to just introduce yourself, let them know who you are. And I even wrote down, like just me, hey, I'm your upline. I'm Stephanie Dunn. Just wanted to introduce myself and let you know, I know you got into this business. Maybe you haven't even got started yet, or maybe you're ready to just run. What can I help you with? So don't be afraid to message the people in your team. And, you know, if you're feeling like, how can I duplicate? You've got to start with yourself. You've got to go, what is the foundation to do this? And it's steps to success. So we want to make sure that we're learning and leading the same thing, duplicating on that. But what if they don't respond too? Like, there's times that people don't respond. And so it feels awkward. It feels weird. So how can we even go back and just respond? Don't be afraid again to message them. It's okay. Again, don't think the worst. I always think the best. Like, hey girl, I know you're just probably busy like me. Life's happening, but I wanted to check in and just really see, are you ready to get started yet? We hear all the time, it's like a broken record, steps to success, right? And I love that Rachel and Brittany are going to share a little bit more on what the next steps are with systems and goals and what we can do. But one of the key things that we can do as a leader and as a new distributor is go on your phone screen and put the steps to success so that you can see, what does duplication look like? It sounds simple, right? It sounds like, well, I can do that. But when it's in your face and you're alongside of your team, now teaching them, whether it's messaging, host to post, TikTok, Instagram, there's all different ways that you can do the business. It's figuring out what is best for them and duplicating that. So when you've got that system down of steps to success, relationships, understanding, hey, we just need to reach out and touch them a little bit, right? And get them excited and be like, I know you can do this. then you're going to have massive success with that, you guys. So relationships is a crucial part. And I think it's probably up there, like 90% of the business is relationships. And I would say, okay, where do I even start? What would I do? And one of the things I think that you should do is, if you've never done this, is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Go get that book if you haven't, because it'll help you understand how to start building relationships, how to interact with people, and letting them know that you're human too, and don't be afraid to message. I think those are some of the things that, I may not be the best leader, like as far as training wise, or a teacher. We all have strengths and weaknesses, but I know, hey, if I can get in there and believe in them a little bit and they can communicate back, then you're going to have success with this business. And that's what I get excited about. Kelly, was there anything else that you can think of that we were chatting about?
No, I love that, friend. And I think one of my favorite things that you mentioned is giving them grace, assuming they want this, and then give yourself grace and just go right back in there, like Stephanie's saying, and invite them back in. Hey, I know it got off track, but if you're ready, I'm ready. Just like you did in the very beginning, it's never too late for you to step back in there, lock arms with somebody, and invite them in your journey. Thanks, Steph. Okay, ready, Rach? So, I'm excited. Rachel's going to share with us covering what she's been doing to help her organization be super successful in the last few months by implementing systems, and even suggesting to you that you might do your own take on it. But just honored to share the floor with Rachel today. And she's just a beautiful leader, incredible, powerful mass enroller. And Rach, why don't you go ahead and just unmute and let everybody know your 30-second It Works story, and then talk to us about what you're using in systems to help your organization be so successful.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Okay, It Works found me in 2014 when I was in college as a new mom on food stamps, struggling, living paycheck to paycheck. Honestly, I have the typical story of doing things out of order. And I didn't have a brain cell for this because I had actually tried another company in the past, and it wasn't a good fit. So I never, ever, ever thought I would be selling something again. But I believe in timing. I believe in the right company. And I knew that nothing changes if nothing changes. So I dove in, and you guys, we've been able to, over the past 7 years, we've been able to do so many things that I never even imagined. We live a life now that a lot of people our age pray for. So I'm excited to talk about systems because, not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I have one that for me works really well. And so you guys, while I have just a short amount of time with you guys, I want you guys to first off remember that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. I want to make sure I got that right. Fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I wonder how many people are watching right now and you're like, I'm just waiting to create my system until I even sign distributors, right? Like, I'm just waiting until I get my diamond team, right? And that's such a big mistake. And I actually had this hit me in the face in last October, where I was finding that I wasn't even welcoming new distributors in because I didn't know what I would do. And I don't know if anybody watching has ever felt this way, but I have spoken over my business so many times. I want another Rachel. I want another Rachel. Like, I want people to do what I did. And that comes from systems. And so I am not going to tell you that my system is going to work for you and it's the end all be all, but for me, it's what's working really great. Okay. So with that being said, make your own, you guys. Do not be overwhelmed with the creativity in the sense of like, what's the perfect name? How many steps? Like, I feel like we think that there's a rule book and we think that it has to be done a certain way. And you guys, I just felt like I could breathe when I sat here and I was like, I'm not going to worry about the title and I'm not going to worry about the number of steps, but right here, right now in 2021, what do I feel? If I was a new distributor, what would I do that's working right now? And so you guys, I know this is going to flash on the screen at some point, but I'm going to show you the boards app. If you're not using it, this is just what mine looks like. And if you guys look at it, it says step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. And I labeled it 5 to thrive. Okay. So I'm just going to walk you through really, really fast what my system looks like. If you want to copy it, go for it. If there's something that makes you feel like, ew, I wouldn't do that, then make it your own. But step 1, you guys, we want to work smarter not harder. So I put my team page in step 1. And then I said, watch the video under the announcements. You guys, I made a video that my whole team could use. Maybe you're watching and you're like, I don't have an upline that made a welcome video. Make it for yourself. They see my face, they know where they're at. And at the end of each step, it says, now message me. Message me once you're done. So I'm not having to do anything but copy and paste. There's step 1. Step 2, it's going to flash on the screen. This is the welcome post that I just made up. It's just a template. You can fill it in. It just gives them something if they have no idea what they would say when they just got started. Again, if you want to just take a picture of it on the screen, if you don't know what you'd say, that's step 2. Step 3 is a 5-minute host-to-post video. It's actually from Claire Flores. She's blessed the whole company with it. We're all using Claire's host-to-post video. It's a simple 5-minute video that explains what host-to-post is all about. Step 4, we actually made our buy-in. We do a giveaway every month. If you do not have a team to do a giveaway with, that is a-okay, you guys. You do not have to entice people with money. It's just an additional thing that some teams choose to do. Before we used to do giveaways, we just asked for a quick favor. And there are people out there that want to help you for free. So don't stress about that. I know I'm going really, really fast, but step 5 is where it gets really good. And so the step 5 is so long, you guys, and that's when we get to dive in. That's when I need screenshots. That's when I provide the message. And so it's this long message, but instead of overwhelming them, I give them a heads up. Now's where it gets good. Now's where it gets overwhelming, and we need to be best friends. We need to be aligned. Send this message to 30 people on your Facebook. Do not respond until you're finished. Then they're coming to me and they're saying they're done. I give them the right host post, and then I give them the thank you message so they can make some sample cash as well. You guys, that is literally the simplicity of, in my opinion, the perfect duplication for us, because you guys, again, sometimes we don't want to grow our team because we're like, I can't physically train all of these people. Well, if you have the perfect system for you, you can sit back and watch your team grow, and that's duplication in itself. So name your steps if you want. If you want to copy ours and call it 5 to Thrive, go for it. But once you create a board that will launch your team, it opens the door to have this level of confidence that I promise will lead to mass enrolling, because you aren't stressed. You're not wondering what's going to happen. And when your mind is right, your business is right. So hopefully that was helpful for you guys. And I'm excited to see what it does for you.
I love that. And I love that you've got a plan in place that you can pass down. And it's thinking smarter, not harder. And that is the beautiful process that you can use when you're implementing the things that Rachel's sharing. Okay, Britt, I know you were super excited about getting in the trenches, locking arms, and, setting that pace with your new distributors, and then also leading from the front and being that example, which is absolutely important in this process. So incredible. Ambassador Diamond, Brittany Landrum, incredible enroller. Why don't you share with us your 30-second It Works story and talk to us about how you're going about getting in there individually, one-on-one, setting goals, and getting in those trenches.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so again, my name is Brittany Landrum, and yes, I get nervous every time. I usually get red and blotchy, and the reason why I'm noting this is because you don't have to be someone special to eventually be speaking. And I want you to know that. I never saw myself doing something like this. I was a single mom when a stranger, now one of my best friends, messaged me and offered me this opportunity, and I said no. I thought, how in the world could someone that had no confidence, no social media, and wouldn't even take a selfie and post it on my social media do something like this? But after saying no, I actually, Rachel already said it. I saw it on Pinterest, and it said, what you're not changing, you're choosing. And I thought to myself, at this point, I just want to stop thinking about it. If I jump all in and this doesn't work for me, I can take it off the table. But when I said yes, I went all in, and it has drastically changed my life. Now, here's the crazy part. There's always God winks in this. My motto for this business is to live and give without limits, which is funny because that's what Kelly said in the beginning. And this is actually in my team page. We are meant to live and give without limits. And our life looks completely different because I said yes. But the most important thing is I walk around with my head up instead of my head down. And it just allows you to shine to other people, to throw that confidence onto them and to show them that they can do this too. So one thing that Steph talked about that I want to re-talk about is that relationships are so important. All right. And then the other part of that is having a system, like Rachel said. The reality is the 3 things that I'm going to talk to you about have to do with both of these. They are customized within the system, and it's all about building relationships. So the 3 things that I'm going to cover, the first one is doing one-on-one Zooms, okay? Like Rachel has, I have a system very similar to that, okay? Maybe a few more steps, but that's just because I have some YouTube videos on there. But the reality is, what I love is that after a few steps, the next step says contact your upline for a one-on-one. Now we're going to have a worksheet that you're going to have access to, and I'm actually going to add some more information, so I'm not talking too long here. You'll have access to that there. But on the one-on-one Zooms, I'm going to give you bullet points of things that I asked them on those. It's time for me to figure out what their why is. It's time for me to ask them, how much time do you have to give to this business a week? And then I'm able to customize those things. The other thing that I think is really important to cover in that one-on-one is to show them how and when to plug in into your team things that you offer. Because the reality is, some people don't go fishing for information. So we just have to put it out there, show them how. And honestly, that's made a massive difference. The second thing it's new to me, but I'm noticing a big difference, and I want everyone to know this, is doing customized Zooms per rank, right? Sometimes, do we still have team huddles? Yes, we do. But the reality is, when a team huddle has mass amounts of people, sometimes you'll see people kind of like scrolling on their phone, not listening, right? It's just the reality. So one thing we've started doing is Ruby, Emerald, individual Zooms that you kind of graduate. After you go Ruby, you get to graduate into that next Zoom. One thing that I'm really loving about that, it allows us to do a couple things. Number one, it allows time for question and answers that's designated around Ruby type questions. You're going to probably speak to someone that's Diamond Above a little bit differently because they've been through things that a Ruby hasn't yet. The other thing, it allows you to build relationships on a smaller scale. The last thing that I want to talk about that I think is probably the most crucial of all of this is be a leader that they can follow. The reality is, I think sometimes we worry so much about why so-and-so or all these group of people, what they aren't doing, when reality is people want to follow a leader that they're doing the things that they're supposed to be doing. So a couple things. Make sure that your social media looks like something that you would want them to be duplicating, okay? The next thing, have all doors open. If you've ever heard me speak before, I always say, oftentimes, and this is what happened to me, your blessings are behind the door that you are determined to keep closed. So what are you not doing? Is it host to post? Is it TikTok? Is it Reels? Is it Facebook, Instagram? I could go on and on. The blessings are behind the door that you're trying to keep closed. So make sure you're opening all doors, because this is super important. If I go out and I get my tasks done, when I get the wins, I go to my team. I go to my chats and I say, I just signed a customer and this is how I did it. The second that they can see that you are winning, they're going to start duplicating what you do. Now, I want to give you a call to action today. Okay, and then I'm going to wrap my little part up. My call to action to you is to do what Steph said and give yourself some grace and reach out to 5 people that maybe you did drop the ball at the beginning, and just reach out to them today and say, you know what, I'm ready to take this seriously. I'm ready to be a leader that you are, that you will want to follow. Are you ready to go all in with me?
I love that. Hey, here's what we want you to know. You can do this. You can duplicate and build a team. And the way you're going to go about it is like they've said today, establish that relationship, have a plan in place to walk them through, and then get in the trenches and let's get this thing done. Thanks you guys for being on with us today. We're so honored to be with you, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the event. See you later. Bye.
It kind of feels like deja vu, except at our last conference, I was stuck outside. I had tested positive. My nose was pressed against the window. Like, let me in. So this is my first time on this stage. I like it. I think I'll stay a while. Whether you're in a big group right now with your team, or you're watching conference by yourself, maybe you're quarantined like I was last conference. I think back at the beginning of this year, I remember thinking to myself, by the end of 2021,
we'd be celebrating a year of wins together in person. I was so sure of it. Did I think we would still be talking about COVID in September of 2021? No. Yet, here we are. We are filled with more uncertainties than at any other time. We're still virtual, still feeling uncertain as to when this COVID will no longer be a concern. Churches, schools, offices, they're all filled with uncertainties. But there are some certainties we know today that we're going to talk about. What is certain is that we are a team. We are unstoppable. Although 2020 and 2021 presented challenges like never before, we have learned a lot, haven't we? We are one team. A lot of things happened this year. Some of you have been bold. Some of you have taken winning to a whole nother level. Some of you are new to the company. Well, welcome. Welcome to It Works. Some of you, maybe you quit. It was just too tough. Wherever you are right now, I want you to know this. I believe in you. I believe right now you're in the right place at the right time to accomplish some amazing things with It Works. And we're going to finish this year strong. I'm so inspired by how many of you have mastered the ability to have that winning mindset and to dream bigger than ever before. I'm so proud of those who have already taken Four and a Friend to a whole nother level. There's people that have already done it twice. They're overachievers. Sarah Keller from Texas, Tessie Carter from Louisiana, Alyssa Marmelo from California, and Lisa Wester from Texas. You guys brought the boom. I tell you, there's such an excitement in the air. There's a renewed energy. I can feel it. We're doing something this year we've never done before. We're making this the greatest September in our history. You're part of the largest fall event we've ever held. Congratulations to every one of you. The largest fall event. We just launched the greatest Fast Start program in our industry. I just like saying that. The greatest Fast Start program. We set this year up to finish stronger than ever. But before we do, we've got to get our minds right. Drop a comment in the chat and say, I'm ready. I want to know who's ready to finish this year so strong. You know, It Works has been in business for 20 years. Wow, 20 years. What an accomplishment. We have changed so many lives. We've done so many unbelievable things. But this is what I want you to hear today. Come up here closer. I am Mark Pentecost. I am the CEO and your coach. And we're taking It Works to a whole nother level. It's not what we've done in the past, but it's about what we're doing right now and in the future, because you are my team. I want you to hear that clearly. We're here for each other, and that means we have each other's backs. It also means we can get real with one another and have real talks. We're like a family, and a family will tell you how it is whether you want to hear it or not. Why? Because we're in this together, and things are going to get better together. Now, we all know that winning doesn't come easy. It hasn't been easy this year. But you know what? This year isn't over. We're going to finish this year so strong. We're going to put in the work to reach higher, for more, to reach that top. You must be willing to put in the work, to say no more excuses, and continue to climb. Okay, so what are we climbing? Why did I use the word climb? The climb is simply the journey in reaching your goals. What's your goal? What is your mountaintop? Drop it in the chat right now. I want to go back and see each of your goals, your dreams. What is it? Here's what you can expect into this journey. There will be challenges, and you will learn how to overcome them. We're going to identify with what inspires you and what skills and techniques you need to master to build this business. Most importantly, You've got to strengthen that belief muscle, the belief in yourself. Now, I believe you can do this, but the most important thing is you need to believe in you. Sometimes it's easy to quit. It's easy to make excuses and let obstacles get in your way. But that's not for us. That's not for the dreamers. It's not for the climbers. From the moment you wake up in the morning until you go to sleep at night, you're going to face different situations that will force you to make a decision. Are you going upward? Are you putting forth the effort to achieve your goals? Or will it be overtaken by that downward feeling like you've had enough? Think about this. When's the last time you tried to run uphill? It gets harder the higher you go, doesn't it? But what about downhill? It's not near as hard, is it? In my head, I keep thinking about my grandson, William Mark. He's 3 years old. He does everything 100%. Once he starts going downhill, though, it's game over. He's going to crash and burn. Grass stains on the knees. You get my point. This team, we're not going downhill. We're going up. We're making the climb. What about you? Are you ready? You see, every one of us fits into one of three different types of people. I call it campers, or climbers, or unfortunately, some quitters. I'm going to talk to you about all three. Let me talk to you first about the campers. Campers usually don't intend to camp, but it creeps up on them. Successes can even result in camping. Let's say you had a few successes, and all of a sudden you start to think, maybe this is good enough. I'm comfortable right here. So you set up camp. I hear this all the time from people. I've plateaued. I've seen this with some of our leaders. I've watched some of you who got to ambassador and you plateaued. I heard you say, I've had success once, but instead of building for your next success, you set up camp. Maybe it was just supposed to be a little rest. But the next thing you know, you start having conversations with yourself. Well, I got this far. This is pretty good. I'm doing better than most. I got a nice fire going on this plateau. I can sit back. I can play it safe. I'm hanging out with other campers. The worst part is campers attract campers. You convince yourself it's okay to be a camper. You're going on vacation. It's nice. But you're not building. You stopped. When you're doing that, what do you think your team is going to do? They're going to stop building. If you've set up camp, let's just call it a rest right now. All of you have the ability to always reach for more. When we launched the 90-day game plan here, we wanted to see newbies going strong for 3 months, not camping after month 1. It'll take duplication and consistent effort. But most importantly, climbers are going to surround themselves with other climbers. Now, some of you, I'm telling you, time to start climbing, and you're like, hey, I'm afraid of new heights. I'm afraid of the climb, the process, the steps it takes to achieve more. Here's the good news. Inside every camper is a climber. They really want to stop camping and start climbing again. Every one of them. Are you ready to do that with me today? Are you ready to conquer that next hill, that next mountain? We all have successes that we could camp on and stop climbing. Mine is 20 years with It Works. We've changed a lot of lives, accomplished a lot. I could go camp, but I want the next 20 years. And you know what the next 20 years is about? It's about you. It's about you and you and you. It's about you. Here's the deal, team. Sometime life does happen. We all need to set up camp at times when we need a little rest. It's to refresh ourselves. It's an overnight camp. It's not a permanent camp. We can't get too comfortable because we are made to reach for more, to be the best you possibly can be for yourself, for your family, for the world. I love this story. There's a woman who set out to climb one of the tallest mountains in the world. She didn't succeed. She started climbing, but she fell back. You know what? She tried it again. She started climbing. She got a little closer, but she didn't get to the top, and she fell back. She tried it again, and she failed. She was asked, "Why do you keep climbing?" She said, "I know this. That mountain is as big as it will ever be. It's not getting any bigger. But after every attempt, I'm getting stronger. And I've learned through every experience how to go a little higher, how to go a little higher." I love that. Think about it. For many of you, maybe you've had a mountain that you've tried to conquer and you haven't. Maybe it's a promotion. Maybe it's a bonus. You've tried, things happen. You said, "Coach, I've had to rebuild my team. Coach, I got close, but it fell back." It happens in life. You fall back. But don't set up camp. That promotion isn't getting any bigger. That bonus is right there. Whatever you've learned is your experience to get there this time. So I want all of you, getting stronger and knowing you can do this. The only way you can't do it is if you quit. Let's talk for a minute about quitters. Whatever you do, don't fall into that category, and don't let not succeeding make you quit. If you don't have the promotion you want right now, use this new tool. Phone a friend to start climbing that mountain again. Don't quit. You know, quitters are the loudest whiners. Now, I know some of you, when I said that, you're thinking of someone right now. They came to your mind. If they're in a room with you, don't look at them. Look somewhere else. No, I'm serious. We know those people that always make an excuse. Quitters tend to fear the unknown. They're the ones that most easily give up. They hit a barrier and they lose hope. They couldn't get their 4 customers, so they gave up. They couldn't finish the phone a friend, so they quit. Quitting can get in your head. It can become a habit, just like winning can be a habit. It will begin to define you if you lose control of it. There's 2 times when you're likely to quit: after a failure and after a great success. Success has made failures of many because of ego and arrogance, because you stop learning and you stop teaching others. So you know what, team? That promotion right now in front of you isn't getting any bigger, and you're getting stronger. And you know more now. This conference has been so many great tools in the way that you can build. You've discovered the ways maybe not to do it, but now we know how to climb higher. You're getting stronger with each attempt. You know what else? You have in your toolbox the greatest fast start bonus in the industry. You're gonna hear me say it a lot. I just like saying it. It is the greatest fast start bonus in the industry. So make it so you don't quit. Get back up. Don't quit on your dreams. Don't quit on your why. Don't let that become you. What quitters don't realize, inside every quitter is a climber. The final group, my favorite, are climbers. The group is reaching for more. They know there's always another hill to climb. You know, climbers love the journey, the adventure. They love to surround themselves with other climbers. I like what Jay Shetty said. He shared with us, if you're lonely at the top, you're doing it all wrong. What did that mean? Climbers create climbers. They duplicate. They're consistently inspiring others to reach their full potential. That's what I love about being a coach, because I can see the potential in you. Climbers are resilient and ready to fight for a win, regardless of the challenges they face. They never stop growing and learning. They are lifelong learners. When an obstacle comes their way, they meet it with grit and a positive outlook. They know they'll overcome. They're full of purpose and passion. Team, we have 98 days left in the year. With the plan we've given you, there's no excuses to pack up, except to pack up your tent right now and get ready to start climbing. Drop a comment if you're with me. If you're ready to pack the tent and start climbing, here we go. Trust me, for the next 98 days, we're back to climbing. Complete your 4 and a friend, then do it again and again. Earn that $5,000 Christmas cash that we're paying out in December. I can't wait to see how big of a check I'm going to write to all of you. That is significant money. Whether you joined the business last month or you've been with us for 2 decades, we have reset the clock, and you're all newbies starting to September 1st. Now think about that. You still have 5 days this month to get your 4 and a friend. I'm challenging you today. What mountain are you going to climb? Because you, look at me, you are unstoppable. Unstoppable. Just say the word. I love it. I'm unstoppable. What mountain are you going to climb? You're going to be working smarter, not harder. You got a plan. You're going to have a team that is duplicating because you are. But to achieve your goals, to win in 2021, you need to hold yourself accountable. You need to commit to the climb. If you're nervous about making the climb because of fear of the unknown, think about this. What's the worst that could happen? 4 and a friend, you earn $500. 4 and a friend, you do it twice, $1,000. You start to build a team, and all of a sudden you find someone that can climb. Unbelievable. The energy is here today. It's exciting. I can feel it. But I also want you to have an edge. When I was coaching basketball, you didn't win the championship the first day of practice, but you put everything into motion to have that winning season. Right now, today, this is a historic September. We have set you up for more. Execution is the key now. I believe you got to have energy. You got to be able to energize your team, and execution. But I want you to have an edge. No more following everyone else's expectation for you. No more feeling stressed about getting your kids gifts for Christmas. No more, because we're going to complete the 4 and a friend. It'll take commitment and execution. What will you do today to commit that you're going to finish your first 4 and a friend? And then do it again and again. Earn the Christmas cash. Earn multiple bonuses. I started today by talking about how the world is full of uncertainties. But let me tell you about some certainties. You will complete 4 and a friend, you earn $500. You do it again for another $500. You do 3 times for another $500 and the Christmas cash bonus. I mean, think about that. 1 a month for the next 90 days. That's 1 customer a week. What are we certain about? If you take care of this, you're going to earn $5,000 before Christmas. Team, let's do it together. Let's make the climb. The last component of making the climb is the most important, and it's entirely up to you. Belief. You're not here by chance. You're here today because you're a believer. Sure, you believe in It Works, great company, great products, best fast start program in the whole industry. I believe in our company, but I need for you to believe in you. Everyone is where they are by choice, whether they're a quitter, whether they're camping, or rather they're a climber. Are you ready to make the climb? Say this with me. I believe in me. Say it again. If you're in a house by yourself, say it so loud, your spouses, the kids, say it louder. I believe in me. If you're with a bunch of the team, just a watch party, look them in the eyes. Look someone in the eye and say, I believe in me. Because we're going to take this to a whole nother level. You know what? I need my team out here. I want my team with me. Team, come up here. All right. Boom. Boom. All right. I got a bunch of climbers up here with me right now. And you know what I'm most excited about, team, is for them to identify where they're at. Some of them are going to say, you know, I've been camping, I didn't know it, but I'm ready to climb. And others are like, great, we're going to keep climbing. When we get to the top of the mountain, Whatever the top means for you, whatever promotion or goal, it's not going to be lonely. It's going to be together. I'm excited right now. Are you ready to climb?
Ready.
We are ready.
All right, few things here. Before you commit to the climb, while we're doing that, VIPs, we just sent you a connect push because we want you to join us for a virtual huddle.
Make sure you get your winter conference early bird ticket by October 17th. You can pay by commission, which gives you no excuses not to attend.
Ooh, I love that. Guys, I don't know how you couldn't be more ready to complete your personal four and a friend with everything you've gotten over the last couple days. We've got October, we've got November, and you help your friend complete their four and a friend, and we all get to claim some Christmas cash. I mean, that's a whole nother level to me.
There's 76 days left before Christmas cash ends.
Now, is that 76 days, Kenzie, till Christmas or till Christmas cash ends?
Till Christmas cash ends.
Hey, you know what? That means you got a little bit of time for Christmas cash. But, Mark, we were talking, you know, when we think about it works, we think about winning. I mean, I know you're ready. We're ready. We're hungry. We said at the beginning of the year, when you think of it works, you think about winning. We talked just earlier before we came on stage, before your talk, and we were talking about how many people are so close to their four and a friend. They have 3 loyal customers and 1 team member, but they're wanting that last 4th customer, and they only got a few days to do it. I mean, that's super, super important. Or maybe you have the 2 loyal customers, and you got the team member, and you just need 2 more. Get it done because your first 30 days is coming to an end. And, you know, I can't think of a better way to close out a month than to get your first four and a friend. I can't think of a better way to close out this year than by continuing to win as we commit to making the climb, Cammie.
I love it. And you know, we already kind of said we need to take on the challenge. We need to show we're committed, coach. We are committed, coach. So right there in your workbooks, we gave you a little spot to fill in because that's how serious we are. We want you to sign your name there. We want you to commit to climb with us. And the first thing you do when you commit to climb is you accept the challenge. You say, we're committed. You write down how many times you plan to complete four and a friend. How many times you plan to help somebody complete their four and a friend?
You know, we want you to continue to learn. You've been learning new things all day, the last 2 days. What are you going to apply leaving this event to help you complete your four and a friend to earn your Christmas cash?
You know, for many of you, you've become inspired. I know I believe in me after hearing what Mark had to say. I've been so inspired by the stories and the no excuses that have been going on out there. You know, what has inspired you the most today to make you keep climbing?
I love that. And I feel an alliteration coming on, guys. It's kind of interesting because you got to master your mindset, right? When you think about working on mastering something, you got to think about working on mastering your mindset. We've been doing it all day long, but it's key to know that you can do this, Mark.
Absolutely. I love it, Mike. I was just thinking about, I looked right before I walked out. Over 700 people had 4 customers but don't have a friend yet.
Oh, wow.
You get that friend, $150, and lead you right to the $500 when you complete it. And so you got to believe, team. You got to believe. You got 5 days left in this first cycle, the first 30-day period.
That's right.
Now, here's what I believe. If you hadn't even started, I think you can get it done the next 5 days. I think if you have a friend, you can go out this afternoon and get your 4 customers. If you believe and you commit with me and you're ready to start climbing, this is only the first 30 days. Then we're going to do it again and again. And Christmas cash. And we told you at the beginning of this is just setting up a bigger plan. We got 90 days here to get 3 in there, get Christmas cash, write a huge check.
That's right.
But it's part of something even bigger. So commit to climbing. It's going to be so good right now. So let's start climbing.
I love it. I love it. What do you think?
Should we bring up that huddle?
I like this. I think let's change the background and let's have a huddle because we always end in a virtual huddle. Wait, I want to see this.
We see you guys.
Oh, I see you, Shannon. How about you, Rachel?
Are you guys climbers? Are you ready to climb?
Rusty Lackey right there.
Hey,
I'll
Rusty.
see you guys later.
Hey, I owe a big shout out to Morgan because she put a big group together and had no excuses. I mean, there she is, ready.
Danielle.
There's
Oh,
Rusty
man.
over there. You see Rusty?
I saw Rusty here, too.
Hi,
Rusty,
How you
there's
doing?
two
Hey,
of you.
Tiffany.
I see Mayfield. Hey, I see Rachel and Brianna and their team donated $1,500 to our Gives Back Foundation. That's amazing.
Ashley, I love your group song. I'm going to memorize that song pretty soon.
Amanda and Stephanie Dunn down there. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Oh, look, Jade Hooper. I see you, Jen Rupp.
Excellent, excellent. All right, let's do this huddle together.
Oh,
You know
I
the
love
way I am. We always got to end with a huddle.
Yeah.
And a huddle to me is you're connected, you're one team, and don't forget, we're unstoppable. Unstoppable. I want you to feel that today when we leave here. One thing you learned this the last couple of days could change your whole business. And going out there and I just like saying it, Mike, the greatest fast start program in the industry. One person
Most impressive.
can change your whole business.
Yeah.
So here we're going. We'll start with It Works and up on Unstoppable, because I know It Works is unstoppable, but here's what I believe. You are unstoppable. Are you guys ready for it?
We're ready.
Ready, team? Get ready.
Here we go.
Virtual, are you ready?
Put your hand in.
You guys are in my huddle.
Put your hand in right here.
I can't see. Get ready. Get ready.
Put it in. This is it. Get ready
All right.
for a picture.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Ready? It works. Unstoppable. Unstoppable.
That's right.
That is the first time it's gone in my mouth.